Good morning, everyone. How y'all doing today? Today is the last is the not last, but is the Sunday watch party. Today is going to be a bit interesting, seeing if LFEs can be their dominant self, and if Optic Texas can be able to make a comeback from today's match. We will see. So yeah, how y'all doing today? Hopefully you'll join in, vibe, chill, and whatever the case is. Hope you all enjoy the stream. Hope you all enjoy the watch party. And today's gonna be a bit interesting. So let's see what the matches are gonna be. So we got Vegas versus Falcon. We got Vegas versus LA Thieves, and then Carolina versus Toronto, Vancouver versus New York, and Texas versus Minnesota. Obviously LFEs is going to be the his slammage, so 3-0. And then Carolina versus Toronto is going to go to that one's going to go to game 5, but I think Carolina has a bit of an upper advantage, so I'm thinking Carolina. And Vancouver versus New York, I think Vancouver has like a little honeymoon phase at the moment, so I think Surge might be able to do it. But I think if I were to be realistic, I think New York takes this. So yeah, right now I have 3-2 going to Carolina, 3-0 for Thieves. I think, and I have Vancouver going game 5, but they win game 5. But I think Optic, it was tough yesterday, but I still believe in them in some way. So I think Optic might be able to take it. But if they do let us down again, then not there won't be any changes happening, but for sure they are. But for sure they definitely need to get this shit together, or else Optic is gonna be in trouble. But we will have to see what happens. But yeah. But yeah, we'll just have to see what happens. It's gonna be hard to kind of predict. Where it's kind of hard to predict Optic right now, just because. But yeah, I think it's gonna be hard to kind of predict what the hell's going on with Minnesota and Optic, since I mean, I think Minnesota was playing yesterday. No, yeah, no, Walker is definitely starting off hot, so I think Optic might be a little bit in trouble, but we'll have to see though. Let's see. Yeah, I think also chat. I also saw like I'm gonna kind of bring up I'm gonna kind of bring up let me see. Okay. Uh, I kind of need to bring up something. Mute obviously. But I'm gonna kind of like. There's a little clip that was going on after the stream, and after the match, and this was kind of it. And like doing the optic match, obviously everyone's gonna get pissed off and such, but this one is kind of crazy. This one's kind of crazy. Now I know they use I know that this web actually snapping webcam, like like I know what webcams they're using because I own that particular model. And obviously with the webcams, they usually have a detachable cable nowadays, but this one this dude just decides to just completely just break the fucking webcam. And like this dude just breaks the webcam. And like obviously he's struggling because that thing is attached on the damn thing hard. But holy shit. And he finally breaks it. Like I'm just really hoping they could. I really hope that just Optic can make some sort of comeback. I mean we can't, like, obviously the vibes are down, shit's happening, and you know, I mean I really hope that Optic, I'm really worried about Optic, but I'm just hoping they could at least have some life in them in this match, since Optic is going against an easier matchup. But I just, but as of right now um with the situation, I think with the Optic situation right now. Okay, buddy. Sounds right. I should the damn thing just undouble-sided. Oh, mount for my little leap motion. Being stupid sometimes. But yeah, I'm just a little worried for Optic because they haven't had, like, obviously it's gonna be different since they got Pred back in, but it seems like, oh, what am I doing? It seems like Pred just hasn't. I mean, right now, as of right now, there's no. It doesn't feel like they genuinely are having good vibes and such. Obviously, I mean, that video that I showed, Tactical Rab did explain it. That it's hard. It's not hard, but it's difficult to kind of. I still think that they just need to. I don't know. Something needs to happen. They need to all. Or they can't really take a mental break because of. They can't really take a mental break since. They can't really take a mental break just because, well, they got matches going on. But I do worry about with what's going on right now. I do worry about the situation that they're in at the moment. and it's getting more worrisome for Optic fans like me. But I still believe in them. It's just like, you got to get it together real soon, or else you're not gonna have any. Not that they won't have support; they'll still have support. It's just they won't. They're not gonna be able to. Like, this is Major 2 right now, and the fact that the game, that absolutely they got slaughtered by FaZe, that's a little worrisome for me. Since like they should still be on the top, but then they just couldn't even get their shit together when it comes to hard points and also control. Like, those respawns, they were good, and then they just get absolutely bombarded by FaZe, and you know, it's really worrisome. But I really hope that Kenny gets it to get like yesterday. Kenny and Dashi obviously both started off real slow. And both of them need to figure it out. I mean, Pred and Shotzi. I mean, Pred was doing good. Shotzi was doing okay, but he got read like a book, like always. Like, that's the thing with FaZe. When they go against FaZe, Shotzi, like, even though he's doing all his stuff and such, he always gets read like a book. Like, we can't. No one can change him. Like, no one can't change him, but they definitely need to get there. They definitely need to do something real soon, or else they're gonna lose. They're gonna lose, and like, they're gonna not have a chance to. Like, obviously, it's very early in the session, very early in the season, but that's still worrisome. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. So I'm gonna just pray and hope that they do get their shit together real soon for Optic. So we'll see what happens. I think for LA, but let's talk about the other matches. Like, I think Vancouver versus New York, that one's gonna be interesting, because it seems like New York got it together and figured out their shit, since they had a really bad start in the season. So it's gonna be interesting on what they do next. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, this one's gonna be. Like, look at this. You can't. Like, they can't be like Optic with that hard play. They can't let Draza do this. Like, they can't. It's just like, come on. What are we doing, Optic? That's not Optic. This is not Optic at all. There's something's mentally going on with them still, and you need to get it together. And they had a year and a half to even when they won champs together, they had it, but they just need to get it together still. Like, ever since Pred left, something changed to them, and they needed to figure it out.
Happy birthday to you.
Oh my God.
That's my A Maven Sunday. That's interesting.
Let the chaos begin. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the CDL featuring Maven. How you feeling today?
I feel good, honestly. I feel 40, I guess. No, I'm a little tired today. I wondered if it was just turning 40, dude. I didn't sleep well. It's old age. I don't know. I'm ready to rock, though. We'll have fun.
Yeah, we're going to have a great time today. Ali, another 4 matches here in the opening week of our Major 2 qualifier.
I'm so excited we get another Super Sunday.
Wish they could do the 4-man esque, but this is okay.
Let's talk a little bit about the teams causing upsets. Cloud9 New York coming out swinging as they 3-0 Toronto Ultra. Everyone on the desk, including the fans, getting the wrong prediction here. Toronto, a top 2 seed going into Major 1, seeming to have troubles at the start of Major 2.
And this is one of the series yesterday that we didn't see possibly being an upset. The entire desk, even me, went against New York. We had finally given up on this roster, but they had clearly not given up on themselves, and there's no better way to start this second set of qualifiers than to get a huge win, not only against Toronto Ultra, who's a team that is contesting 4 championships for that top 4, but also just for the sake of them not making a roster change, because that is all anybody was talking about, and even
Jackal
expected
with the muzzle remove. It doesn't. It is a little nerfed, but it's not as bad. Actually, you just gotta aim your stick down a little more than usual.
Then
but
I took a shower. I got out of the shower and it was basically the series was over 3-0, and I was like, oh, Ultra got 3-0.
It was Mac's fault. Look at these numbers, nameless. Or sorry.
Oh, dude, you're already calling me nameless, brother.
It's beard. There's a little gray in it. I saw the same person. 9-3 search record.
Unreal.
Is KD
damn,
and
28
Hardpoint
non-traded.
ridiculous.
That's
Keep your eyes
that's
on Mac
crazy.
Attack from Cloud9. But they're not the only blue team finding success. The Surge put an end to the incredible 12-match run from Atlanta FaZe, and they did it in style. Didn't allow a Game 5, Allie.
And what's so crazy to me again about this situation is just the fact that Vancouver Surge leading up to this was one of those teams where, like, we're talking 20-point hard points, we're talking round 9s, round 10s and search and destroys, we're talking round 5s and controls. They never really had a game mode that they were able to call their own. And so for Vancouver Surge to come out, their first match is versus an Atlanta FaZe. Nobody expects them to win it. They have a new player plugged into the roster. It's not like Neptune was dropping 40s and they come out and they beat Atlanta FaZe, who's off the major win. So big ups for the Vancouver Surge. Still a lot more to be desired, but things are looking good.
Yeah, I mean, Joe and I talked a lot during while we were casting this. Like, is this just FaZe not taking them seriously, high off that win and coming out a little bit flat, or is it Vancouver Surge improving massively with Neptune, maybe enjoying a honeymoon phase? I think now the match versus Cloud9 will tell us a little bit more after the big Cloud9 win, but yeah, I don't know. Like, I hope they've improved. But if they have, and they beat FaZe like that, like, how bad is Optic then? That makes me worry a little bit. It's like they bought FaZe and FaZe 3 Optic. I'm like, uh-oh.
Neptune coming up from Challengers makes his return to the CDL for a 3rd time, and this time he is finding his form. Let's take a look at what he's got in front of him. Cloud9 today should be a Game 5. I expect that one to go the distance. If you're looking at the rest of the road, Allie, how likely is it you finish with a winning record here?
Really likely, actually.
Oh yeah, I think Nameless had to do something yesterday. He said yesterday, so he gave his predictions.
But you just beat what was supposed to be your hardest match versus Atlanta FaZe. So Vancouver Surge should have a very positive win-loss ratio by the end of this qualifier.
Maybe.
They should. That's the whole point.
I don't know. We're putting a lot. It's just tough because, being on this desk, we have to talk a lot about what happened in one match. Yes, they beat FaZe. That was amazing, but I'm not convinced yet. That's still a pretty tough schedule.
Very small sample size of data to look at for Vancouver. Neptune, though, looking to score some points. Let's talk about another team that is scoring points, and they need them to stay in the champs running. That is Minnesota Rocker, who was able to pull off some wins in Madrid. Let's take a look, though, at what they accomplished online. Matched it up against Miami. Super, the sub was in this one, but after Game 1, this was all Minnesota. Yeah, it was all Minnesota, and what's so good for them is that they did it in Game 4 and not a Game 5. Their hard point's been slowly but surely getting stronger, same with their search and destroy, which spells good because they were on a rocky road for a minute there. I believe they had like 4 losses in a row. They were going to too many Game 5s, and suddenly they weren't going their way. So for Minnesota Rocker, the fact that hard point's looking a lot stronger, now they're able to write search and destroy under their belt as well, keeps them pretty solid where they're at around that bubble side where all the teams are.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't shock me. I don't think any of us are convinced that Heretics are going to be a top 3 team all year. Either squad could have won this. Rocker, I think, maybe have more upside. It was good to see them kind of put a show on, but they have some really streaky players. They were popping off, and they got the series win. But I don't take a ton away from this. Honestly,
you're playing Optic Texas today, so looking at those 4 faces, who needs to pop off? Is it this man? Because he did it yesterday.
Yeah, Nero's probably like your biggest pop-off guy. Gio's probably been there consistent, but Nero, yeah, he has the ability to go nuts. And I mean, against Optic, after how they looked, who the hell knows? I mean, this is very winnable for Rocker.
Well, let's talk about that Optic squad and the struggle they had. You bring Pred back after a few weeks on the bench, and well, you're going up against one of the greats, Atlanta FaZe, who just won the most recent major.
Listen, it's not as much of a shock as maybe it seemed that they got bought by Atlanta FaZe yesterday, but like, even they're still top of hardpoint team, but they had only won 1 of their last 5, and 2 of those being Skyline, so their map pool is shrinking slowly but surely. Of course, this is all without Pred, but it's not like the changing of those players has changed too much engagement-wise, because they had similar numbers when it came to the respawns, 1.2s, 1.2s in Search and Destroy, so it's not like Pred seemingly lost his way. It's just Optic Texas still had a lot more of a road to go to be on the same page.
This team's got stuff to figure out. Don't talk to me about individual KDs. They got stuff to do. They have a lot to figure out about how to play the game, how to communicate, and get back on track. People are asking for Kinney to get dropped. Shut up. You are so stupid. He is the only reason your team had the year they did last year. It was 2 years of mediocrity where Optic was the most overrated organization in the CDL. He came in, gave you the winning mentality, and he had the best year in so long. Shut up. Relax. Let them improve.
Period.
The Kinney hate is just stupid.
LA Thieves, your biggest competition. Toronto will find out how tough they are come March 9th, and they will close out their last matchup against LAG. True or false? The current LAG lineup will be on that stage when they play against Optic for the final match.
I think so. I think LAG is going to keep their lineup. I don't really see a reason not to. It's the same situation where, like, you have talented players, you're just not doing anything with it. So it's only Major 2 qualifiers. They have to have it fixed by the end of it.
The good news is everybody gets to come party at the next major. All 12 teams will be in attendance. Your top 8 starting the winners bracket, bottom 4 starting the elimination bracket. And talk to me a little bit about this event, Clint. Why are we so excited for Major 2 hosted by Optic Texas?
Well, I think Optic know how to throw a party. I mean, their majors have always been a fantastic time. You have such a great showing from the fans. I mean, granted, really since the CDL, we've had a great showing just from fans pretty much everywhere we've gone, but you know it's a little bit different when it's Optic and it's Texas. This should be a blast. I'm excited. And also this Optic team, even though like last year they looked vulnerable at times, you get them in Dallas in front of that crowd and suddenly they turn up. So maybe that's what they need to get this team starting to click. I'm excited for it.
If you need somebody to hype up a crowd, there's no one better than Pred. He is in action today against Minnesota Rocker, and I feel like all eyes are on the Australian. That matchup is coming up at 7:30. But after the break, we are coming back with Vegas Falcons and Los Angeles Thieves. Can the team that finished second in Madrid start their run here at Major 2? It begins in Vegas.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Load up, drop zone minus 15 seconds.
Spawns, make sure we're counting names, listening to each other. Listen. This time, we take everything.
LA Thieves are coming for it all leading up to Major 2, and they look to start their qualifiers hot against the lowest team on our rankings. Clint, let's start here with the Thieves. Where did they fall short? Because they were just one round away from being crowned our Major 1 champs.
Oh, I figured that's this particular matchup, and I did not have a lot to add. But Thieves, I mean, we know it's the search and destroy. That's where they need to find their improvements. And Joe and I talked a lot about specifically Hydra needs to be the guy that steps it up. Yes, S&D is a team game, but him specifically, you look back over the last couple of years, he's like top 3 to top 10 in overall KD, like for search and destroy. We're talking like a 1.19 to like a 1.25. Like that is superstar type stuff. I think they're going to need that. I don't think they should have to rely on it, but they're struggling so much they need him to step up.
Alley against Carolina, a team who's good at search and destroy. They took care of business. Thieves, are they reaching their peak?
I don't know if they're reaching their peak. Their search destroy has yet to completely convince me, although in the most recent matchup on that Hacienda search and destroy was when we saw the best of LA Thieves. So maybe expanding their map pool, maybe they've added that under their belt, but I think search and destroy is still a little bit more to be proven.
On the other side of this matchup, we have the ever-evolving Vegas Falcons. And Clint, I want to get your thoughts here. They bring Wixel back in.
Evolving?
They want to control.
Don't know if I believe in the word evolving, Chris.
No?
Maybe changing.
I feel like it's better than the start of their original roster and the second iteration of the roster.
I don't know, Chris. They stink. I want to see these guys improve. I don't know. I'm at the brother. I'm at the wipe the goddamn board. Let's start over and make a different team. That's where I'm at, Chris. That's the honest truth.
What would Maven do?
Get rid of all 4 of them, Chris, and start over. Like, what ticks me off is just seeing even like the players' reactions. Like when they're playing against them, it seems so trolly. Nobody's taking them serious currently. You had your experiment. It's done. Done.
With that said, I'm excited to get into this matchup. Can we take a look at your maps and modes? Because we're going to.
Doesn't matter what maps they play. We're going to. They can be playing anywhere, Chris.
Red car, Skyline Vault, Skyline Proto.
Skyline
Easy win.
Protocol. Alley, break it down by
Skyline is a little
numbers.
scary, but I think LA.
How big is it?
I mean,
I think
Volt
LA.
is the one map that
think
Vegas Falcons
LA,
is able to take that map combination. And against
I
one
think
of the better
LA
control teams, so you could argue
learned their
for
lesson
that. But
from
on the flip
Skyline,
side,
so
LA
we'll see what
Thieves,
happens in
they're looking to do
S&D.
this as quickly as literal possible. Skyline Search and Destroy, that is an S&D that they have been working on, sits around near where Hacienda is for me, so they should be good at that. Not to mention that was Game 7. They might have some PTSD. Red card, that's a good hard point when it comes for LA Thieves. I believe they're like 4-2 on it, so they're feeling fine in this series.
Let's get into it. The match is almost ready, which means it's time for your Scuff Pick'ems. To start the day, I'd like to begin with you, George Washington.
Do I actually pick? Who do we think I'm picking here?
Are you going LA Thieves? You can be nameless today.
Yes, I'm going Thieves, Chris.
Okay. Rosalie?
I'm going LA Thieves.
I, too, would like to go LA Thieves. Clint,
Look,
do your
this-
thing.
I would really like to flip these, but that's just cruel. I don't have it in me.
Let's do it later. We've got a few more to go.
That's just cruel.
The judges being kind, lenient. These two are ready to go, though. Let's send it over to the duo. It's Shift and Study.
Hi, friends. Good to see you. It's been a heck of a weekend, like Ali had mentioned kind of in the intro during headquarters. We've had some upsets. We've had some thrillers. We've had some 250 to 248 hard points. This series may not provide much of the same drama, Jay, but you just never know. That's the biggest thing about Call of Duty.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Right now, it sounds like we're going to be selling a dream, Alan, because Maven let the Falcons players know, the Falcons organization know, they're probably going to have to blow it up. And I can understand the frustration. You lose 15 hard points in a row. You only have 2 control victories on the season and 3 search and destroy victories on the season. A total of 5 maps. Nothing has been going right. You've been flipping out rosters left and right. But finally, at least for 2 weeks now, they have had this same lineup. But the only thing now is they're going up against this Thieves roster, who's obviously on a revenge tour ever since losing a great, tough grand finals at Major 1.
Yeah, instant classic grand finals without question.
Yeah.
I mean, it just doesn't get any better
I
than
like
that.
how he
I
just
think
pulls
from
out a
Vegas'
magic
perspective.
card.
And hey, I think the thing about this Thieves squad was we had moments going into the Major where we started to kind of shake up maybe a little bit of concern about, is this super team really all that super? And I think the thing that was really impressive about their run at Madrid was not just, of course, the Game 7, but I actually get to go back to the winners finals, the map 5 that they had versus Atlanta as well, where again, back and forth series, winnable for both the squads throughout, and really outside of the matches versus Atlanta, LA handled their business, man. They looked really clean throughout the Major, and they started off this Major series with their really clean 3-0 versus Carolina as well.
Yeah, the good thing that they relied on the major was just their respawn gameplay. Unbelievable in hard point, unbelievable in control, but search and destroy. We're headed into Envoy interview versus Carolina. This is what their main focus is going to be all throughout this Major 2 qualifiers, because that is the reason why they lost that finals versus Atlanta FaZe. You lose 3 in a best of 7. Yeah, you're not going to stand a chance there. But technically, they are still a super team, Alan. If you can lock up respawns, which are 3 out of the 5 game modes that you have in every single series, obviously, you can get caught slipping in one. But they are, without question, the top hardpoint team in the game. And currently, right now, as we speak, the top control team. So they figure out search and destroy. They're basically going to be unbeatable.
And I think the interesting thing about this Steve squad is that their map fluidity throughout all of the respawns has been really strong. Like, they don't really bank on any particular vetoes. They don't particularly bank on any single map in respawn. Maybe you start to throw in considerations for things like Hacienda Control. They've been really good there, as well as the protocol. But here's the thing about this. This Steve's team, I thought, had a pretty difficult opening season, the opening stage, rather, schedule. But now you get into Major 2. You deal with a Ravens team where, again, I feel like the temperature on them is sometimes hot, sometimes cold. The same can be said for what we're going to maybe expect from Ultra next week. And then beyond that, you really don't see another major opponent until those last 2 when you play Optic and Rocker, who has been giving a threat to everybody in the league.
Yeah, so I'm looking at this road to Major 2. Like, this is looking like all of LA Thieves throughout qualifiers are going to be testing maps in a majority of these series. They want to try to improve their game. You're not, like you said, playing the toughest opponents. Your toughest opponent at the end of the season, at the end of the qualifiers, is going to be Optic Texas, who I expect to be a lot more polished by the time they get to, like, match 6 or match 7 with Pred back in the lineup. But this Thieves roster is now in the position to where they can control how they want to be. They know that they're great at respawns. Now it's just like, all right, what teams are we playing? What's their best search and destroy maps? Let's throw them in there to test it.
Yeah, if you take Atlanta out of the picture, again, only 2 series losses for the Steve squads. Both came in map 5 versus Optic, and as well versus Boston. That Boston series in particular is the one I think we both looked at and said, is this team for real coming into the major? On the other side, though, we got to take a look at Vegas, because the news is not great. We talk about just the 5 series total losses for these. There's only been 5 map wins so far for Vegas, and a lot of it has come by way of just finding their 2 vault
This one's going to be tough for Vegas.
Boston, but they have
and I agree with Maven.
Obviously, you've got Thieves,
like,
Cloud9
they trying their best to have a
how Rocker have been clean.
Honestly, I don't know what's the right word.
For Vegas,
just have a, you know, a all Saudi Arabian team. I understand it because it's Falcons.
Yeah, we're looking for a W. It's as simple as that. We're trying to figure out how to
obviously HQ'd in Saudi Arabia and all that other stuff. I understand what they're trying to do. It's good. It's just it's not working. The past 15 matches, obviously from hardpoint, the hardpoint is okay. It's just not the best.
Again, like you said, 0-15, 11 of the plays that they've had in hardpoint have been.
It's going to be the same thing.
So again,
I feel like it might be.
Where else do you want to go? Because it doesn't look like they've been
might be the same issue with
having a small issue getting into our first game, though, friends. So we're gonna step away for a brief break. When we come back, it's the Vegas Falcons try to take on the Los Angeles Thieves. Don't go anywhere.
But yeah, like, when it comes to Falcons, it's just hard to kind of predict what they're trying to do, because like right now they just don't have anything at the moment, and right now Falcons just doesn't have anything at the moment. They're good in control. They're okay in control. Oh, got the G-Force. Funny. But yeah, it's just like
we're safe for now. Nobody's catching us this champs. I'm happy about that. We do have quite a few world champions up on that stage. We got 4 of them up there. I had to bust their rings out. I had to bring them out back to their natural habitat. They were forged in arenas like this at Call of Duty champs.
And you both just died to it. It was awesome.
Oh no, mamma mia! Oh my god, mamma mia! Oh no!
Wow! You are him.
Oh no!
How about you both? Yeah, perfect. Hop and look over him. You can see everything.
Absolutely find it for us. No. Back circle weak. Yeah, back circle. Back circle. Bomb. I'm ready to move. Weak. No.
Timeout.
Let's go, Max.
Oh my god, my bad, bro.
agree with Smokes not being in respawn? I do personally, yeah. You do personally? I do too. I think it would make the viewing experience worse. What did I just see on my screen? Who was that guy? Did you see that? No. Who the fuck was that guy? I don't know. Welcome to the citizens over there on YouTube. There's some random guy, like, see how they have the quad box? Like, there was some random guy just like in the all 4 boxes, and he looked like he was going crazy. Yeah.
But yeah, I just feel like.
Welcome back, everybody. We are still waiting for map number 1 to get started. It'll be a red card once we load into hardpoint number 1 shift with Study, and we got the Vegas Falcons and the LA Thieves trying to get locked in. And Jay, I think the desk talked about it a lot. If you're playing up against Vegas, you're probably not just feeling confident. You're probably also trying to get a little bit more dynamic in your map pool. And well, I think the thing about it is Thieves should be feeling very comfortable about map number 1. This red card hardpoint has been a staple for them, especially lately.
Oh, yeah, they've been playing phenomenal in hardpoint in general. Red Card sitting at a flawless 4-0 record. Had a lot of reps at it throughout Major 1. Had a lot of tight games, especially in Major 1 versus Atlanta, but they still stand strong on what they need to do, the fundamental part of that game, which is winning rotations, and we're setting up properly in these hills. Some of these hills can be very difficult to break on in. They don't even rely on that. So when you have that fundamental aspect of rotating early, setting up properly, it makes your game a whole lot easier, especially when you have the gunnies that you have on this LA Thieves roster, because everyone can shoot.
Yeah, it's been a couple of weird moments, I think, for this squad, trying to get a finger on what's going wrong for them in the search and destroy, right? But I think the thing is, you really only saw that when they played up against teams like Atlanta. It was also kind of one of those linchpins for their failure when they were playing up against Boston before we went to Madrid in the first place. But everything looked like it was right back into what we would have expected against a Carolina team who, let's be candid here, Jay, they had been one of our search and destroy star squads. So to see Thieves come out, find a way to get onto a hacienda and take care of Carolina in 8 rounds, that's got to be really confidence boosting for Thieves fans.
Yeah, I think it was the teamwork aspect. It wasn't really an individual standing out, as everyone played their part. They started off the initial couple of rounds, 4 pushing towards sites, retaking together, and then towards the later half, when you need to make those adjustments, that's when you had playmakers like Envoy and Hydra. Hydra ends that map with an ace, I'm pretty sure, over towards Rock, and they didn't even have to do it with like the first blood fights. That's usually the struggle is with this LA rosters. That first blood's don't go their way, they don't know how to work in a man disadvantage. But versus Carolina, they were able to fix that slightly. Now it's about building upon that versus now the Vegas Falcons.
Indeed the case, and like we already mentioned, you saw it there, the first 3 maps: red card, hard point, skyline, search and destroy, vault control. I think the interesting one in the first 3 is actually looking forward to that vault control. Obviously Vegas finding their win in their last series earlier this weekend, but this is a map that LA has not played in quite a long time. So when we eventually get to that control, it should be, I think, intriguing just to see what this Thieves team has cooked up for us. But it starts with the red card hard point, a map that on average they beat teams by about 75 points. Mercy, not one that you like to see if you're Vegas, especially considering that it has not been a regular playground for them lately.
Yeah, they only have 1 rep on it. Now it's versus Vancouver Surge. Before Major 1, they were even able to only lose by 80 points. They won a majority of rotations, had success in their holes, but again, they struggle on that breaking. They are the worst team when it comes down to setting up team pushes to break into these hard points, and also basically the worst team in hold percentage. They only have 1 rep on it, so their stats look a little bit more polished. But into this map number 1, you need to bring it early. You cannot fall in the beginning of this game down by 60, down by 100, because the Thieves are just going to run away with it.
And I think the player to watch is just to see how much success Hexmid might be able to find, as he has been one of the KD leaders. I say that with some hesitations for Vegas, because let's be honest, the KDs have not been particularly great in hardpoint. But if he can get loose, if he can get free, maybe he's the one that can put some influence over towards these kind of more tricky rotations. But so far, so good, at least in terms of how Vegas have gotten themselves in for the early time. And a lot of that has come from the gun of Wixel, who finds himself inside the hardpoint.
Yeah, big start off for Wixel, the player who was recently added back into the starting lineup. With a 3-1 start, soaks up at least 13 seconds off of P1, currently dominating over towards head, but for 15 seconds left. Want to make sure you maintain that side of the map. These aren't going to give it up for free. For double, give me number 3. And that's 5 in a row for Paco. And now you're just going to push them out.
And the zone around the middle of the map has been perfect so far for LA as well. So Hydra working to try to get himself an early streak. As the
good stuff for LA. Good stuff for Vegas, but
on this setup. They're a bit stretched. I think a lot
I think LA Thieves is going to have a little bit more firepower than Vegas overall. So I don't think there's no worries for LA Thieves. Unless there's somehow Vegas can pick up something, then it would be a little worried.
Takes that one away from him, who potentially picked up the Elstorm, but Vegas, they have currently worked their way on in with those back spawns.
Yeah, dives on into the hard point. Objective kill does not allow enough scores to get the Hellstorm, and as King finds 2, Wixel up top will clear the front, and that's not bad at all for Vegas. They'll be able to get in for a little bit more time. To whom cleans up the final Thieves member. Split spawn situation here for LA with 15 seconds to the fight for it.
Yeah, but this is where you have to get aggressive with those kills. You know, it's only 15 seconds remaining here at P2. You want to try to flip them out. Window rotation over towards New. Ghosty finds one, Xnid with the trade, but the team kill is not going to slow down that push. LA Thieves still maintaining a majority of that mid-map. They're going to win the rotation over towards New. Hydra's being a nuisance on your pinch. And now, even with Vegas dying all the way across the map, you get blessed spawns to be spawning on the backside towards a new one.
Yeah, and I think that's the interesting point here for Vegas. You know, we talked about this with a couple other squads, but in particular for the Falcons, you could definitely tell their mentality is hills are greater than kills. They are just all objective focused, and sometimes that does allow them a chance like this, where you get a couple of kills from inside. Thieves are a little bit split. King able to find himself 2 in a row, and right back into the mix go Vegas, able to tie this game right back up.
Yeah, now you're controlling the game. Counter for every single player for the Thieves, spawning on towards the backside. DeHoom trying to hold down towards Street. Him and King combining for 3 in a row. Vegas, they have now taken the lead. If you are LA Thieves, you want to be able to stop this bleeding. You have one player in Scrap trying to set up on the pinch, but it seems they have gotten a read on it. King finds that kill. Nice. The trade's that's another 3 effective in the trade, and Vegas is still in it.
Yep, this is again that scrappy Vegas Falcons team that we've seen against squads like Optic on Vault in the past, where their first rotation looks pretty well complete. Now, I think the question will be, as we get a little bit deeper into this hard point, can Vegas continue to find the small adaptations that they need to battle up against the success points of the Thieves? That has always been kind of where they've fallen. And, well, Wixel's double, that'll work out. Pistol on to Ghost. He doesn't quite win the gunfight, but enough for DeHoom to follow up, and that'll get Vegas back into the hard point again.
Yeah, continue to fill the gaps.
Envoy's a little.
The team kill on Xnid, or nading himself isn't going to help the situation. That now leads to a
Envoy's is starting a little slow, but.
A lot of time to fight for with 30 seconds remaining. And all the
we
gunfights
gain.
on the map, thinking about that rotation to New, all going in favor of the Thieves.
Strong start, I'll say. Strong start on the P1 and P3.
Vegas able to turn that one
Or
around
P4, man.
is literally all white.
Yeah, it is.
So,
need to get some of this mid-map control back, especially with Ghost already working on rotation.
Like, Vegas has kind of improved.
I don't think
I'll
Ghosty
say.
saw Wixel on the cross, but he will get the call from his teammate. Still holds down this back office area as he will find DeHoom for free. Now he can go to try to confirm this trade a little bit more delayed. Wixel forcing the battle. A little back and forth for both players. Ghosty trying to lock down the shots, but Envoy comes to save the day, and Thieves will hold the numbers over the new hard point.
Yeah, they want to fight over 4 bar side at this P5. Makes it a whole lot easier to set up for time here. Ghosty still roaming. Ghosty trying to find
What the hell is going on?
Gunfight, but finally he's able to secure it. And leads to all 4
Ooh.
control in favor of the Thieves. But DeHoom with finding a double, they're already out.
Yeah, hanging in there right now. Our Vegas AR starting to pop off. 2 for 1 goes the exchange. Scrap still holding on towards this front windows.
I mean, Doom is definitely popping off so far. 16-9. That's a good start. It's just the other teammates like Xnid and Wixel. It's definitely good shots, Ghosty.
Down and prone, finding 2 will open the door for LA to get back in with 10 to fight.
Yeah, and that's another 3 dead already in the feed. Last player on the point is going to be Wixel. He's effectively traded. But only for 5 seconds. Still a 15-point lead here for the Thieves. Let's make some adjustments here at P1. You want to try to fight a little bit more over towards Hedge, because that's where Vegas were able to find a lot more success. A little time here at P1 initially.
How about DeHoom, though? Kind of behind enemy lines here, just playing his life behind this new hard point. That will allow him to come into the play for Vegas to find 2 and win back mid-map. Scrap working, got a shutdown by Wixel. That's 3 straight eliminations now for Vegas. Hydra deep over through stage. Doesn't have much of an angle here. Still is able to find 1. Trade comes through for Wixel, but Vegas cannot stay in the hard point as we continue to go back and forth.
And if you're Wixel, just try to play your life as long as you can. You have King watching over you to set up these team shots. Finds that kill onto Envoy over through Hedge, but you got to take him off the hard point.
Oh, no.
Tries to slide for the kill onto Scrap. He gets taken care of. Exit here. And a 7-15 start. He's usually their all-star with the SMG. Not having the best map 1 performance.
No.
And the Thieves find every single kill. for the final 10.
And that's the interesting thing, and kind of why I was mentioning him at the very first beginning of this hard point, was if Exton could kind of do what Snoopy does, get lost, just kind of hit routes, come up from behind, come out of nowhere, maybe that will allow you a chance to foil these LA Thieves setups. But honestly speaking, Exton has played, I think, very linearly, just kind of playing from the front of these hills, not really taking the long routes. And yeah, he's getting absolutely shredded right now. 7 and 17, not really able to stay into the hard point. Finally, he gets himself one elimination on Discraft, and that will be enough for Vegas to control the spawns, and with that, also the hard point.
Yeah, this is a great moment right now for the Falcons. They already have been able to control a majority of this B2.
I'll give props to Vegas. They are squaring up in a way.
Not allowed anyone to slip bomb by, but here comes Envoy in that pinch, able to work his way through mid-ticket. Hodges strikes for the first kill. Envoy takes care of the play over towards stage. Spawns now flip. An easy break attempt there for the Thieves. And good 20 seconds to fight for.
Yeah, decent moment from Exton there playing on the outside of the hard point, but you're absolutely right. The setup was absolutely flawless from the Thieves. They will reclaim the lead. 10 seconds left on this time. Vegas trying to fight from the backside of the spawns and also have to move across. So we'll take this as a moment to jump over and listen in with the Vegas Falcons.
Ooh, nice shots.
لازم بلك بيتو لازم بلك بيتو معلم عادي انا ساعه ابو احمد يجي عندنا ساعه ها دخل عليه تايم وش عنده يمين ها بلف يا عيال ها بلف ما شوف مات 3 مات باقي واحد ملعب بيتو قريب ملعب بيتو ها قاس سمعت
Well, Jade's starting to feel
Ooh, that's
those
unfortunate
games that
from
might be
Doom.
Close until it's not, as Thieves are starting to pull away. We jump over to an LA Thieves listening.
Come chase. There was 2 at old still. Yeah, 1/3 side ticket and 1's P1. I can't chop. Red door. P1, 1 bullet. I'm one shot. Up. Me too. Yeah, in ticket. Ciao. One shot ticket. Take it out to new. Nice. Wanna be searched? Ticket, I think, fuck up. I'm watching your camera. I have their shot. I'm reloading. There's a ticket. One ticket. Be search weak. I'm pitching. Be search weak, king. And the rest want to do. The rest want to watch out, like. Elbow now. Yep, I needed it. Look my chairs. Go chairs. Yeah. I said 2 elbow though. They're gonna flood. I ticket. They can't go.
It was kind of close. It was kind of Vegas was kind of shaping up a little bit, but yeah, no, ain't happening at this point.
Yeah, definitely one of those games that was close till it's not. Jay, LA just pulling away these last 2 hard points.
That's all it came down to. A full 60 there at P4. You chain it over towards P5. You're finding initial gunfights off the rotation. You're just making the lives of the Vegas Falcons players a living hell because you're consistently spawning over towards the Zetsky side. You're walking into the pre-aims of every single player on the side of the Thieves. And now they only need 22 seconds to take map number 1. But to go back to Vegas Falcons, listen a little bit again. This is something that they're going to have to learn as they continue to play with each other or just continue to play in general. Is that when you have frantic callouts, it requires, and it basically forces every single player in your team to react to it. That's what forces like those easy breaks to come in for the opposing teams because someone is saying, okay, one could be steps, one could be this way. But if everyone's reacting to it, you're giving up something for a slight second, and unfortunately, you're getting pounced on it. It's just like with them being a new roster, those are the little things that continue to hold them back.
And immediately, I think the reaction to that is you go and take an opposite reaction to the Thieves where you're hearing Ghost is saying, I got your mid. They can't come through mid. And like he's just telling you where they can't be, so everyone else just inherently knows that they need to be watching from there on out. And this is just kind of the same story that we've seen from Vegas where they play the first rotation so close they're really good at kind of getting the early rotations, but as you start to see players get lost, I think Hydra in particular, it just becomes such deterrence towards Vegas, keeping that momentum throughout a second set of hills, and that's exactly what
this is just a slammage. This is
to finish off map number 1.
like it was kind of close. It was close in the beginning, but it was close in the beginning, but yeah, after that P4, P5, like that soak, it was over for Vegas. There was nothing they could do.
Accidentally nades himself, and that leads to a clean break for the Thieves. They dominated over towards P5 because their ARs are just shooting a little bit better than the side of Vegas. But then when they needed to make the adjustments on the second half of the game, they said, okay, we're going to be able to trap you towards the front side of P2. You'll be laid off the rotation, or we'll allow you to break through the front side of P3. But then as soon as you do that, we'll flip you guys to the back, and then we'll chain it over towards P4 and P5. It was just a step ahead of the game. Actually, a couple has steps, not just one. But that's why they're the best hardpoint team in the game. They can flip the switch just like that.
100%. And another moment, I think, just kind of looking at it, if not do Thieves just like get a good read, they kind of turn up and, they kind of control the map when they start to find advantages, especially against a team like Vegas who don't really have the presence to do the same that we've seen. I think the other side of this is it's more than just the macro game. I mean, we were kind of talking about it during the listen-in where it's just like, you've got a 1v1 where Vegas is ironed, they're getting the first 3 shots, and they're still losing the gunfight, and that changes the dynamic of an entire hardpoint because that's a 1v1 for initial or 1v1 for the spawns. And outside of a couple of, I think, just good team shot moments here early for Vegas, there was just too many individual 1v1s that were not going their way that cost them moments in Hill.
Yeah, never. That's all going to come down to them just realizing how to play together the more that they continue to play, because hardpoint is not about one-on-one gunfights. It's all about setting up team shots, double challenging, playing to your advantages. And right now, you're not really playing to your advantages because you got ARs posted up, playing for one-on-one gunfights. You're initially fine and break into these hardpoints, but once that second attempt comes in for the Thieves, they made it look easy.
Yeah.
Look at Ghosty. He's playing. Oh, never mind.
It's just the little things about hardpoint that seems
like that moment, that Doom. When Doom didn't get the kill, that's when you fucked up, because you should have got the kill right there. You can't have that happen. That's a good shot from King, but wasn't good enough. That's something that
I think it is one of those things though that for Vegas it's the same problem, different day, and that's one of those
they just need to learn how to play together for Vegas. That's all they need to do, because they're getting double kills and such, but they're not playing together enough. That's my problem with them, and they need to figure that out.
Qualifiers, where we're sitting there saying, what is going on? They were missing out on what looked to be pretty basic stuff. We were really worried about their map pool after Rewind was out of the picture, but you could see kind of how this team learns and adapts, especially in live moments. At one point, we were dealing with a 127 and a 125 game, and then you look at the last 4 hard points, just a blow up where you go 3 straight hills if you're Vegas without finding a single point. That is the definition of being in hell.
Yeah, and that's just something that they're only going to learn as time continues to go down, because eventually you're going to be able to figure out what your mistakes are on hardpoint. The fact that they haven't put it together yet, like, okay, this break opportunity isn't working for us. This break attempt isn't working for us. Stop solo challenging here, stop solo challenging there. You're probably getting that communication because you have a 3-time world champion teaching you the game. Like, I know Clay knows how to play hardpoint. It's just right now it's not clicking for them in HP, and I don't know when it is going to be able to click for them because they have so many little mistakes that turn out to be such big moments in their gameplay.
Yeah, and whether, again, it's as a full 4-man squad or if it's individual ones that just don't get one, it's a problem that is multifaceted. And I think even beyond that, just looking at it as a squad, whether you do that from the coach's perspective or a player's perspective, sometimes you can almost get lost in the sauce in terms of like, what should we be focusing on right now? Because it's hard to say, oh, we need to be better at controlling spawns. And that's what you're working on. That's what you're focusing on. But you lose a 1v1 that leads to you losing spawns. And then it's just like, the problem just gets so confounded. So definitely things for Vegas that continue to be a frustration point. We look at the search and destroy. This is an interesting map pool. I think just in terms of what we're going to get from Vegas, a map that they did find a win on early in the season. Again, it was literally first week of the season. But for LA, this is a map that they also had not played a ton until they got to the grand finals, where of course they lost a dramatic round 11 against FaZe. So definitely feels like talking about LA. Get the map pool more dynamic, build up the weak points in your search map pool, and that's what we're likely going to be considering here in this map too.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, because even following this map number 2, we got the vault control, and you're probably thinking, okay, if you're Vegas, you wanted to play vault. But no, LA Thieves were Team B. They decided to play vault because they want to improve in their map pool. So For Skyline Search and Destroy, this is going to be a test. Obviously, they do struggle in that first blood column. I know they are number one when you talk about getting the bomb planted, but 8th overall on post plans. That was a situation where they needed to be able to fix it. But on the opposite side for Vegas, at least you do got one rep. You got a couple reps on Skyline, 1 W, but that comes all the way in the beginning of the season versus Carolina. Have not found success recently in the last 2. But the Vegas Falcons,
yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, that's one of the things that you have to Vegas definitely have to figure out.
This is the interesting thing about this Vegas team, kind of maybe even mimicking what we were talking about a touch, where like hills are greater than kills and how they try to play hardpoint. They attempt to do the same thing in Search and Destroy. And I think the thing about it is, especially on the offensive side, when they do get the bomb down, they're actually the best team in the league at holding a post plant. The problem is they're one of the worst teams in the league at getting the bomb down. So it's like, you know what to work on. It's the same situations that we talk about with hardpoint of, do you worry about the rotation percentage? Do you worry about the hold percentage? Well, you kind of get an idea based on the metrics. In this instance, you look at Vegas and say, it's all about, can we survive through the first bloods, get ourselves into position to actually get the bomb planted, and then from there, we're chilling, at least in some sort of a moment. But the problem has been, again, it's hard, I think, just to pinpoint to one thing, because so many things can go wrong in the process of them trying to get the objective down, especially offensively.
Yeah, and I think S&D is going to be like one of their biggest things that they are going to have to be making the adjustments in, because hardpoint, it's pretty self-explanatory. Like, we rotate early, we beat you off rotation, we set up properly, you only get 1 or 2 break attempts at it. If you don't find it, cool, clean 60 for us. But Search and Destroy is where those mind games come into play. And right now, at least when we watch Vegas, the last time we watched them or had the opportunity to cast them, they threw the same exact strategy every single round on land. And we're not making any single adjustments. Up 5-1 in the Search and Destroy, by the way. You got to believe, like, eventually an adjustment comes in. But no, they just like, okay.
Like, this was the closest they could get, but it's like Falcons. They had so much potential in that.
So I think that's what they have to work on.
That hardpoint is that hardpoint from against the Hacienda hardpoint was good for Vegas. They just those moments they have to capitalize, or else they're gonna lose. And unfortunately, they didn't capitalize on their momentum. Like what the death said, you have to give pressure onto the people who are spawning on the other side of the map. They had no pressure. They just walked. The other, like, Boston just waltzed in, just killed everyone off point, and that was like, okay, yeah, this is GG's. There's just nothing. There's no way they can make a comeback from that.
Where they just chase what they see in the minimap, they chase down comms, they don't maybe trust the process, or things go wrong and there's no follow-up. And we saw that a little bit versus Boston early. We obviously saw that kind of happen as well in the second half of the red card here early. But the problem is not just going to extend to these first 2 series. In fact, I think you look at that Boston series and say that was your best chance maybe at finding a win, or at least early, because this Cloud9 team looks strong. You're going to give Ultra another month to figure things out, and I'm not going to sleep on that Gorillas mate team. I know that they lost a map 5 the other day, a really dramatic one versus Boston, but I still rate that LAG team pretty highly in terms of their capabilities of, again, taking down top teams in their way.
Yeah, they just have to figure it out. I still don't know why it's taking that roster so long when you have 3 people who have won a world championship together, and absolutely raw talented player in Lens. But like you said, for Vegas, it just doesn't get any easier. Your best opportunity at a W potentially was versus Boston, but you fall short there. Cloud9, they have been turning up. Rocker, they have been turning up. But this series is far from over, Alan. The Skyline Search and Destroy might be the turning point for Vegas. You know what you need to do. LAT, they tend to struggle in their first floods. Let's find the first kill. Let's get the bomb planted and, you know, do what we do best on the post plan.
Yeah, see what that happens. It starts, though, I think, for both these 2 teams and how the opening duels transpire. Like you mentioned, just to kind of hit it up once again, the opening duel percentage for the side of LA Thieves in Search and Destroy and overall metrics has not been particularly great. Yeah, there might be a little PTSD here. This feels like the round 11 where, again, you just play through elevator, but there's a lot of players here.
Ooh, that's unfortunate.
Hydra finds the first kill, but also, unfortunately, finds
that is so...
Vegas just completely clustered them inside of the bottom side of LA.
I was so confused.
Disrespectful round right there at LA. They said, okay, guys, we're going to throw something completely random in the air. Let's just 4-hit underground and see how it works out. They find the first blood, but since you have every single player trying to work their way through a doorway, a team pill comes in, and then King is able to line up 3. And that is one of those rounds, like, if you're the Vegas Falcons players, no way they just tried to do that to us. Right. Like, it's as simple as that. Like, there's no way they're disrespecting us like that. We take round number 1, but now we got to show what we can do.
Easy peasy for Vegas. Good read. King finding 3 of, well, really, he found all 4. He got the damage in the scrap as well. So that team kill comes out. And now you start to deal with this offensive look. Very slow, very passive here for Vegas, looking towards A. Good read from Witzel. He sees the shoulders from Envoy, who still just takes the challenge, wins it. Hydra over the backside of the top bedroom position, wins another, and oh boy, it looked like there was a perfect read from Vegas initially, but they don't win a single gunfight.
Yep, it was all one-on-one gunfights. It's as simple as that. You got gunned.
Yeah, again, this is a game mode you have to play with. You have to play together, or else you're gonna lose. And
that is 1-1
that, like that, is something Vegas cannot do. They have to play it together, and that's gonna take them a long time before they can do anything. And they don't. And the thing is, they don't have a lot of time.
Shoulder where he was getting chewed up, and he still finds the challenge over the top of the heady on the hedge and wins it.
It's connected.
It's like those are the moments where it's just like, yeah, there's a level of that. I'm looking at it from the other side. If you're Vegas, you can't lose those ones. Like,
no,
you AR versus SMG, you're getting bullied by shoulders. It's just that can't happen.
It is
back on the attack though. Not gonna go for the 4 strategy through bottom on the ground. We're just gonna take control of mid-map. Scrap finds the first blood onto Wixu, but a couple players from Vegas do sneak on by.
Yeah, this stun, I think, initially has Envoy looking to see who's over on the right. They don't expect that King was the one affected on that close left corner. So just a little bit of aggression here from Vegas will work out. Now they're coming back to the play as they're able to isolate onto Hydra. And there we go. Okay, nice little read from Vegas once again. A little bit of aggression working out and keeping Thieves just a little bit puzzled.
They just get through that A site, even with the first blood going in favor of LA. Like you said, they think that the stun is able to connect onto a player at bar, but he's already on the backside towards your Kabul. So DeHoom finds the first, Wixel there for the second. Then effective trades on the back end. LA Thieves not really worried about bomb planes or anything like that. It's just trying to send it for the gunfight so far in these last couple of rounds. And Vegas are making him pay for it.
Okay, defensive pressure looking good for Vegas. This time looking to get a little bit more aggressive on this attack through mid. DeHoom able to get a read at least onto one Thieves member playing over towards the table. That's enough for King to try to take the challenge, but I don't think Vegas read how many Thieves defenders were there, and they will fall subject to the first blood.
Yeah, first blood in favor of LA. Information already gained onto Xnid. Now Hydra thinking that he potentially is going to catch a timing, but DeHoom in the perfect position to make it into a 3v3. He is on 4 in a row. Remember, Xnid is still pushed up.
Scrap bottom hot tub in a little bit of trouble here. Damage onto multiple Vegas members, but cannot escape. Leaving Ghosty now by himself, 1v2 situation. Cannot follow up on the damage initially that he had tallied by Scrap, so this will reset things completely, and the bomb is also going to be planted here for Vegas.
Now in a 2v1, Ghosty left to clutch on up. How did DeHoom and Wix decide to play this? DeHoom going to be pushed out over towards table, playing the timings, able to get the info and line up.
Play on Vegas.
DeHoom came to play today so far. He had his moments in map number 1. He ends that round on 6 in a row. He's finding opening kills.
Not good for well, I mean, obviously the fees are trying stuff,
back pocket to close out the round.
but they ain't working out.
Okay, DeHoom, I see you, man.
They ain't working out.
That's the other side about it. We haven't talked about this maybe since, prior to the major, but Xnid has stepped up. He's kind of claimed the star role for this Vegas team in a lot of ways. It's based on the numbers. He's also just kind of looking at the cameras and listening to the listen-ins. He's been one of the vocal leaders, it seems like, for this Vegas team. We obviously talk about Kicks being statistically one of their best players, but they need someone to step up.
Yeah, just do the traditional light the bomb.
On 6 in a row. Xnid quickly, topside bedroom. Does he get a read and the player's down low? Doesn't need to. Wixel finds the first, plus the bomb does get planted in the same breath, and does a follow-up.
Hydra effective on the trade. Ghosty slides on in for the kill on the King, but the Human Wixel combined.
Ooh, wow.
The Hydra, he gets taken care of. And again, Vegas off for the first blood. Plays it in man advantage. They realize, okay, Thieves are not sitting around bar. They not pushed up towards the backside of their Kabul. Eventually, someone has to try to peek this site for the defuse. And as soon as they do that, preams are already set up. Vegas find the initial 2, and then Hydra left in a 1v2. Stands no chance there. Defense have been treating Vegas well so far in this skyline.
And, Jay, I kind of want to get your opinion on this. I think are, maybe a little bit post-traumatically stressed by that round 11 from the grand finals where Hydra just kind of runs forward into elevator and it's just offensively, Thieves just can't get anything going. this all feels like very bold play calling out of Thieves in terms, especially their attack. It just kind of, it's curious to see, you know, why they're trying to do something so strange instead of just playing the more default orthodox way that we often expect offenses to play. Yeah, they're playing disrespectful search and destroy right now, and it's not working. Again, Hydra trying to slide on in for the first one. He gets taken care of. Scraps for the trade. Wixel and King and DeHoom. Everybody from Vegas is just in a position to play trades. Like, LA Thieves are going one by one. We're having superhero moments, and unfortunately, none of them are leading to success. It's now Vegas now put themselves at game point. It's just, it feels like, I don't even know what. It doesn't feel combined in the efforts right now for Thieves. Like, outside of the quad push through elevator on the first offense, and I mean, every time that we've seen even Thieves win 1v1s, it has been that 1v1s. I'm confused. I'm confused on why it looks like they're almost reinventing the wheel here in terms of what they're trying to do on the map, and maybe a little bit is trying to like figure out something new, but it's not working, and DeHoom is feasting. He's 8-1. Yeah, if you're telling me, okay, we went back to practice at the drawing board and Search and Destroy, these are the strategies we came out with, yeah, you stand no chance within Skyline S&Ds if this is how you're going to play. Now down 5-1, though. Back on the attack, full A control. They're just going to get that objective down. Vegas forced to find success on the retake. And you've got an RC here for DeHoom trying to clear some space. Immediately gets destroyed. Some damage has been tallied, but largely everyone stays fine for LA. Ghosty drops over through bedroom side. So now the post plant has to stay alive inside of this A plant. A nice little angle there for DeHoom. Following up. Shots down for good for the double. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. How about Vegas? Big pop-off here in map number 2. It's only their 6th map win, and that's the first one that looked as calm as we've ever seen from the Falcons. And DeHoom with a nice little smile gets a fist bump from one of his coaches. Lets him know, hey, man, you just did your thing. 10-1, 10 KD. Vegas Falcons just came ready to play on that Skyline Search and Destroy. I mean, if you're the Thieves, like, I know it's all cool. You lose another Search and Destroy, but it's not cool to come out and try to disrespect them on the S&D and then get disrespected in the final score line. You need to improve in Search and Destroy, but that's not the way you want to do it. The troll in S&D, yeah, that's not it. Todd 1-1 is the series. That was the word I was going to go to. It just felt a little bit too trolly. Like, I hate to make it sound so simple, but that's just
like, I kind of figured that LA Thieves was trying something just stupid. I understand it, but it's just, you know.
So crazy things. DeHoom goes 10-1 by technicality. That ties the top overall Search and Destroy KD record, and it's against the team that just finished 2nd in Madrid. So I don't even know what to say. Let's just kind of rinse the floor and start talking about vault control a little bit before we go to break, Jay.
Hey, this should be a fun one. Obviously, if you are LA Thieves, you weren't expected to be in this situation. You were most likely looking at a 2-0 going into a control that you usually don't like to play, but now Vegas have themselves an opportunity. They're going to their best control map. Who knows what's going to happen?
If they find a way to beat Thieves, my PC's going out the window. That's
Vancouver beat Atlanta. Make sure you film it, Alan. Vegas just won a Search and Destroy. And Ali, before the series, you told me the best chance for Vegas to win a map would be in control. Could we see a 2-game?
I don't want to take positive or negative away from you right now, Chris, but the fact that they're even able to win that map number 2 is unbelievable to me. We could see a 2-1. We could.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights, Maven, because your Falcons are in the 1-1 with LA Thieves.
Well, I'm glad the caster said it before I did, because trolling was a good word for it. I missed like the first couple rounds. I ran to the bathroom. I came back and Ali was like, I think Thieves just like 4-hit underground and sent 30 top hall on a flush. I was like, oh. My frustration is this, like, I understand the Thieves where they are versus the Falcons where they are. Maybe I don't take this matchup as seriously as they should, but the one place that they probably should is Search and Destroy, because I disagree with Ali, even though percentage-wise, I guess you'd say Control's their best chance to win. I still think Search is their best chance to get somebody in an upset, 100%. They've had some really close Search matches. That's where they've looked their best. The respawn's been the biggest question mark. So I think a Thieves team that's struggling so much in Search, that's probably the one mode you do want to dial it in. Yeah, it seemed trolly. Seem kind of trolling.
Even if they're trolling, DeHoom went 10-1 against guys like Scrap and Dan Ghosty. Well done to the Falcons over in Saudi Arabia. They don't have a lot of competitive respawn. It's just Search and Destroy.
Yeah.
So it's great to see DeHoom pop it off.
That's where I think they could really find their upsets. I do. They haven't looked like a horrible Search team. It's been the respawns that we've really like clowned them at times because they've looked so lost. But like the Search, I don't look like a horrible Search team. I just wish, I don't know, some of the rounds Thieves just took.
You get 2 more games?
they were making plays they weren't going to make in like grand final. Put it that way. I don't know how to say it. Like,
let's take a look, Allie. What conclusions did you draw from watching this?
I want to give some freaking flowers to the Falcons teams because they have been unreal. This is round number 3. So as Maven kind of set us up, the first 2 rounds, these played a little bit wonky. They sent 4 people underground. It didn't go their way. And then in round number 2, they also sent 3 people hallway, just sprinting at the Falcons players in spawn when they're on defense. And what do the Falcons players do? Well, let's get into it and draw this conclusion. Falcons players, they don't take any slack. So I just want to talk about how good this setup was over on the A side of the defense for the Falcons. I'm going to go ahead and let this play a clip. So they get the timing here. So what's huge about this is I'm going to open up the mini map. Is the fact that they don't get this caught here by that tactical that gets thrown from the side of LA Thieves. Typically, there's a stun that comes through, maybe a nade to try and get some damage on some of these players for some of this information. LA Thieves doesn't get some of that. So what that does is it allows 2 players from Falcons to get across, basically, and set up across both sides of this A point. And the LA Thieves players haven't played for this. They're looking for middle control. Little do they know, B is completely open. Somebody should have made that comm. Number 6 is right here, but they still try to make this play towards this A side, and they're not going to check this left corner where we're going to see that's going to be number 3. That's going to be King, and he's going to play his life here and get this opening couple of kills. So now the LA Thieves players, as they want to make it through and get control of that spawn, instead they lose their opening cavalry over on the A site by not checking that corner of King and end up losing the round.
Falcons taking search and destroy means we have, I believe it's vault control coming up, and then a second hard point.
I mean, vault control, maybe they can find some magic again. That's why they've been able to get a couple of wins. I'm starting to think like I get maybe with Thieves, like just trying to hit some stuff, because like we've seen reaction from players playing against Falcons and Search and Destroy. Like I think of like Beans when they play the protocol search, they're sort of like, what are they doing? It's not necessarily like dumb plays. It's like they play it a little bit differently, and it's not like the standard or like orthodox plays I expect out of some of the other squads. So maybe they were sort of like, this won't actually help us get better. We're gonna try and hit some stuff, just try some different opening routes, and it just didn't pay off.
Don't give the rest of the league any footage.
Yeah, right? No. Honestly, it might be something like that. Like let's just try some stuff, have some fun.
Let's take a look here at our maps remaining.
Like I understand what they're trying. Like I kind of understand what LFEs are trying to do. Like,
Vegas Falcons games,
like obviously Vegas after the reaction, it didn't look like they were impressed because they were like, what the hell were they doing? I thought this is LFEs, but you know, I think LFEs were just trying to, they were still smiling and laughing at the end of the day. So.
It was just unfortunate because they weren't keeping up in the slaying category, so the trading wasn't going their way. So there's some opportunity for Falcons here.
I was gonna pick 2 maps like for hardpoint to control that you maybe could pull off. It'd be these 2.
Right? So that's what I was thinking. It could be fun. It's time to find out. Shift Study, it's your turn.
Hey. Hi, David. Looking good with that wig, brother. It's 40. It's getting white. It's getting gray if it's there at all. No, but he's right. Hey, if you're going to pick 2 maps, Jay, for the upcoming 2 modes, these are the 2 you probably want if you are Vegas. Mostly because, again, 2 of your map wins have come by way of vault control. But on the other side, Thieves have not played this map in quite some time, regardless of the fact that their control as a whole has been really, really good over the course of the last month and change. And then the Skyline hardpoint, you have the most reps on in your hardpoint map pool if you're Vegas. The problem is Thieves are not bad at the map either. So, it's not easy to build up the miracle story here, Jade, but it's not a bad way to start.
Not at all, man, because that Skyline hardpoint, even though they have a lot of reps on it, they have yet to find a W, sitting at 0-6. So if you are Vegas Falcons, you are definitely circling this vault control as one that we need to take here. Going up against the Thieves roster, like you said, who preferred to play Hacienda, preferred to play a lot more protocol, only having 3 total reps on vault control. Haven't played it for quite some time, and they're already starting off on the side that gives them problems. They don't average a lot of segments. They don't keep up in the slaying department on this side, but we expect them to turn around quickly as they find 3.
And so is the case. Unfortunate team, though, has Ghosty and Exnid playing from opposite sides of the control point. Exnid able to take down Scrap off the spawn, leaving numbers a bit limited here on Thieves' second approach over towards the A zone. Vegas does a nice job of kind of congesting both choke points, and that will work out for some favorable trades. Envoy, last one left alive, surviving, though, and keeping himself on the point to stall the clock.
And the good thing is at the same time, they take care of Exnid, who is a player trying to influence the spawns for them to consistently spawn over towards Bull. They take care of him at gold, so that locks in that first segment. A lot of map control still in favor of LA. He tends to do a little bit of whatever they want now. You have Exton trying to make the play through bottom vault. He finds the first kill, but the second segment is locked.
Yeah, Envoy working on the third. Exton just trying to pull the same play off again. Just sitting in the bottom side at vault. Wixel's double opens an opportunity for Vegas to reclaim the zone. They do so swiftly. Little play from Exton trying to get into the LA Thieves spawn, though does get denied. So now numbers for Thieves off the spawn, moving back over to A.
Yeah, now you take Cat. You set up Crossfire so off this middle map.
Interesting setup for Vegas. That is quite interesting.
Great route on the cards here for Envoy. Catches the timing for the first.
Ooh, that is unfortunate.
Second, but Exton with the snap takes care of him and keeps the trades abound. But numbers in favor of LA. Gonna be able to set up the double stack. Time should be able to get extended. They're up by 1 life, make it none.
Yeah, Exton does get 2 from the high ground, just does not feel the comfort to jump into the point to contest. So, like you said, the extra minute gets tallied. 1 life, though, is the only difference maker here so far for LA. As they try to get an early step on towards the B point. Envoy staying safe, forces King to come back and rewrap the play. And there he goes. I was about to say, these were the 1v1s that we were talking about that they were missing out on the opening hard point. A big win there has Vegas feeling comfortable around B.
Man, the entire time all those gunfights are going down through B Street, you had Wixel taking a sweet long route all the way through Pool, flanking over towards Gold, and now influencing those spawns for LA Thieves to work their way across the map. He's able to find one before getting traded. 10v9 in lives remaining, but this is where Vegas got to iron up. They're trapped in their base.
Hydra finds an opening. Vegas trying to work through the art position. Wixel does well for 1. Tough gunfight with Scrap, and he's just tagged up too heavily. Ghosty comes back to the play, finds the kill. Hydra still trying to finesse in and out of art, but Vegas actually reclaims some ground here. 50 seconds on the clock, but this is going to be a 5v7 TDM with Thieves currently in the advantage with Envoy watching across backside of the Tiger.
Yeah, no more respawns now in favor of Vegas. Try to find 1 set of kills to go your way. Ghosty starts off with 1 onto next nade. They have him at least 1 player sitting towards top bar. The nade not going to be able to connect. Yeah, 2v5.
And Ghosty's already kind of shredded some of the Vegas members who needed to play forward as Hydra put some pressure on the zone. First tick is locked. 4v2 though, LA is just going to play their numbers, and here they come off spawn. Hydra in the zone. It's going to force the hand of this Vegas defense. To whom? King trying to work this together. 19 seconds on the clock. Could be an opportunity for this Vegas squad to hold on. 1v2 situation. Ghosty moves his way in, but King backside of the van cannot find the shot, and the Thieves will take the opening attack.
Yep, that was just. It
still walk away
was a little scary, but no, teamwork pays off.
If you are Falcons, I feel like the last time we watched them on ball control, they just always are going to their. All right, we're just going to iron up and clutch on up from our side of the map. And that's usually never going to lead to a lot of success because 1 set of kills go the opposing way. Now you just want to even deeper in your base. You don't even have opportunities to contest it over towards the point. So when you have players or at least kills going your way, we have to jump out and take the map control away from LA Thieves. Stop giving them so much time to push their way back on up and trap you again. And at least you gave them a run for their money there on that round number 1. Only 4 seconds to make up for here.
Not bad, but it's still an offensive win regardless of that. Let's see what Vegas can muster here on their first offensive attempt. Under control, again, it has not been great, obviously, but hey, if there were to be something to look at, they have won a pretty decent amount of offensive rounds when it comes to what they've done on vault. They have found maybe more success overall on defense, but not bad when it comes to being right around that league average point on the attack. First tick of progress looking decent. Exit. Round over. Oh, chased down by Ghosty. Little horror movie moment right there, but it's just back and forth pinstripe kill feed until Exit has the final word, and Vegas can keep the offense alive on A.
Yeah, Exit just stalling out time. Allows his teammates to get back into the play. Second segment about to be guaranteed. You have 3 players from the Thieves trying to apply pressure through mid to you, and at the same time, Ghosty trying to develop on this pin. The timing good enough for Wixel to gain the info. Sets up the Whom for the kill. The segment does get captured. Time does get extended. But now LA Thieves have all the map control.
Yeah, lots of time, though. That's the biggest thing here for Vegas. Can they try to stabilize? Find some sort of a setup point to get the map back in their control. And, yeah, the reaction is the right one, Jay, as LA will find every single elimination, and now they've got you spawning exactly where they want you to spawn. Backside P2, but Exton kind of slips the net, finds himself a kill, and that will open the door here for Vegas to move swiftly around the left side of the map.
No.
Oh, and Exton was looking for that one. That's such a big gunfight win right there out of Ghosty. Could potentially catch them trapped a little bit longer into the backside of the base, but up by 4 lives, it's going to be LA. Effective on the trade is the Home. But as long as you have Hydra pushed out over towards Gold, you know everything is safe at that B point.
Yep, and Scrap can just get onto the statue and finesse the heady here, no problem. So he keeps the cross safe, and now with that elimination, Thieves know that the only action that they need to really follow up on is this here at middle. Xdid also denied from trying to get a deep play over towards P4. So you're absolutely right. It's just been one of those things where Hydra's manipulating spawns. LA's keeping their awareness up, and they're finding the kills they need to at least get this down to under 60 seconds, the 4-life lead.
No, and Hydra eventually finds the timing to strike for the first kill. The entire time, DeHoom has been trying to locate where Hydra is.
Sheesh. That's timing. That's good timing for Hydra.
Always ready for the gunfight. Again, just staying alive in this position is forcing Vegas to make a lot more difficult plays or waste a lot more time trying to locate where he is. Final 40 seconds.
Well, I like this idea. Try to 3v1 Hydra out of this position while Xdid tries to slip around back through Art, but they're going to allow him to reject. And now Hydra's on 5. He gets the information on towards King. Doesn't like the look of the gunfight, so he backs away as his teammates will follow up and find the kills they need. And Xdid hasn't even shot his gun yet. Backside of Art. So the person you need to open the door and allow this 1v3 to happen doesn't actually work out at all. And now Envoy and the rest of the Thieves know that he's playing.
Ooh, that's an unfortunate. That is an unfortunate 1v1 from Xnid.
And just feel like you're hitting your head against the wall.
Yeah,
Had the potential.
Better job at finding that kill onto Hydra. Like, I don't even know if he dies this entire round. Like, he was just so annoying over towards gold. They're so nonchalant in the celebration there. Has to throw a little smirk. Like, I don't know what they're doing. They can't trade me. But it's like, hey, stop investing all those players to try to take that map control away. You gave yourself an opportunity with Xnid putting himself over towards Art. You're just hoping, okay, I'm in this position. You guys kill these players out of our spawn. We can start to work up on the B point. But they don't find a single kill in their base, and LA Thieves dominate on that defense.
Yeah, just another one of those moments that just, you rub your temples and you just have to shrug the frustration off. But now the Thieves are vibing as they find themselves 2-0 up here in the vault control. Back onto the offensive side they'll go. And Vegas just need to try to produce some sort of signs of life here. As their first defense was not bad, like you had mentioned, just 4 ticks had been allowed before. It came by way of eliminations, and it was a tight 1v2 to kind of finish off the opening round. Better opening action here for Vegas in the middle of the map, but they have lost track of what's playing over through poolside. And Hydra's now on 7, looking for kill number 8, but shut down, so no Hellstorm for him.
Yeah, I love the round right there to Hydra. You're just hoping that your teammates can find a couple more kills so you can put them in that little bit of a trap. But he's only able to find one before getting traded. The Vegas have already wiped off 30 seconds on the game clock. They're more effective on the trades. It's a pinch already on the cards here at Top Cat with Xnid finding a double. You don't have a single segment to show for it, so if you're LA, you better slow it down.
Yeah, it definitely feels like one of those moments where, again, LA try to do something a little bit different off their break off. Try to hit that long run, maybe open up space, try to get to B early, but it's not working out at all. Vegas clean in the kill feed. 26 playing 18, 35 seconds left on the clock. Xnid's back in your spawn. He's getting to work, finds Ghosty for the another elimination, and look at the kill finishes. Vegas all the way throughout. DeHoom's on 4, King's on 2, Wixel's on 2, and LA backs against the wall here in this offensive attempt.
All right, Scrap finds a double though, so at least his teammates have a little bit of ground they can retake through the middle of the map. Just need to find these last second trades here. Xnid still here to contest it. Only able to take down one before falling. Hydra going in, is able to find 3. First segment is going to be guaranteed. The stack is already in. Time realistically should be extended, even though they're down by 6 lives.
Yeah, that trophy system will keep them safe from incoming nades. DeHoom trying to play from top balcony will find 1, but it comes after the extra 60 seconds. Big advantage here, though, for Vegas in the life count. 7 life advantage for them. Hydra still getting to work, cooking things over through square, but Wixel stops the play a little bit further up, leaving just Ghosty by himself, who cannot take the 1v1 versus Xnid. 55 seconds to play.
18v9. DeHoom already behind enemy line, trying to line up at least a freebie onto the first. Cannot find either one of those kills. And now Hydra already gains info onto the 3rd player. You have a player in towards Art as well. This is a scary situation now if you're Vegas.
Whew. Well, Xnid clears a little bit of that space out. Now can allow Vegas to just focus purely on the zone, and that's just a big life from Xnid. Single-handedly clears the zone, but Envoy holds this position at Art, and look how fast Thieves could get on to B off the spawn. And now Envoy's getting to work, finding kills in your spawn.
Oh my God.
Ooh, that's a win. That's a win.
No, not like this. It looks so good for Vegas at so many moments here in round 3, but it's going to end in a 3-0 loss as LA clutch up on the A zone and then getting to work in your spawn.
That's the Envoy I'm so used to seeing.
Yes, we
I mean, obviously they're trying. Obviously, LFEs are trying shit, but it's like, you know, I guess the last moment I was like, you know what? Let's just play fundamentals. Just get on. Just finish this.
Still had a couple moments where it could have been done a lot cleaner. A couple sloppy situations, but when they needed to tighten up, they were able to do it at the very end of those last 2 rounds. Hydra on the defenses, just being a nuisance over towards gold. And then the other playmaker on the other side puts himself in a position towards Tom's Art, picks up that Amos, is able to line up 3 on the cross, to turn and burn on a Wixu for the final kill. Envoy just called game. Vegas falls short, now down 2-1 in the series.
The kill dust is
And it's just
off.
another example.
He didn't record for some reason.
Vegas, and you say you're doing so many things well, you're doing so many things right, but when they have to deal with a difficult situation, we talk about Hydra in round 2, playing in your gold building. You got to deal with them. You can't just let them sit there. You have to take the challenge. You have to trust that you can trade each other out. You can't let
I just
Envoy
realized
sit
my
on top.
thing was low.
Not for that long. Everything was going so well. Oh, it's another frustrating moment. But for Thieves, like you said, a little bit of breathing kind of earned now as their control continues to look like one of the best in the league.
Nick, that's just another game where I'm sitting there looking at the Vegas Falcons players, and I'm just like, okay, eventually someone is going to try to develop on the long pitch, try to do the same exact impactful play that Envoy and Hydra are doing. But then once that player gets shut down in that position, no one else tries to fill that gap.
What's he
They
shot?
start
My
playing
bad.
real eternally, where they're
Didn't
just
realize
sitting in the back
the
of the spawn,
volume was
waiting
low.
for the gunfights to come to them. But when they come to them and then you
CDO
lose
was
them,
low.
you lose all map control, you're trapped into the back of your spawn. It's just not the ideal situation you want to play. When you find yourself up by 6 lives, we don't have to play a tight setup. We can get loose. We can send players over through pool sides, try to overextend the flank over towards their goal. It's just every single time they're trying to reinforce their way through mid, reinforce their way through B Street. If the gunfights don't go your way one time, you are trapped. That's just, again, another situation where Vegas need to learn.
It's just, and there's moments like this as well where Hydra just finds a miracle 3-piece at the last second on the initial attempt. A decent bounce back for Falcons. Again, they had like an 8-life advantage. And then Envoy just gets into Art. The spawns get moved. He gets perfect shots. Clean with it. 7 in a row for Envoy. Gets it to a final 8 before the stack is in and they win the round off the capture. And Envoy's like, all right, no sweat. What's next?
And even in those highlights right there, it was a 14v7 when Xnix slides his way through mid-connector to find a double. I thought once he finds that double, you're shutting down the play already. But instead of him taking the map away, he wraps back to his team at Lion, and then he gives the freebie to Envoy. Now that's every single player accounted for on the side of Vegas. All the players from LA off the respawn could just freely push their way on forward because they don't have to worry around or turn around because Xnet has wrapped his way back to spawn. It's just those little mistakes right there. If he finds that double and pushes forward instead of backwards, you're probably forcing an extra round.
Yep, I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. But that's the way it goes. And now we find ourselves on to map number 4. We talked about it kind of as we were coming off the break with the desk a little bit as well. This is another map that has been very well rehearsed by Vegas. They've had a couple of heartbreak losses where, again, they get to like that 180 mark. It looks like they're going to have a rotational win, and then things just kind of go wrong. And I think that's, you know, maybe the better way of building a synopsis for this Vegas team. When they're put into a difficult spot, they don't often work their way through the obstacles they need to put themselves back into control. It just, the game snowballs against them. We saw that right there on the first map where red card, it was like 125 to 127 and then 3 straight hills. Vegas didn't find a single point. So you just got to get going and like take your medicine, I feel like, for this Vegas team when they're put into bad spots, which every team I think, you know, has a protocol built for that.
Yeah, and it doesn't get any easier, though, going into a Skyline HP because we know how mixy of a hard point this one can tend to be. Obviously, LA Thieves, they throw it into the series because they have things that they need to work on. Their whole percentage isn't the best. Their break percentage is the best, but they're always the team initially off the rotation over towards new. That was basically what we saw, a little bit of that in map number 1, especially in the second half of the game, where they just started winning rotation after rotation. And that's only going to be difficult, even more difficult now for Vegas because with so many reps on Skyline, one stat stays true. They are one of probably the worst breaking team on Skyline HP. With as many reps as they only have a 12% chance of breaking into some of these hard points. That tells me is either you're not winning your gunfights, we're not setting up team pushes, we're not communicating on how we want to break these hills. And on a map like Skyline, where things can start to spiral out of control, you cannot afford that to be the case here. Especially when you've played it so many times. Eventually, we got to learn, Alan.
Yeah, that's yes, correct. That is exactly right.
And on the other side of things, there is a level of you look towards this Vegas team, and again, we talked about this a little bit after the red card. It's like, where do you even start? Do you work on the rotations? Do you work on the holds? Do you work on the breaks? Because all three of them have been obviously pretty miserable. But we look back over some of the highlights, like we talked about, it's one of those things that I feel like we see this every single opening map versus Vegas. They start off so strong. They're staying at worst competitive or even with tough opponents. I mean, talk about, I think you go back, like living rent free in my head is that opening that they had versus Optic on Vault, where they were up like 100-5 and they still lost the map. Same situation here. They're up 20, 30 points at one time. They end the first rotation pretty much dead even, and then you just stall out and get absolutely ran through as LA just started to clean things up.
I think if you're Vegas, when you start to play these respawns, obviously a little bit more, having 16 straight losses of HP, eventually it has to turn around. But I think just such a small adjustment that they can make is their communication. On like realizing, okay, we got 2 to 3 dead. We trade out the last guy, we have all map control. Now we can take a deep breath, realizing where the next play is going to come in and set up properly around that. It's just once they get through that step 1 or step 2, step 3 and step 4 is where they tend to struggle. Step 3 is having to be, all right, second setup. All right, we get broken. Okay, how are we going to break in? Which is now step 4, which they never find success in. Those are the 2 things that they need to work on. Okay, everything that we got on paper is working for us. But now with the adjustments, we need to make them. And that's the only thing holding them back. I swear to God, Alan, these guys can shoot. They have some good strategies to search and destroy. It's just that second or third step in these respawn game modes that they are just having no clue what to do.
Do you think there's a level of kind of reflecting on what you're saying versus what we have noticed about Vegas and their trends throughout the hard points early, especially? It's just like you get to this point where you're Vegas and you're like, wait a second, like, we're competing with these guys. We're gunning with them. We're set up well. Do you think they just kind of get a little bit lost in the macro and they just start to force gunfights because you feel like we're in this, we can just kind of go up and square up with against these guys? But that's actually not really the case in a lot of these ways. Like we even saw in that highlight package, a couple of moments where like Ghosty, Scrap are late to these gunfights and are still snapping 3 bullets into it and winning 1v1s. And it's just like, guys, if we just take a breath, take a moment, take a beat, wait for your help to get there. If you, for some reason, unfortunately lose a 1v1, your teammates could quickly trade for you. But that just has not really been the case for this Vegas team.
Yeah, I think that goes back to what Envoy said in his interview a couple days ago with people not watching VODs. Because it's very simple. Like, if you're watching a VOD session and you're realizing, okay, we found 3 dead in this situation. We're looking for 1 player. We get that 1 player. This allows us to have 15 to 20 seconds uncontested. The gunfight's a lot more difficult for them, and we should be properly set up on the other end. But for Vegas, when you get to that mid half of the game where those adjustments need to start coming in, if things aren't happening the way that they expect it to, like initially with players not hitting tremendously long routes, not setting up proper pitches, not being trigger disciplined in certain situations, then it definitely catches them off guard. We saw it on red card. Like you said, they were basically tied game until we got to that second half. You get over towards the P3, you win the rotation, you know that they're forcing towards the back, but then one long route comes and develop that you didn't see on the first half of the hard points, and it completely just breaks your entire game. Then people start to shut down. We start to try one-on-one gunfights. We throw every single ounce of teamwork out the window because we just got caught off guard. But you need to be able to stabilize that moment. Take a deep breath. Okay, that didn't work out for us. Let's completely reset over towards the next hill. That's the thing that they tend to struggle with, that they get chained on some of these money hills, and you cannot allow that to happen.
It almost feels like in certain ways they kind of get a little bit lost in terms of being too linear in the 4v4 moments and then just being a little bit too over eager to challenge in like those low numbers 2v2 situations. That wasn't the case when we got over to the search and destroy. I think some of you guys in chat probably are tuning in a little bit onto the later side and see, wait a second, Thieves lost 6-1 in search and destroy. It felt trolly. That was, I think, kind of the word that you would use. I agree with you. I think Maven was agreeing with you as well. But on the same front, Doom was feasting. 10-1 is where he finished off after 7 rounds, and that tied the S&D KD record.
Yeah, the strategies were on point in that search and destroy. Now you just need to have strategies. And the rest of this series, unfortunately, not trying to go to 0-17 to start your season in hardpoint. And I also think it's one like broad statement for Vegas. It's like, I think it's for all Call of Duty teams. Every single player, regardless if you're in challenges or not, you have to realize what's winning COD and what's useless COD. Like, winning COD is situations where you're finding yourself not really getting kills and still finding a lot of success. I feel like the teams who barely have to find gunfights around the map are the best teams that we have in the game. Obviously, there's certain situations where you need that raw talent, you need that double to come on in. But the more time that you are not having an engagement, the better that you're playing the game. And I feel like even with Vegas, when they find themselves, okay, a clean 4 dead, they're playing for that second wave of gunfights instead of playing their life a little bit more. We need to be able to relax, take a deep breath, slow down the game, realize our strategy to try to continue forward.
Well, on the other side of that, just to kind of throw a second factor into that same point, look at a team like Minnesota, who at certain maps have gotten absolutely outslowed, outgunned, but they stay in a map.
I mean, at this point, LFUs is just gonna have to put it away. Plus, they're probably gonna do the same thing with S&D, and they're gonna fall. But we'll see what happens.
Like 90 points in the first 4 hills, and they would still find ways to pull out miraculous wins. So maybe some inspiration could be drawn there.
That's not a good start.
Off here from Vegas. First 3 kills go their way. They have not seen Envoy yet, but he's kind of a non-factor in the play, and King will eventually find the kill. Good stagger here, as Vegas will be off to the races early.
That's a situation, though, where Vegas needs to be aggressive with all those kills.
Good break, good break.
Again, you know, you don't have the preferred spawns for that next hard point. You're finding every single kill on the feed.
Good read, but
a
little too skilled.
Towards top piano steps. Potentially make the spawns a little bit more difficult there for LA, but at least now they're able to stabilize, put themselves back in towards P1, but they got to break it towards P2.
Yeah, and that's also one of those moments, like you mentioned, where you kind of miss your window, and then all of a sudden you're forcing it. Exit tries to dive into the gym, that doesn't work out. Envoy now is up and around you, and even though it's a good 25 opening seconds for Vegas, they will miss out on this rotation unless Wixel can do this. Finds a kill from behind, but instantly traded just as the hard point open.
Yeah, that's all you want to do on a map like Skyline, is be the team that's ending in the kill feed. So if you trade out more effectively, you can secure the spawns for your team. You see how Hydra finds the double. Not a single player from Vegas or even close towards this P2.
Ooh, that's unfortunate.
He's just having fun. I feel like every time I look at his player game, he's smiling from cheek to cheek. Tie game, LA Thieves take the lead, but Vegas, they're here.
Yep, Hydra does spawn up behind the hard point, though, as LA will back up, give it a little bit of space, and try to regroup. Vegas trying to work up through elevator and around the back stairs. Ghost has got a read on both players, and it's a clean feed for LA. Back into the advantage they go. 23 seconds still to fight, and Vegas are going to look like maybe they're going to give this one more hit.
Take your time. Try to set up a team fight. There you go. The initial 2 kills go your way. Now you pounce into the last 2 players onto the point. But we get those kills just to think about rotation. Doesn't make sense. Another misplay right there for Falcons. Now gives an opportunity for
I'm a little confused with Falcons, because usually once you get a kill, you usually try to break in one more time. But I understand. But in their mind, I think they're just trying to not spawn themselves out. But that's not a good play, though. That's not a good play still. See, like, look at how spread out Falcons are. They're so spread out, and look, that just gives them an opportunity to just break them. And look at Thieves. They just always spawn. They always spawn where they need to be spawning.
So Vegas, they can shoot. It's just about developing the strategy for the next hill. So 30 seconds here to fight for. Extend with the first, extend with the second. To whom trying to fly on in to help his teammates. You get aggressive with these kills if you can find it, but even better, you're still soaking up the time and finding trades.
Yep, good work here for Vegas.
He's enough for the hard points. Oh yeah, for sure.
Exited, finessing, but caught as Envoy now puts together a
again, they're just probably trying to do different things. Look at Hydra.
He's just give themselves a little bit of scrap time, and of course the advantage on rotation to do.
Yeah, that trigger finger right there, it was real slow and steady, trying to line up that kill. But now right through bottom bed, LA Thieves are going to find every single kill on the backside. Hydra lines up 3 through top cobble. And now Vegas forced to try to break on in. Everyone slow down. Let's execute a team push here.
Looking to play this from bedroom side right now. Our Vegas Hydra has won this topside staircase. And we're just staggered. Goes the Envoy. First 2 kills come through. Hydra gets a read that King has backed up. He gets now the advantage on the angle, and he will win those. 4 in a row now for Hydra. Back down to the hard point. Envoy with an AR in hand. He'll work out with combination. It's now all of a sudden you got Vegas lined up inside bottom bedroom. Hydra looking for possible streaks, but does get pushed off. Won't make much difference though in terms of the game, as LA find themselves just about a full 60 there on P4.
Yeah, we're just funneling. Dude top bed and dude bottom closet. Like, it's just not gonna work. When you have that much time, when your initial break gets broken down, you have a second opportunity for someone to try to develop on a pinch route. Like, all of LA were focused on top cobble. No one was watching over towards low kitchen. You can head someone out that way to potentially play for the spawns and at the same time for the kills. But a full 60 for the Thieves. They're at the money hill of P4. Allows them to have the 40-point lead and continuously growing. Now they're in towards the P1. Hydra's at 19 and 10 before he does get traded, but they're just allowing LA Thieves to start to run away with this game.
Yeah, sure is. Scrap has been the only one who has not found many engagements, but 8 and 13, working on his KD with 2 in a row. Trophy to keep him safe inside a hot tub for now with his teammates.
I mean, this is basically just a slammage for LA Thieves at this point.
He's gonna pop up and find 2 on the rails. How about 3 from Scrap? Oh my goodness. 5 in a row now. 11
and another spawn.
LA have blown the lid off this game, and they're gonna win rotation to new.
Yep, they get aggressive with their kills, and Scrap not slowing down on 6 in a row. Potentially going to line up a couple more. You got the assistance on a Ghosty. That player is absolutely one side towards bottom kitchen. You're winning the rotation over towards P2. And every single
look at that. They're just doing 1v1s. Like, they're not. They're doing 1v1s. They're not challenging together. That's like you have to play as a team. Just like that. Like, just like what Falcons was doing. They have to play like that, or else they're going to lose.
Envoy, next one in line, as he's got to read that Vegas is right underneath this backside stairs. Now he's in the hunt for Exton, who has come off a double. Not able to reset his health pool, though, and LA will stabilize. Spawns are still good. Scrap is continuing to rip apart this Vegas approach from up top. Now 100 points to the favor of LA, with Vegas on their last legs trying to break.
Just one-on-one after one-on-one gunfight. Exton now the last player up. He's at least able to find a double. A late game break here for Vegas, but best believe
it looked like I was trying to do the assassin.
Down one, but sets up his teammate in Ghosty for the final couple of 10 seconds. Now the 100-point difference in the game. Vegas found a lot of success early on at this P3 HP. The home finding 2 off the rotation. They should get some good time here.
Yep, this is the only hard point they found good time on outside of the opening 25 seconds on P1.
Oh, well.
Yeah, that's a hell of an opener. Envoy, Ghosty working together to try to break up this setup. Vegas still hanging though. Hydra now running through mid. King, good response. Backside bar, a really solid look at that as he finesses and turns that into more. He's now on 4 in a row. Alongside him is Exton. Again, the SMG's getting to work here for Vegas.
And it's starting to turn up. Just need a lot more firepower to bring this game all the way back. King, unfortunately, is not able to line up that 6 kill in a row. But this is another misplay right here to Vegas. We know that we're finding all the kills around kitchen. No one playing over safe off the rotation over towards new. It's like we're good in the moment. But when we have to think ahead is when we continuously are struggling. Now, even though you're walking away with this final 10, you are forced to break into the hill where you couldn't find any success last go around.
And this is exactly what you mentioned with Thieves just throwing in one player. We've got what we want coming up next. Let's just throw Ghosty forward. Let's see if we can find a couple of kills and make Vegas really suffer on rotation. And that comes through successfully. 180 plays 123. So yes, it was a good P3 for Vegas, but rotationally, again, just a little too late to the party.
And now they're working their way through kitchen. Not a single player showing presence over towards half plat. Sets up on board for the free double on the pinch.
Please wait, Wixel.
Now Vegas going back to old reliable. Let's work our way through bottom bed. Don't have an angle onto the player onto the point.
At least we got something. They got double teams and
now turn to a one-on-one, but with Hydra in this position, yep, teammates will spawn here.
Yep, exactly right. And the awareness from Hydra is I know my teammates are going to spawn here, so I'm going to start to play forward, give us a chance to get some more time. Exton's weak inside of the closet. Envoy following up with extra damage, but Vegas still maybe a chance to break back through, well, until the gunfight comes out, and it will favor that of LA. So scrap time will go the way of the Thieves. 211 plays 124, and we're headed back to P1 where they've lost track of Hydra behind the setup.
How have you already lost track of Hydra? How does he get out? How is nobody turning around and trying to play for this kill? Now you already flipped your spawns out. These only need 25 seconds to close out this series, and Vegas forced again to find another break.
Yeah, and Scrap is now behind enemy lines. It's just the matters continue to get worse.
What the hell is
weak but stays alive.
Look at that. I mean, like Falcons.
Back to the pistol.
I know that what they're trying to do, but you gotta if someone's under you, you gotta focus on a kill. And you can't let people like Scrap do that. Look, I'm trying to be really optimistic for Falcons, but again, it's one of those situations where they're just not doing the right thing. It's just Like,
I mean, again,
what?
Let's just put this into perspective. This is one of the
Like,
top
I'm trying to be
teams
so
in the
nice,
league
but it's like,
right now. So
how?
Again, the results I think will pretty much speak to
Like,
that.
they're doing their best. It's just
Where you
not
look at teams
working
and
at the
say,
moment.
What the hell happened in the search and destroy? But handling business in both respawns, this is kind of, I think, what par for the course would have looked like here as we were jumping into this best of 5.
Yeah, that's the only thing I'm looking at for the side of the Thieves is obviously you want to work on your search to destroy. You're doing the Skyline S&D versus a team who has a couple reps on it. You want to try to perfect your gameplay there, but you come out basically trolling in your strategy calls there. Fall short in the search and destroy 6-1. Respond in the control though. Potentially start to add that to the map pool and at least play it throughout the rest of Major 2 qualifiers with the hard point staying true. You're the best team in the game at it. You win the rotations. When you need to find breaks, you're setting up team pushes. You have your SMGs popping off on any given moment. ARs holding down their lanes. Best team in the game at hardpoint.
Yep.
Successful in the series, and Vegas just keep on messing up. It's as simple as that, Alan.
Yeah, you're right. And, you know, I want to kind of revisit a conversation that Joe and Clint had from a couple of weeks ago when we initially had this 2-player swap in with Dahum and Wixel kind of joining the roster, where it's just like, guys, like, you feel like you almost have to fully reset again when you make big roster changes like that, where you're not, you know, sticking with a solid 4. And I think there's a level, and, you know, we see this all the time, you and I as challengers, commentators throughout, you know, the elites, where it's just like, there is a level
I mean, like, to be fair, some of the, like, even the starting roster, it was okay. It's just like, you know, the players, like, you have to get kills, or else if you're not gonna get kills, if they're not doing what their job is, and like in terms of killing and such, you're not doing anything. That player's not doing anything for the team. Then you're just allowing him to be bodied and giving the team the easy win. So it's like,
outside of the Saudi Arabian region, let alone in European challengers, and it just feels like they're just throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks, Jay.
Yeah, it's tough, man, for this Vegas squad. There's so many little things that are such big things to players who've been playing Call of Duty for such a long time that they have still yet to figure out. And they're probably going to need a lot more time before they can even get close to figure it out. So back to the desk. Enough from us, Alan.
Hydra figured it out. He knows what he's doing in game.
Yeah, I still don't think we've seen his peak, but maybe he's getting closer and closer. No, I mean, this is side topic now, but I still think Thieves probably have the highest upside. I'm excited to see when they hit it.
LA Thieves dropping the search and destroy. At least that was a 6-1. They give that to Vegas, and then they take over. Controls were close. They had to clutch up, but let's take a look back through some of these games. This is map 4. What went down on Skyline, Alley Cat?
Just much more structured COD from side of LA Thieves. Their priorities were very, very straight when it came to this map number 4. They just had the edge when it came to a lot of these rotations. Falcons tried to kind of keep themselves in with a lot of really good Kitchen Hill holds, but the setups from the side of LA Thieves, especially near that P4 side of things, were just way too clean, allowed them to soak way too many 40s, way too many 50s, and obviously the slang from side of Falcons unfortunately took a huge dip as this series went on.
Yeah, we talk about like how the game can be really fast for people when they get to the pro level. Like you come from challengers, or heck, even if you're like just someone that plays pubs and you hop in against pros for the first time, like the pace at which they play is insane. And I think this was just a good example in the hard points of like how slow the game seems for Thieves and how fast it seems for Falcons. Like it just seems panicky at times. It's almost like Thieves are playing in slow motion. Like I know, listen, their POVs look cracked and stuff. Don't get me wrong, it's not really what I mean. Just like their setups, their rotations, their decision making, it just all seems so easy. Like the game's coming to them, and it's the absolute opposite on the Falcons side where you're just like grasping at straws. And that's just because it's David versus Goliath. It's just, yeah.
LA Thieves taking 2 hard points, and they also take the control. 4 maps later, we are moving on. Ooh, it's clean there in LA. You see that, Dab?
Well, you see, fired up on one side and frustrated on the other, and dude, I don't know. I just don't.
Pause that thought. I got your scuff play of the game. Let's take a look at this bad boy. Are you ready, Maven?
I'm ready. Get me in there, Chris.
Can you give me some play-by-play? We're end of control round 3.
Oh, look at Hydra's body in the third-person view. He's fit as a fiddle. He's obviously been hitting the weights. But no, this guy, listen, we have not seen his final form yet. I think Hydra is one of the biggest threats we have in this league, and as he continues to improve in this title, it's going to be insane. This sequence from Envoy as he killed the entire map was disgusting. Kind of reminded me a little bit of what we saw yesterday from Draza, honestly, when he had that big play versus like the entire opposition in Optic. These guys all have pop-off ability, and it's honestly, I love seeing Envoy play well, just because I was almost like my Kenny rant earlier. I want to do the same thing for Envoy a couple times the last few years.
Yeah.
Like, he just gets flack, and I'm like, shut up.
Shut up.
Shut up.
You don't even know his role. Let's talk to a guy we know his role. He's the main AR. He goes by the name of Dan Ghosty. Dan, the Hill Kitten, soaking up that time. How do we feel about today's matches, and what's the vibe been in your LA camp after Madrid?
Today's match, you know, definitely trolling. For sure trolling in the search.
No, no way.
No.
Why'd you waste 10 minutes of my life in that search?
I mean, that's on us. Seriously, you know, we were definitely having a bit of fun. One of the control rounds got a bit sticky because, you know, we were just sprinting around. But, you know, good series. Vibes are high. We're just practicing every single day. And, yeah, just grinding.
Well, I guess I'm kind of curious. I mean, obviously, this is a very lopsided matchup here. And we've seen some teams playing against Falcons, maybe not taking it as seriously just due to the nature of that. Is there anything you do try to take away in a series like this? Anything you can try to work on?
Honestly, just making sure that we're continuing to do what we've been practicing, but otherwise, honestly, no.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought.
Okay, well, I'll take a different angle. Kind of absolving the search and destroy in this series. I'm not even going to talk to you guys about that. You guys are worse than the league at First Blood, Stan. How do we fix it? How is LA Thieves going to fix this?
I think it's just playing more together, straight up. Just playing more S&D, getting more reps in the mode, which we've been focusing on, obviously, since coming back from Madrid. And barring that search and destroy where we're trolling, when we're taking it fully serious, we're definitely fine.
Well, I guess I kind of want to know for you. Listen, Hydra comes from a team that it seems like really tried to set him up for success in Search and Destroy. Scrap comes from a team that was kind of similar in a way. Like, they were superstars in their own right. I'm not trying to take anything away from you, but like, is it kind of difficult meshing those guys in Search and setting them both up for success? Is that part of the trouble or not?
I feel like playstyle and personality-wise is less of the clash, more so than the maps, and just how S&D's played.
Okay.
Like, straight up, like, we got 4 First Bloods there, and we threw away the advantage because they're literally camping spawn. And that, in this game, works. We've seen it happen all year long.
Yeah.
Camping spawn works in this game because of the way the maps are.
Yeah.
All right, Dan.
We have to adjust to it, and that's that.
We're going to let you camp some spawns. We got to keep the show moving. Congrats on the win tonight.
Thank you. Have a good night, y'all.
See you, bud.
LA Thieves still fighting to prove they are the best team in the league. They were 1 round away from doing it back in Madrid. When we come back, it's match 2 of 4.
All right,
Toronto got beat down, but
all right,
so
well,
did Carolina.
Well,
Today, one
Carolina
of these teams
versus Toronto. This one's going to be interesting. But yeah, I definitely knew they were kind of troll. I definitely knew LA Thieves were kind of trolling just based off of the way they were playing. Like, bro, you don't play like that. But like, obviously, they were just trolling. They were just having fun. Like, I kind of knew that. I was like, wait, what? Like, when that first round happened, I'm like, it's like, what? How the hell? Why would they play that?
Esports World Cup
Anyways,
is an
I'm
official
just
partner
gonna
of the Call of Duty
grab
League.
some stuff real quick. I'll be right back.
Absolutely loving the Rio addition to the asset. And you get into the Karachi S&D just so.
Nice, I'm in the game. Yo, CDL 2024. Yo, this is fire. This is fire.
Oh.
This fire, yo, Pete. Hold up. CDL champ and the shit. Come on, huh? That shit clean, bro. This kind of clean.
Damn.
Yo, that's aura, bro. Come on, now.
Map number 1, I'm leaning towards Toronto. Oh, Joe, I think we have a gift for you. Oh, it's early Christmas.
I missed out on all Christmas memo. Do you guys send that one back?
Do you need a receipt?
I got the receipt over here.
Yeah,
if
receipt.
you need it.
What's the return policy on this thing?
I think 24 hours.
Do I have to open this?
Yeah, you have to open it
I
first.
do? Okay. Hello. This is weird. You look great. It's a brand new Maven. Yeah. They really got that on tight, huh?
Skies dies, and then in a 3v4, effectively, New York Subminers slid on through.
There's nothing here.
All right, back chat. Yeah, chat. This one's gonna be very interesting. Like, who's gonna make the less mistakes? That, like, who's gonna outslay who first? Like, that's the question I want to know. Because right now, both sides suck right now. But let's see who can make the less mistakes. That's probably what it all comes down to, I think.
We got a nice rivalry matchup here as Toronto gets a chance for revenge against Carolina. Carolina taking the best of 5 to move on into the top 4 back in Madrid.
Yeah, this is Elimination Round 3 rematch. This was the end of the night. This was the final match of that Saturday, and everybody was trying to figure out if Toronto Ultra was going to be able to close out the reverse sweep. Carolina Royal Ravens, though, able to close it out in that S&D.
These guys are like the same team for me. I think not when you talk about what they're good at and bad exactly, but where they're kind of sitting right now. Both teams that just are on the cusp of being good and great and battling the top teams, but like something's just missing, something small.
They're top 5, but neither team feel like they're going to win a tournament anytime soon. Let's start though with Toronto Ultra because this squad started red hot, 6-1. If you looked at them going, of course, throughout the Major 1 qualifiers. On the other side, you're starting off 0-1. Does this get to their confidence? They struggled in the minor. They struggled at the major. What's going on with Toronto? Are they truly on the decline, Alley Cat?
They are truly on the decline. I mean, they're on a 3-series loss streak. They're on a 4-loss streak in Search and Destroy. And you're talking about what was like the best S&D team in the game. Their S&D was so good that they're still hovering at 4th overall in the season. But in the last 30 days, they've dropped down to 11th. So clearly some work needs to be done in the Toronto Ultra camp when it comes to S&D.
And if you listen, it's hard to say like Toronto Ultra formula when it's a different roster, but like you still have Inside and Kleenex. And like you think back all the way back to Cold War, the success these guys found, like they were a good search team. The search has got to be better. I feel we're talking about that with a lot of teams that need to improve in search. And you kind of heard Dan Gosia say in the interview, it's just these maps this year
suck.
I don't say that exactly, but for search, like kind of, man. Like they're just very straight up. There's not a lot of room for creativity. They can be very entertaining. Don't get me wrong. You get under a lot of 1v1s and stuff, but like they're not great search maps.
That wasn't my quote, by the way. I was just repeating it. Let's take a look at their opponent. It's Carolina Royal Ravens, and this, of course, is led by Slasher and that man, the Cookie Monster. TJ Halley has been eating everybody up. He's been dominant on LAN as well as online. Didn't have a great series, though, against LA Thieves. Finally, it looked like someone slowed down Teach.
I love Teach, bro. You know, we've been in a fantasy league with him for the better part of a decade.
2-time champ.
And God, he was horrible this year. But no, I think when Joe and I would talk about players we wanted to see a resurgence in and like question marks of like, why isn't this guy still good? I don't get it. it was TJ for years and years. We want to see him back, and he's playing so well, and he's just so lovable, and you want to give him a hug and see him drop a 1-5. Isn't he the best, Ali?
Ali, the real drama, though, is on the guy bottom left. Despite dropping 38 kills, they took a loss in hardpoint to the Thieves, and Envoy called out Gwyn in particular, saying he's taking meaningless routes, he's getting meaningless kills.
I said the same thing.
Do you believe that's true, or is there an impact, something to be said about dropping 38?
I personally didn't believe that was true because Gwyn was kind of the main slayer for this team, and he kind of needed to be for them to find as much success and respawn as they did at the beginning of this season. But obviously now, if they find themselves on a hardpoint decline and Gwyn keeps still putting up those numbers, it makes sense of why his competitors would start making that conversation.
Let's take a look at the hard points for this series. What routes will Gwyn be taking? Well, he's going to be starting on Protocol. We're going to be going to Red Card, the stadium, for the second HP with a triple dose of Protocol, I guess, across all game modes.
Just real quick back to that. Like, the fact is this, when you're down 100 and you're double positive, we're always going to look at it in question mark. We did the same thing with Celium for years. It just is what it is. It's going to be something we look at, problem. It is.
We got a 2-map best of 5 here, Ali. Who's better at Protocol?
Who's better at Protocol? I have to lean Toronto Ultra, but Carolina Ravens like it in the hard point and a little bit in the S&D. So this is a straight square up for me.
So who are you going? It's your
Oh God, I don't. This one's hard. They're straight squaring up. I think I'm gonna go with Toronto Ultra. It's their revenge. Why is the ponytail in the front?
Nice. It looks better now. And, we can't see your face. That was so mean. I'm so sorry. That was so mean, Ali. I take it back. I'm so sorry.
Fans are going with Toronto, and that was the moment.
Wait, actually, can you gavel me?
We're going to the casters.
I'll break the
Miles, Chance, take it away from us.
I was quite enjoying that. I was enjoying just how difficult that was to corral. Woo, boy! All right. Palette cleanser time, Chance. Here we go. Should be a great series. Two teams who have just had the snot beaten out of them. Who's going to be madder? Who's going to really hold on to this loss and not come out hot today?
Well, it's going to be a fun battle, and it's going to be good Call of Duty being played as well, so I'm excited just to be looking at the mini-map for these two squads.
What the hell?
I mean, the accusations have been out and about towards Gwyn. Envoy is a player whose opinion I respect greatly, so I have to keep an eye on that. And then, of course, on the flip side for Toronto, boy, do they need to bounce back after losing to C9. Like, that is not ideal, and to me, that is a sign of weakness potentially in the camp. And I know they're mixing in things. Like, this is the second time they've played Red Card all year. It'll be the map 4 in the series. First time they played it is yesterday. So maybe they're trying to work on the map pool, but they got handled on it. And again, that to me is another potentially bad sign. So I'm concerned for the Toronto camp. Less concerned for Carolina, though, because again, top 4 at the major. They handled Toronto even in S&D in that series. So I think for me, I was just surprised to see the fans picking Toronto so confident.
Yeah, real confident. So big question mark for me, Kleenex, the man on the hard point. He had a stinker yesterday. Mr. Yul Jonsson's recovered. As the rest of the boys of Toronto find their kills and get themselves in the time, that's a nice start for them there, Chance. The red card woes of yesterday already improving.
Yeah. Well, map 4 when we get to the actual red card, but better here, yeah. And it's a beautiful 9 seconds as well. The good old purple color. TJ, though, second 2-piece he has gotten this game, and it'll be there to strip away the time. But 25 seconds, nothing to shy away from. And while Joe DeCeves is thinking about the rotation, his teammates need to think about actually breaking through on P1. And by the time he strikes up pop, doesn't matter, gets gunned. And the Hilltime Beans, last impact on the strike, gets traded out, but hey, did enough to get his team the final few seconds, and Toronto had the rotation.
They holding it for now. Inside Kleenex for their kills in the middle of the map. Over to the top side we go, folks. Joe DeCeves ineffective still in this opening hard point. Still with the lead, though. The Ultra Boys, they're finding form.
The thing is, both sides are...
Counter-attack opportunity here for the Ravens as they march their way towards the point. That is considered a break. They got themselves in. TJ not alone. Vivid now with the coverage. Insight's got to find a way in, and he may just do so.
He's picking up the Aaron kills first. That's 2 in the feed. They're making sure if they're going for the break, they don't want to allow Carolina to make any sort of hero.
I mean, so far, both sides are either getting shit on. Well, right now, both sides are fighting.
And the nades from Gwyn, absolutely perfect. The coordination from Carolina is there, and you just continue to get peppered by stuns and nades. I mean, that is just abusive, almost rolling through. So Carolina handling in the moment, handling the rotation as well. This is a very strong protocol team.
Yeah, so far so good. Relatively even going into the third hard point. Rotation though, all the way to the Ravens. They're going to settle in for the tough winter the Ultra is trying to bring upon them. Here we go in the back. Joe deceives. Are you able to catch a couple? Yeah, you get things going. Now Slasher's still upstairs. Lone man now for the Ravens on the hard point. Spawns in the back now for Ultra. An opportunity to turn it around. And obviously change here. And finally, Joe deceives. Starts to string a couple together. Now over to the point. Tej, first man in. But Ben Mellons puts him down.
Yes, he does. Ben Mellons indeed. And I got to say for Slasher, that's how you know he's 30 years old, because he zips down.
I don't know why that tickled me so. Woohoo! All right, well, up spirals TJ goes. He's still a spring chicken. He's powering away those quads up the staircase. And Joe deceives, though, makes quick work of him. Joe's still alive at the point. Gwyn there with a dive. Nice timing, but great trades out of Ultra. Their map has been fantastic so far. 4 now for Beans, 2 for Inside.
One of Japan's like sparkling waters, gooey flavor. And it's kind of interesting that has sugar in it, but
trying to break through big door.
Oh wait,
trains rolling through. Toronto, if you break this, you're in a phenomenal position for the game. Gwyn and Vivid, though, holding it down.
Would be nice if it doesn't have all this
crazy
crap in it, but for sparkling water, but not bad.
Vivid sends it to him. TJ
don't mind all the other shit in it.
Here if he catches these players on the push, but there we go. Vivid through the front door, trades it there, and it's even across the board. Last man, Slasher, and there's still going to be a contest. Someone wants the point. Can Inside win the fight? A shoulder or two. Reinforcements down the form of Kleenex, and TJ guns him down. Slasher holds it all together, and the Ravens do not break.
Yeah, lovely little vet play there from Slasher. He basically is a 1v1 for the time, but instead of sliding into challenge, wants to just keep things active for his teammates. But maybe the slow pace cost you in the end, because Ultra eventually surge on through and get the break in. I mean, that could have been a full 60 for Carolina to get back in the game. Instead, Toronto Ultra continued to be in control. And quite frankly, just their P3 break that they had right now, the biggest difference maker in the game. So if Ultra's breaks are on point, see how they do for a hold. Joe deceives. He'll be on new time first.
No problem, going great. Ultra with a nice lead going into the second set. Superb, yeah. Not a trophy to be found, man. Beans now top grannies looking for literally anyone. Gonna catch Vivid out, and this is nice moves. Benjamin Beans, 14 and 8 on a 4 spree, looking to get himself some streaks. He's got the opportunity to keep his boys safe from this side of the map. Gwyn's gonna check it slowly. How fast will he bang that door?
Ooh, good check on Gwyn. Just
yeah, no one was there for
can't win the gunfight.
He was up top, simply haven't been able to handle him. Finally, he's taken down, but that was a solid maybe 25 seconds of time that just rolled through there from Ultra, and things get mixy on the map. Ultra do have the right side spawns for new, so they're just doing a wonderful job at keeping control of this game. And I mean, if Gwyn's going to be sort of the man of the hour for the focus point, not even finding kills just yet. Ravens struggling so far on protocol.
Man controls the name of the game right now with Ultra. They've got such a nice, firm grip across the map. Nothing's getting out of hand. None of those flanks are going unanswered. All eyes are up and guns are at the ready. The boys are looking fantastic. And now back over to P2 we go. This was a good hold from the Ultra boys. Good breaks either side in the first set. Second set now. Get in there, lads. Tej with the early time. Tej, oh, holding it together. Gets rid of Kleenex. Joe deceives now.
I believe I had
that's a good bit of time now going to the Ravens.
I believe I had Carolina winning this.
And TJ going on a 3 spree is going to be well timed.
Yeah,
we talked about the spawn battle.
Yeah, Carolina winning this.
Very difficult to break through. Gets the advantage on this time. Ultra only 2 players nearby for the moment for the break, and they're sending it in straight away. So uncoordinated on the push, but if Inside gives you 2, you're gonna be right there. 20 seconds left on time, and it continues to be mixy. By the looks of it, Carolina chalk it up. You're gonna be hitting that rotation as well and trying to contain these.
They're in a hell of a trouble for Carolina because I picked them.
Along the way.
I just feel like Carolina has a little bit of better advantage when it comes to respawns and such, but this is just not good.
Quite know what happened with the Inside 2P set.
Like Gwyn is getting shut down so bad. Damn.
Right in. He started to get things going.
Like right now, Joe and Gwyn are both in the negative KD at the moment.
Tej finding kills as he does, and that's a nice off-angle, dirty little corner to be found. Tej and Gwyn get theirs. These kills are not useless. These kills are keeping everyone at bay, but Inside do what you can to be an anchor in the backline here. Is this going to give spawns? Yes, it does. That could be a massive turning point. Opportunity for Ultra to dive in.
Well, he got him the spawns, but you see the feed. Vivid picked up the 2 players in the middle of the map, so it's not going to be fun on this approach for the break. Vivid still up top in the power position. And Inside just knows it. Not a lot of wiggle room for him to go anywhere, so Carolina Ravens holding it down from the front. Vivid dominating the power positions in this moment. And it seems like Joe Deceives, his entire perspective all game long, everywhere he goes, a stun grenade is there to meet him. And then he goes down low, wins the big gunfight, but here's more stuns and more nades to slow this man down.
There they are. Oh boy. Corner to corner though. Ravens don't have the numbers here on the point. Gwyn gonna get one, still fighting, still holding. Team kills coming in. That's going to be an awkward finish for the fight, but Ultra still walking away with the manpower, still walking away with the hard point, and now trophies in place. Everyone ready for this one. Identify the angle of attack. Will it be big door? Will it be through spiral? Will it be the elevators? Take your pick, boys. So far, 2 down. Great hold out of Ultra.
That's not what you want from Vivid.
Yeah, Vivid exploring the outskirts of the map over on that section, so messed up the movement just a little bit. Maybe the Omni forced him into a slide. But with split spawns coming through, maybe an opportunity for the break, but frankly, not even. Ultra on this hill alone virtually run away with the game, and if you didn't know how P4 plays, both Insight
Gwyn is just
doesn't matter the adjustments.
The rookie last year, he's just getting slaughtered right now, and this is not good for Gwyn.
Back over to Beans inside Granny's. He's been having a lovely time, and this seems to be the go-to for every single, P4 to P1 rotation. You find him over there getting kills. Over to inside.
Oh,
gets a nice one there on a Vivid. Again, Jack.
Like, again, this is a main AR. Are you allowing a main AR to kill you like that?
He's being a problem
with an SMG? Jesus.
Of the Ravens off spawn.
Something's wrong.
You have to deal with it. And
look at that.
Insight on a 6.
I mean, this is looking hopeless. Yeah,
like, I'm not mean mad, but like,
I mean, he gets to just
Carolina, what happened to them?
Where they need to go. Does lose the gunfight, so Slasher opens up the power position, gets you over towards that time.
Wow.
Beans over here attempting to be a nuisance, but Carolina finally able to find a degree of stabilization and get in towards the time. There's no flanks rolling through. All the guns going to be coming. Gunfights at the front.
Way up front. Nice last bullet there. Oh, Kleenex, they're just walking right into him. Finding a couple there. Final 10 seconds on P1 is great. P2 all secured right now for Ultra.
This is real bad for Carolina. They gotta pull something out of their ass.
Turnaround from yesterday's performance. Joe, he's clawed it back. Will he finish the map positive in the kills department? And so far, the answer is no. He's still got a bit of time, but his boys are in the hard point.
There's absolutely no need to. Joe Deceives has absorbed every single stun and nade in this game. So he's opening things up for the boys, but this is looking like just a victory lap moment. Carolina Ravens, I mean, I don't know how many good plays they were able to find the entire time. A couple pieces from TJ here and there, but I think ultimately outside of 1P3, Lawford is nothing, but there goes Tej. When you need him most, he's trying to keep things alive.
There's something for Carolina.
All right. We've seen wilder things in the CDL. This would be up there. Ravens, you've not looked fantastic. Can you hold this hard point and win the rotation towards P3? The answer is actually maybe. Oh, Gwyn. No, spawns are all over the place, folks. That's going to be a tough one. And that's going to be game. See you later, folks. Toronto Ultra. They woke up on the right side of the bed today, and they are looking fantastic.
Yeah, more or less beat down. Exact type of response you want to see out of the Ultra camp after how they played against C9 just yesterday, and very well played map. I think both P4s that, I mean, one they just out rotated on the second go around. They got there first. Insight and Beans pulling out.
Yeah, this is just
making sure
not good.
Down low as quick as you need, and then they held it for a virtual full 60. So fantastic kill there. And then on the first P4, the one where Carolina could have gotten back in the game, well, they simply broke you down. So I think Ultra, certainly a team that knows if you can handle P4, you're going to handle the map time and time again. Across the board as well. Damage flowing there from Ultra. Kills flowing as well. Joe Deceives, if we had a stat for the amount of damage taken, he would have topped the lobby.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Great effort despite what looked to be a very bad game on the eye test. But just north of 10 minutes, Ultra took to take care of the Ravens there in our first half. Protocol goes to bed, folks, for now. We'll see it again in control. I go to a red card S&D before we get to the highlights, and yeah, man, it was a great opening start from Ultra. They didn't really let off the gas at all, Chance, and it was non-stop action. It was certainly putting the pieces together, and again, I'm just going to keep harping this on. It's the mental game is bouncing back after a really bad loss against C9 yesterday to playing this good against the Ravens. I tip it.
Absolutely. And I would say maybe there can be some concerns in the Ravens camp as well, specifically maybe for the protocol hardpoint, because at the very start of the year, they looked like they were the best team on it. I mean, they were handling some of the top dogs, but recently they've been struggling more and more, and that was a very flat performance there. So maybe hints of concerns, but maybe Insight is just a little bit cheekier with some of the cruddy angles he has to deliver two-piece to open things up. But Ultra certainly dialed in. Without question, felt like they were the guys making the bigger plays.
Yeah, it was, I mean, whether it was trades or moments like this, I mean, Kleenex just finding form after yesterday. Good for him. Most of his kills are AR based, it looked like. And again, Teacher's heroics towards the end, very unfortunate little moments there from Beans. I think he stopped shooting at one point, but you'll take that, man. Either way, everyone's getting a bit warmer, getting a bit hotter now in the lobby, and Ultra starting things off with a fantastic way. A nice lead there is going to certainly help their case going into the S&D, because right now, who knows what we're going to get. TJ Haley, obviously the demon when it comes to S&D. But before we get to that, folks, we've got some whoopsies to show. We love a whoopsie here in the CDL. And what happened here? Oh, it's a trophy kill. Absolute classic. Thanks, Beans. Cheers, mate.
This is the one I didn't want to see.
Oh,
This is
no.
just- Oh, that's so
That's so... Oh, my God.
Another team kill there. Josie's getting tapped in the back of the head by Kleenex. Plenty of oopsies. Some
like both
worse
teams
than
have been
others.
made
Anyway,
have been
we'll
having
go
so many
with the second
oopsies in
How are we
it.
feeling, man? Of course, both teams very bad.
It's kind of funny at the same time, but it's like
Before we get to the game flow, which was open and shut.
Oh wow.
And again, the open and shut case, I think, is this first go around over towards the P4, the P3 to P4. That is Carolina getting there first. Very easy hill to hold, one of the easiest ones in the game if you get the full setup on it, but they only got 20 seconds, and Ultra were there to match them with the same amount of time. So they nullified that first rotation. Then if you look at the second P4, the P3 to P4 at the end, Ultra got there first in dominant flatline Carolina. There was a snowball's chance in hell of them being able to break through on that one. So that is where you can set yourself apart on protocol. But to answer your question, Miles, I'm very excited for the S&D because these are two very good teams. And if we're looking at the potential weaknesses in the Ultra camp, S&D has been a problem. They are on a 4-loss spree for it. 2 of those losses, by the way, did come by the hands of the Carolina Ravens. They lost round 11 and a round 10 when they met up at the major. So we know it's going to be competitive, but Ultra, these are the types of teams that you're going to need to beat in this game mode and make sure that it is your absolute best.
Yeah, well, we'll find out if it's going to be that in a second. But yeah, red card S&D is going to be a good one. Plenty of red cards so far here in the Black Ops 6 season have been bangers. And who knows, man? Who knows? This could be another. I'm not willing to promise anything whatsoever. But what I am excited for, though, is TJ Haley taking on Joe Deceives here. We've got some nice looking stats for both of our boys who have been very, I think, you know, dangerous players, Chance. I mean, Joe's been a welcome addition to Ultra, a little slow in some of the maps, but again, a very, very explosive player. And Tej, what more can we say about Tej? Maven brought up a ton of good stuff about him being lovable, very friendly, a compassionate man, and presumably a very generous lover. But right now, Tej is just a fantastic S&D player.
And he's a great person to be compared to as well. So if Joe Deceives is getting this side-by-side graphic, that means he's doing things right as well, but very comparable stats straight down the line. TJ Haley maybe just being a little bit more active in the kills column.
I just don't know how they're gonna.
Deceives. He's one of the most objective players in the game. Specifically for S&D, he's getting the bombs down like crazy. Anytime Ultra wants that to happen, he'll get it down.
I just don't see how
from what we
they're
saw
gonna
from
be able
Hacienda,
to.
he doesn't actually just do all of the default
What
plant
is
spots.
what
He
is
will plant in
what is
situations
TJ
to allow
drinking?
his
Is he drinking
teammates to
alcohol?
clutch. So
What
even
is
for the
that?
little things, he'll give
Is
you
he
a
drinking
little something
sparkling
extra.
water or something? Because that is so big. That
It's
is
a weird
really
thing to
big
say
for
at
him.
pro level, but he is an intelligent player, and there is occasionally a shortage of that.
Yeah,
amongst the
14A. Yeah,
players.
this is like this is Carolina's wheelhouse,
Some people don't know
but
what plant on
for
fault,
some
is
reason
what I'm
they
saying.
suck.
And Joe Deceives just
So
doesn't have that issue.
I mean, obviously it was against LFP, so they're
in
obviously
the search
going to be
and
hot as hell.
to his
But
name in what felt like quite a short tournament for them out in Madrid. We'll see if things can change coming into
come on,
Major 2. But
Carolina,
until we
you
get
guys
there,
got this.
let's get through round 1. And we're going to meet up in the middle of the map and say,
Yikes.
Marino's Tej. Get some damage, no kills. The opening exchange was a fun one indeed. And Gwyn
Ooh, nice kill.
takes the lead there for the Carolina boys in the life department.
This is where Carolina had their success. Slasher always going to be playing over towards stage or lower A.
That is a good read.
Flanking. This is shaping up to be dominance, but TJ and Gwen always working through middle map and ticket and able to mix things up depending on what he wants to do. Watch the flank, help the boys in mid, help Slasher over towards field. So it is a standard setup from Carolina. and they simply do it the best. Beautifully orchestrated round number 1. Vivid there to collect the kills.
Starting things off nicely again. These are the sort of two top sides of the attacking and defending sides. You see
he's
the
using
players
the
up there
quarter
typically.
compensator.
Lovely long line of sight, able to pick up those little trades, able to catch those errant players out as they're trying to make their way forward. We've seen those positions get kills mid-round, late round, early round, you name it. And the Ravens start things off good. I mean, confidence boost after that hard point. Ultra now on the attack.
And this might be tough to tell. Beans is the guy over towards B, so I assume the action's going that direction as well. It's not an insight light flank watcher. Yeah, here comes the absolute hit towards the B site. TJ, Slasher in the back. They have a little bit of support, but Slasher might not need it. There's the first blood, and that is going to stop Jodeci's in his tracks.
Yeah, good work out of Beans, though. A little bit of space to work with. The TJ hops into the fight, traded out immediately. Once again, it's your man Beans finding those kills. 2 on the round already. And Vivid still has everything to throw here at this bomb site. Will he be able to get the damage? He does. There's no follow-up. The stun will at least slow Beans on the health regen, so he's sitting on 64 for a moment longer. Insight trying to help out. Gwyn in the close corner. It's 2 ARs. Taking on Gwyn right now. Vivid on the reach out. Gets himself into the site, causing some damage. Oh dear, chances of retreat here from the Ultra Boys. They've given up a lot of space. Is it enough to get in the site? 20 to go.
This is fine. You want to give up the space because you just know you can check bomb very easily. Slides out, gets the clearance. Insight turning heads. Beans. He's on a swivel as well, but he's going to be tagged up, and there you go.
How does Insight not see that?
Back that far down,
Look
but
at the,
frankly,
look
I
at
thought
the call
Insight
out.
should have backed up even further. I'm not going to lie, but a very nice retake on the B site. That is very difficult to do. Vivid and Gwyn pulling off.
That must have been a missed call because there's no way that Insight was like, wait, what? Look at the back and it was probably be like, wait, what?
Beans managing to get on the inside, or sorry, Insight getting on the inside of the mailroom. That might have been the decider there, but hey, kudos again. The Ravens with another good round. A very tricky retake on B.
And the hesitation always kills you as well. So maybe even a moment where Insight gets Gwyn tagged up one shot, send Beans that direction, but it's a 2 AR players trying to stave off the pressure of a guy like Gwyn running at them. So not an easy feat in the slightest. Vivid, by the way, is still a perfect 4-0. Just keep it in the back of your mind. Because he does have the RC car, and you might hear that thing zipping around here shortly. We'll test the driving skills. Not great. He lives in Charlotte now. I've been there. Not the place to learn.
No. Well, maybe we'll see another one of those later on, but that one barely got out of his hands. I wonder if that even caused damage. It was so close to him when it died. But TJ being the front man right now, he is the one Raven amongst the Ultra Boys right now on the minimap. And he's waiting. He's got himself a prime piece of position here. We're not giving it up.
This is the Raven special. It's 42 seconds left on the round. I don't think anybody's shooting bullets yet. It's just silent.
Trying to wait it out. Because Toronto's just not giving him anything.
They're just letting him cross and getting the intel. Yeah, finally someone shoots their gun and Gwyn just gets caught. Yeah, main advantage. There is not a lot of time for Carolina.
Nah, we're in the red for sure. Teach pounces. We'll take it. Trades are still going on. 2v2, 20 seconds on the clock. Beans could absolutely end it right here and now. The bomb is down on the ground. No one there. Teacher's got to recover. Can he win the fight? The answer is no. Ultra play the Ravens very patiently. They get on the board.
Yeah, good play.
That is so stoic as well.
They just waited.
Carolina
didn't do anything.
Until
All right,
had to. It's
with
not
the
like
timing,
positions are
let's just wait.
I'm thinking with TJ up
Good play on them.
Someone needs to get intel because like Beans was directly underneath Tej, and maybe you get him tagged up half HP, let TJ find the blood, but Carolina simply too slow, and Gwyn's the first player that wants to make a move, but Beans is able to just read him, and it's not like Gwyn had a ton of help on that section of the map. So not an ideal round, but Ultra just playing their opponent happy to be patient.
Will they be patient in this round though? Again, this is 3-1 and they are flying towards A. Haven't met the usual nade interference here by Steph, so they might be pushing forward with a little bit more confidence, knowing that the Ravens aren't here. I think we might have seen Vivid there. Yeah, Vivid's backed on up. Beans in a position to maybe get some damage down, but good shots out of historically one of the more accurate players in the league, and Slasher backs him up there. It's a lovely first blood.
Yeah, just great coordination. The teamwork always there from Carolina. Vivid gives the call. Slasher there to finish him off, and I think it was a jump scare for Beans as well. But plays being made. Jodeci is looking to find routes. TJ doing the exact same thing, but now in a 2 versus 4. Ball's in Jodeci's hands, and he just gets cut down. He picked up 1 in the feed before he fell, but the trade's instant. And that's around for Carolina. We're outside of TJ. Singular kill in the middle of the map. I think everybody getting an assist, padding the EKIA stat. Showing off the goods there. It's structured gameplay from Carolina. You know what their game plan is going to be. That doesn't mean it's easy to stop.
If anything, harder to stop. Easy to read, difficult to deal with. And the Ravens starting to come to life here. Hardpoint wasn't so kind to them on that protocol. Next time we see them play a hardpoint in this map, it will be on a red card. Big A defense here for Ultra. Already past the site. No one really at home for B. Beans will be there in a moment though.
Oh, well, there's the first blood, able to just pick up a TJ towards the middle of the map. And yeah, bodies are falling. And Slasher, meanwhile, was feeling the pressure on the outskirts of the map, and he knows he is being hunted down. Joe Deceives gonna be looking for him. Kleenex has the trap. Beans, easy reads on the flank. Gwen can't buy one on that section of the map, and Slasher eviscerated. Toronto Ultra, I mean, that's perfect. Get the first 2 bloods and then calculate
back and forth. So far, in the way.
And sending Gwen on these flanks is not ideal because Beans is just picking different spots and different corners to hide in. A slow, patient game. Methodical S&D being played. Neither team really throwing away a sizable advantage. Potentially, the 2v2 retake from Vivid and Gwen might very well be the difference maker on this map.
And that, yeah, one of the most impressive ones we've seen yet. But this is good search and destroy. We told you at the start of the series, folks, there was going to be good card. Those mini-maps, it's a piece of art. Kleenex. Oh, that's a lovely bit of intel. Will that stick? No. Good throw, though. Nice attempt. Gets out like a light. Vivid trying to reposition quickly to help out, but Joe Deceives is your bomb carrier. He's made it close enough towards the bomb site. Vivid backs on up. You've got the intel. He's there. Joe's going to take the fight before getting the plant. I love this. Will you get the kill? Oh, he's a slippery Vivid.
If he gets that kill, I think he can plant for top office, but as soon as that like slips through, if you're gonna plant, it has to be safe, and the angles he's dealing with are not fun. And this man might need a trophy. I think enough has gone by. There's some teamwork for the first blood.
Jesus.
And a pinch developing, but the pinch might be too late. Slasher trying to flank through, but by the time he gets there,
yikes,
everybody is dead.
The battle of the A bomb site is not over just yet. A second there. A Slasher snaps.
Things are a little too late at this point, though.
Will be able to get the bomb down.
Would be surprising if Slasher manages to get the
coverage there from inside.
Ooh.
Slasher, one more.
Ooh, that's on. That is so close. He almost had the ace. Damn.
But Ultra keep it all together.
That's crazy. It's
that is so close. If he had one more bullet on Insight,
as well,
he would have had it. Damn, that is so close.
Actually, no, he absolutely did not. Insight just fried him in that moment. Shout out to the headshot multiplier. That's a crazy gunfight win.
Yeah, the POV from Insight there shows it. It's such a high ground is one thing in this game, but the headshot multiplier in COD as well, the last 3 games, very, very helpful. Brilliant round for Ultra to get the equalizer in there. Attack now, Ravens. Where will you go? It looks like a B hit potentially, but we might be causing some noise at A before committing. Gwyn's got options though from here, Ticket.
Well, this is back to the stock and standard. So no aggressive flanks rolling through. You see Jodeci is mixing up the angle, so he effectively can call out everything towards B. And so Beans will be jumping back and forth depending on where they're expecting the pressure to come from. Carolina, once again, just sort of trying to toy out, see what information they can find, but no flanks rolling through. It's a standoff. It's a true standoff, and yeah, there's the first blood.
Joe holding it. Oh, the timing! Joseph finds Gwyn as well. That is disgraceful. Say goodbye to the submachine guns of the Ravens for this round at the very least. Now
he's in the ground.
Will have to bring their aims to the game, and
I love the off-me movement, and for that reason as well. It's just it makes the way that the ragdoll just in the ground is so funny.
Oh, surely you don't. That was actually the mess up then. They didn't realize they had bombed down, so Joe deceives tweaks and tries to run through mid to pick up a trade, but plays into their hands.
Oh, Oh, no.
And Beans isn't even going to be able to catch these players off bomb. So even with 8 seconds left, Beans is bamboozled, still thinking it's over towards A, and now has to retake this site with an AR.
He has a frag grenade, though. And now
okay.
He's got a PDW. This might be okay. The nade has to be perfect, and he has to capitalize on the damage instantly. Shoulders thrown. He doesn't see Slasher, but wait.
Ooh.
There it is. Slasher saw him, relays the intel to Vivid, and another nail-biting, magnificently annoying round. Good search.
Yeah, Insight and Kleenex, I guess, just maybe getting picked apart a little bit because Beans and Joe Deceives held the B bomb site down, but then even after they got the bomb, just trying to be a little bit too gung-ho, going for the trades, and in a patient game, I guess we're finding out which team will come out on top. Carolina, when things are slow, they are happy for it. Give them time to think.
Except for that one attacking round, the Ultra got. That was a little too slow. 1 round lead, though, here for the Ravens. And what sort of trickery will we see here? One more presence defensively towards A. And Ultra, they're outside. Oh, nice work inside. You catch a wonderful kill on the TJ. That certainly helps. But Gwyn, not an easy read from this position. Unless they've seen him.
Oh, they definitely have not. I wonder if they cleared it out, though. Either way, TJ has been effectively neutralized so far this game, so maybe that's part of Ultra's game plan. But Gwyn just waiting for a little bit of noise, but once again, it is so quiet on this map.
Ooh, the timing.
That is some unbelievable timing. Good job taking care of Kleenex. Now the bomb carrier, Joe Deceives goes forward.
Ooh, that was so close.
Vivid. He goes down 2. So now Slasher, once again, an opportunity to clutch. 1v3.
Where I think they saw him.
Joe Deceives know exactly where he'll be. And wait. 30 seconds to go.
Wow.
Did you not see him?
And
that's kind of timing. He still thinks he has him trapped. He had no idea.
That's called timing, folks. That's unfortunate. I think they might have lost track of Slasher as well. So now the setup from Ultra, a lot more static. Oh, did he see him? He did not. Slasher's about to walk this corridor and get absolutely ripped. Oh, timing from Insight. Good gunning either side. A lot of damage dealt. And that is the round. Ultra equalize once again.
Easy reads. And when they're getting the bloods, again, I mean, just very calculated in their efforts to take everybody down. Nobody making mistakes. Everybody's throwing shoulders, coordinating nades, making sure you get the reads, double chow, even you see gonna roll through. So perfectly timed up, and unfortunate for Slasher, had a player trapped, but Joe Deceives hitting some fancy movement as well just to get up top, but yeah, gets out of dodge just barely. So Slasher not afforded any opportunities to clutch in that moment. Once again, TJ gotten picked a few times in this game. 3 and 7 for this moment. Him and Gwyn effectively neutralized. But for a tied-up game 4-4, you're looking for a little bit extra in Carolina. Maybe the first aggressive strat they have over towards this A site. All 4 players are trying to speak it into existence. It's going to be a slow.
I felt that. I was like, he's doing it. He's trying. Whoa, Slasher looked like he tripped over there. RARs will hold these lines. Oh, until the submachine gun player gets involved to try to cause some damage. TJ's the man at that moment. No stun connection, though, so that's going to keep things a little hotter for now. Gwyn and Tej going forward. They're trying to catch Insight out. They don't know if they've got Kleenex there. That's the opening salvo. They're suppressing fire just to get those submachine guns a little closer or to draw those Toronto boys closer. What a standoff this is. We're running out of things to throw.
Ooh.
That is disgusting tech from Kleenex. Perfect
That's some
comms,
good
perfect
read.
positioning,
That is
man
some
advantage.
good
Now
reads.
the time goes red.
That's so painful. And now you're just on bomb. Yeah, great pick. Yeah, it gets a little bit baited. TJ knows when to get active. And now Insight in a bit of a tricky spot. You get the bomb down for the 3v3.
He's holding this as tight as he can. The flank is covered for now. They've got no idea that the remaining Raven is in front of them. They've got eyes on 2. And that's a lot of damage. Insight's not going to win this fight. Slasher sends it. What aggression. Can Slasher get any more? He's pulled the aggro. Vivid now picking up the pinch from behind. Enough damage into those 2 players, but 20 seconds for Vivid to stay alive. Uh-oh. All the instincts were good with the frag. No one on the defuse, and that's going to be the kill. Joe Deceives picks it up and beans on the defuse. Ultra take the lead.
And Joe Deceives maybe throwing on a bit of that masterclass performance as well. A 5-spree for him in that round there for the trades. Great job hunting Slasher down, because Slasher making a big play to try to get away, but Ultra don't let it slip. 5 in a row for Joe, 13 kills, 1,600 in damage. It solidifies the round with that kill on Vivid as well. A tale of 2 different SMG players right now in this lobby. Joe Deceives for the moment has their number, but it is only for a round advantage. Toronto, though, looking to snap their 4 S&D loss spree.
And what a great game this has been. Map point, folks. Will the Ravens defense get them around 11? That will be the question. 3-1 splits either side. It's going to be a lopsided battle over towards A. Oh, and it looks like Insight in his quest towards the B-bomb site is totally gone. So now the Ravens, look at that flock through the middle of the map. They've read this brilliantly. Gwyn gets his. Oh, it's around 11 in it, Chance.
Oh, that's so good. That's such a good strat. I think that is a homework being done on Insight. They had 3 players there to nade him down, and then those 3 players snap back over towards A for the help. But for the 2v3 clutch, or 2v4, excuse me, CleanX able to get an entry kill, and you do have a decent bit of time to work with. And Joe Deceives still on a 5 spree as well, so the Ultra Boys do have the hot hand. It's just a very tough situation.
Oh, damage. There's Tej. Absolute
Yep,
perfect
that's
time
it.
behind door number 1.
That was a clean kill. That was a free kill for TJ.
Behind door number 2. I don't think he's going to be hitting it though just yet. That's perfect timing from Slasher. I think he may have seen the top of his head. He did.
Ooh.
Good luck dealing with that one. Round 11. Here we go. We're being treated to some good search here, folks. Maven Sundays, they're always brilliant. They're always brilliant.
This is good too. Again, I love the homework being done by Carolina. We're digging deep. Like, the prep is shining through right now in this game as well. And both teams, I mean, they're common, trying to figure out what they want to do to try to find this first blood. TJ comfy as well. He's kicked back in his chair.
Oh, round 11, boys.
Here we go for the round 11 on red guard, Miles.
A full rewind from what happened at the major. I should tell me that it's exactly the same scenario. My goodness, oh good God, here we go. And we are absolutely banging out B. Ultra doing it, TJ. Can you find the first blood at the very least? A perfect nade. Gonna flush Joe out, but wait. Plenty of damage, and somehow TJ goes down without a fight. Vivid now has to back on up. He may be giving up the bomb site to allow Ultra to move in.
Ooh, that's a bad play from Vivid.
Oh, it's so anti. Come on, Gwyn, move faster.
Gwyn does indeed move fast. 1, 2, the last man there by the site has got to back up. It's Vivid, and Ultra have pushed them out. And
oh my goodness.
Oh, no.
What?
I'm looking at Beans just nodding his head, but someone lagged out of that lobby. I didn't actually catch who it was. I think it might have been Slasher, but
wait, what?
Got to back up. It's Vivid. There, Gwyn. Vivid now has plenty of damage, and somehow first blood at the very least. A perfect.
Wait, what happened?
Out, but wait, plenty of damage, and somehow TJ goes down without a fight. Vivid now has to back on up. He may be giving up.
Picked quite a few times in this game, and like I think on the game,
watching
Carolina mix things up, like get the triple Insight ready for like the slow.
On a round 11, that is crazy.
Over towards
you lag out or your game crashed, dude. That is insane.
Squads. Round 11 is going to be
holy
a very
hell
interesting reset as well, because we haven't seen a ton of aggression in this game. Ultra have had a few offensive rounds where they're trying to make moves. They certainly did over towards this B site here.
I just can't believe. I mean, Teach had the read on 3 players. He was unable to pick up 2. He only got damage on 1 player. Gwyn's flank. That was, I mean, everything was going so brilliantly for both teams. And then the read as well that, you know, we've lost the fight over by, well, we lost the manpower over by B. Let's just keep moving over towards A. And then what? The Ravens, they wrap out. They leave the B-bomb site. They leave A. You got a free plant there for Ultra as well. I mean, this is something, man. What a great game of Search and Destroy. Before we get into round 11, we're going to get back into this, folks. Highlights from the start of the S&D. And man, we've had some real delightful moments in this game, Chance.
Yeah, I mean, it started vivid. Goes on a 4-0 run, maybe 5-0 after the next round, and things were starting off great for Carolina. And then at some point, Joe DeCeves really just finds the hot hand. And again, you have different styles you can play for the Ultra squad. Like, you know, Inside is obviously known for being one of the slower players. So if you want the patient play, you just work with him on the map and you can absolutely manage that. If you want to fly, Joe DeCeves, CleanX, and Beans will absolutely hit the go button. So they're capable of multiple different styles of play, but when you need to get active, they're popping pieces. This would have been the call game moment if Slasher would have been able to pull it off, but Insight in his ones is nervy as it was in that final moment. He delivers and keeps things honest. And maybe from Ultra, this would have been the round where one of the rare mistakes being made, a couple players just getting picked apart, left Beans in a bad situation. But outside of that, it's just been great gameplay on both sides. I think outside of maybe one round, it's quite literally been whoever gets the first blood ends up executing and winning it.
Yeah, and looking back at that Joe DeCeves 2-piece out by P5, he does not see the bomb get dropped there. And he pulls away from that fight so quickly, obviously looking for another player, but he just misses out on the very crucial intel there that the bomb has been dropped and it is there in play. That would have totally changed that round and possibly given Ultra the advantage, if not the win outright there. So, boys and girls, what a match this has been so far. Of course, their first hard point feels like a thing of the past now, Chance. Like, who cares about how Protocol went? We will be playing red card as well. There's no guarantee, actually, because we still haven't finished around 11, but hey, we'll see what happens. We're going back to Protocol for the control. We'll play red card hard point after that. How we feeling, mate? Talk to me, bro. How we feeling?
Well, just to further home, like in a S&D battle like this, of how like detail oriented you need to be, I made a comment about Joe DeCeves, like how even his plant spots are typically on point and he's willing to give you extra like when he needs it. How about the one moment where either, I think it was TJ maybe, or Gwen trying to go for the plant and CleanX just zaps him through the net, like hits the wall bang. So the details really do matter. Where you plant matters, the timing, everything, how many stuns and nades you save. So it is high level Call of Duty. And I just know whatever happens on the control, I'm expecting CleanX to go berserk because I think he's probably tired of the patient play.
Patient play. Well, folks, we have to ask you to be patient for one more moment while we get this round 11 lobby set up once more. Very quick commercial break. On the other side of it, a single round of Search and Destroy.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff.
That is honestly crazy on how, for some reason, something happened and then, we gotta restart the lobby because we gotta restart the round because something happened.
That's it. They can go there deep. That's it. Yo, pinch. Nice, let's go. That's above you. He went down.
My bad. He's one shot. You guys got this. You got this. Money for you. Way better. Wait. Nice! Let's go.
If I lose that, then just take the Porsche away. Alright. Another car, come on. Yeah. Another car. Yeah, we gotta go.
Alright, hey chat, watch this. Alright, we gotta go play the game. Let's take a look at this bad.
And this weekend, we will find out which team will take the largest portion of that $1 million prize pool and etch their names into Call of Duty history forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, live from Las Vegas, the World Series of Warzone Global Final.
Oh, come here. And backward.
Alley. Oh my god. Oh my god! The paternity test is in. I am the father.
We're going to have some laughs during this match, Maven. I'm going to openly just ask, who will be the worst player we see in the All-Star game today?
The worst player from all of these teams? Oh, this is hard, man. It's the All-Stars. Oh, I got to think about this.
It's going to be Octane.
It's going to be Octane?
Yeah,
he was a beast, so he was number 2 overall S&D KD.
Yes, he has, but guess what? Octane's had one good event since like 2016.
I'm going with Nameless, just because he can probably hear me right now. he's going to choke big time.
He's in the close. Dead. Nice. Good job. Yeah, nice. Tempus freezer. Tempus freezer when he killed me. Okay, I'm chilling in. Oh. TK. Go back. Oh, no. I was side door and it killed me. I was like right inside a side door.
Nice, good shit. I have it. Dead. Nice. Dead. Let's go, guys! Let's go! Let's go, Bruce!
Vickle now. Last one up.
He's got a trophy though, right? He threw a trophy out.
Might do it.
He threw a trophy out.
Might do it.
I think this might be too
there.
slow.
Either way.
He got it. Oh, he does get it. Yeah, it was too slow. He gets it. He just hops it right away. Nobody checks the bomb.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. 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 I'm dead. I'm dead. No way.
By self revive?
Nope. Honestly, it works out. I'm starving. Marissa calls these my old man ship. And Jello, I eat a bunch of tacos. Did you win? How do I have the same amount of eliminations as you?
Yeah, that's some horseshit there. There's no way that's true.
Well, the one thing that is true right now, folks, is that we do have some highlights here from the major, ladies and gentlemen. This is what our two teams look like a mere few weeks ago, going at each other in Madrid at Mayor 1. And it was one hell of a tournament. And this was the way that the red card S&D went down there. It was, again, around 11. Ultra falling prey as TJ had himself a weekend.
And, you know, honestly, I feel like these are two teams that, like, they're looking for tournament wins. They want to be the top dog, but I think from my perspective, if they're in the top 4, like, happy. You're in a good spot, you're looking strong, and that's the difference maker. Whoever wins this series likely to be in the top 4 mix, and the ice in the S&D set the Ravens apart. Funnily enough, it was map 2 and around 11 in that one as well. So it is things like this that really, I mean, how much extra money do you even win placing in the top 4 compared to top 6 at events? So it matters between these two teams, and we know it's nail biter, what has effectively been one of the slowest and longest played S&D maps of this year. But for these two teams, we expect nothing less.
Oh, we expected the goods. We didn't think it'd go on this long, though. That's the little gift we've been given. But yeah, I mean, I think for both organizations, Chance, I mean, Toronto Ultra looking to get to the heights of yesteryear. I think for the Ravens, though, this is the best the organization has looked consistently ever, which is fantastic for them. Kudos. I mean, the last time I think a solid, consistent Ravens roster was back in London, Raw Ravens days, Vanguard. And even then, it was relatively short-lived after Major 1. We lost what? Gizmo. I know you said Joey Gizmo, or I think Joe and Clint called him Gizmo for a while. That was weird, but hey, man, these things happen. That was the last time they looked great. Until then, it's been a wonderful turn for the Ravens. They've looking good. They've been fine in most regards. You know, a Sunday performance for them back in Major 1.
Yeah, so Carolina did win.
We did have an issue. We were very nearly ready to go, folks, but a player crashed. A different player crashed after we got everyone into that round 11 lobby once again. But we're going to try again, folks, because it's a one and done. And it is going to be an absolute.
That is just crazy on how
first attempt at the round 11.
It's crazy on how they why did the players crash on a round 11? Like what? How did?
Whoever gets first blooded is going to snap their headset. I think is what's going to happen.
Like how the hell does that happen? I have no idea.
Map going, and if you get blooded, like if you just died to a frag grenade, like there's not going to be any trophies on the reset. I don't think, because I don't think it was a pause. Like if you just get naded off a break, slamming headset, like it's going to be, or the camera, I suppose. Players have been mixing things up. We used to have chair punches back in the day. Now we're snapping webcams. So, something new out.
I mean, I'm trying to remember some of my all-time favorites. Illy's headset spike, legendary. But a quick refresher, folks, on the way the Ravens have looked so far and where they will be going next. And look, it's not been fantastic. They got absolutely chokeslammed by the Thieves. That's not great. Ultra was still hanging. This one goes down. Rocker coming up next, Feb 21st. And the next day is, of course, a game against Optic, Texas. And then we roll things out. They get to play the Falcons just before moving onwards to the major. It's going to be spicy indeed. If you want to go to the major, we know how the Ravens are going to get there. That's their journey. Your journey from wherever you may be in the world will look very, very different, but you can still get tickets. There's not that many left. Of course, Optic put on a great show. We're going back to Allen, Texas for this one. It's going to be an absolute delight. Tickets are still on sale. Grab them while you can. Optic.link/major2. You're there for champs, you know, folks, it's an iconic venue, the Credit Union of Texas Event Center, and what a name as well. It's an incredible box in the center of the stage. Everyone having a good time. It really, really was an amazing time. It's a loud room, it's a passionate room, and it's a great arena. Great arena. Be there, Major 2. You saw the dates. Get yourself a ticket. Optic.link/Major2. Tickets are still available, folks. This is the way things have gone so far in the Search and Destroy chance. First Bloods have been super decisive outside of 2 rounds.
Yes, and I think if I'm looking at it right, there's only been 2 rounds that have not been decided by the First Blood. So
Exactly.
Ultra have been better in that category, but once or twice they end up letting it slip. Of course, Trey's rolling through. It's a fun comment about the credit union. I realize how American I am and like my perspective is the more I travel, just looking at all the highways of Texas. I mean, you can't walk in that city at all. But anytime I travel, I'm like, go to Madrid, I'm like, this is beautiful. I can walk anywhere I need to go. This is fantastic. Everybody looks so healthy. It's crazy.
And the metro system was also very functional, very easy to get around as well. If you saw
I can imagine that. We
were smiling.
We have one that works in New York, like city, and then one that kind of works in DC. And I think outside of that, it's not great.
I've used it in LA once. I got to downtown for like $1.45. It was phenomenal. Either way, folks, we're going downtown here on Red Card. Round 11, take 2.
Well, let's see what they change up.
Maybe right off the rip here, it is going to be phase through a monitor time. But there we go. It's not going to be, no, it maybe will be an exact mirror of how the previous round went.
Well, the previous round was a bang out towards the B side, so definitely not a mirror to that one. This is very much round 1. We have to dodge all these nades inside the spot he got naded from earlier on. He mixing up the angles just to be making sure you are extra safe. So 30 seconds have gone by thus far. Not a ton of noise. In Ultra, I mean, it looks like B is getting the call. Insight starting to creep his way up the map, taking a good chunk of space. You imagine the bomb is going to be following him up here shortly. TJ, that is so uncomfortable on those stairs.
Yeah, really uncomfortable. Not an uncommon spot, though, so... Oh, he's giving it up. He's giving it up. And that's trouble. That's what I'm saying. They know about it. No trophies, no nothing. Good luck, boys. Opening exchange. This nade is going to matter tremendously. Slasher throws. Possibly connects. Damage dealt. No one sent in for the kill just yet. Beans finds himself another on the round. 25 seconds to party. An Insight on the stairwell. Is he glitching? Is it a yellow? Is it a red? We'll find out later. Bomb planted. Ultra with the advantage.
Yikes.
Last man Vivid. And these lungs still have air in them. And they're sending it. Wait a minute, folks. Ultra survive the long break.
Damn. If they didn't get around 11.
And poor TJ, yeah, I mean, just the head snap back when he got naded. Just like, oh, come on, man. Why's it gotta be like that? But hey, for Ultra, it is in fact like that.
That is crazy. Just the way they lost.
Good.
Did not go prone
like,
to it.
well, let's be fair. If the round 11, if the first round 11 went in the way it would have been, I think Carolina would have won that. But that's unfortunate. Just the way the game just decided, no, fuck you. Let's just crash you, crash someone.
It might be on top of the bounce back from their
Oh my god, this game.
Is it even possible? Puckett and Powell's, what do you think?
I think it's incoming. After that break and then losing round 11 after not having trophies to grenades, I think Carolina is going to be on tilt. You already got 3-0'd once. Why not let it happen twice?
That's just something that would happen to Slasher. Like, listen, in a perfect world, we're not competing online, but we are. Stuff happens. It's one of those frustrating things where someone lags out, but I swear just like the weirdest stuff has happened to Austin, just like when it comes to online play. And he probably just wants to put his head through a wall like TJ did. But it happens. And now, I mean, you still had an opportunity to win the round. You didn't.
Allie, you picked this team at the start. You had faith in Toronto Ultra. Did you know Joe DeCease was this good at Search and Destroy?
Of course we knew Joe DeCease was this good at Search and Destroy. He is the reason they are so good at Search and Destroy and was for the longest time, and the reason they win this map number 2. For me, this map 2 from Toronto Ultra, I was worried that their S&D was going to stay stagnant and bad because the first couple of rounds, it's like they can't decide what they want their pacing to be. 1 minute, we are full sprinting at B. The next minute, we are sitting in spawn for the first 30 seconds of the round, just hoping somebody shows an ankle, a foot, a toe, whatever. So great adjustments from Toronto Ultra. Thank God Joe was able to tie things up to 3-3. He ends up finding 3 in this round, and then the next round, he slams 2 other people for the first blood, and they weren't able to take the lead somehow, some way. So the fact they were able to make the adjustments off of his back later on in the rest of map 2 is big for Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, I don't think the pacing thing's like that big of a deal. Like whether, I mean, really good search teams, I think you can hit stuff quick. You can play it slow for a pick. You know, like a slasher search and short team, they like to play for picks pretty often. But it's more like the good search teams. What's the pace when you decide to be decisive? How quick do you make your decisions, especially those small decisions when you're 2v2s, you're 3v3s? And it looked like Toronto Ultra was starting to fix some of those things where they've been struggling over the past couple of weeks. But I guess I'm not surprised it's one with the distance. I mean, you take away Ultra's skid, they have been a solid search team, and Ravens have been one of the best. So love that this one with the distance. Just wish, you know, obviously didn't have the issues we did to get the restart.
We got 2 round 11s. I'm not mad. We could see another one, a third round 11 if we get to a game 5. David, those guys right there on your screen, think they got enough to reverse sweep?
Yeah, I think it's certainly possible due to, I don't know, I guess the form of Ultra hasn't been great as of late. I know you could say the same thing on the Carolina side, but at least their loss looks a little bit better as you get beat up by Thieves. I mean, kind of mimicking what happened at the Major. I think they can absolutely do it, and I think the good thing is, as much as Slasher is someone that might tilt a little bit, this team could tilt. You do have a lot of veterans. You've been through this up before online. You can bounce back, you get one map win, one after the other, you bring it back. I do, however, think Ultra closes out here. I do, but is it possible? Yes.
It's time for craft time.
It's time for
It's time to
craft time.
I thought you said crap time. And I was
Why
like,
did you actually say it?
I was like, oh, are we playing craps?
Draw a conclusion.
I don't think that's what it's called. Anyway, let's go back to the protocol hardpoint map number 1. I just wanted to give Beans some flowers here because this was kind of a back and forth game. I know that the scoreline doesn't necessarily tell the whole full story because we were off of a P4 computers where Toronto Ultra dominated the side of Carolina Royal Ravens.
I'll be right back, chat. I'm just gonna see.
I'm going to be looking over at this mini map. I just wanted to talk about this is kind of your AR can do anything as well. Right now, Beans has not been getting a lot of love. He's going to be number 1 on your mini map right now. He is not only going to be soaking time. This man has found an SMG, and what does he do with that, and why is it so important? We're going to watch that Beans is going to take route through the backside of Carolina Royal Ravens building, and what this does is Carolina right now is trying to get some mid-map control. You're looking at number 7, they're going to try and play this building so that they can keep Toronto Ultra kind of pinned to this back spawn playing for that P2. And Beans, well, doesn't allow that to happen. He ends up going on a 5 spree. I'm going to keep it on this mini-map so you can watch his route. He's not only going to soak time, he's going to find this first kill, realizes he has that open lane to get into the building, and he's going to find another kill up top. And this is big because number 5 is looking for the same sort of kill to relieve pressure so that they can get this P1 time. It's just a big play out of Beans as he's going to sit up here and go for a couple. He does end up overheating at the end, but he goes on a 5, so he's allowed to.
Well done from Beans. Bad news is you didn't win cleanly enough. 100 points.
Oh yeah, I was about to say, I was like, where are you going with this one? I'll be honest, I blacked out during that whole thing, but I did put hand sanitizer on because Allie's been coughing on me.
Yeah.
I've not been coughing on you. I've been
You have coughed directly in my direction.
5 days.
It's
I'm
winter
sorry.
and our team is sick. Who knew? Let's throw it back to the casters who are remote and safe in Los Angeles. Hi, Miles.
That's right. Well, Chance is somewhere else, but yeah, I'm in Los Angeles. I can hear Ali cough. When she hits the cough button, she ain't coughing. She's coughing on Clint, and that's why I can hear it, because it's coming through his mic. So, Clint, you stay safe. Please. We need you. All right, guys. Time to play Control. We're going to lag out in round 5 and have to do it all over again, possibly. I'm just kidding, folks. I'm just kidding.
There's not going to be a round 5, Miles. Come on.
Ultra find themselves up 2-0, which is honestly a surprise to me because Ravens look fantastic in search, and, you know, ish happens.
And I will say, I know there's a lot of players, or people, excuse me, that watch like the CDL and they pay attention to the player cams. Believe it or not, TJ is just that blurry. So that's not like a camera issue. That's just his natural state. If you see him in an event, it's wild, and he will make you smile.
Yeah, it's quite amazing. I mean, I'm not sure what or how or why, but he's somehow out of focus IRL. That's an insane thing to think about. All right, folks, you know how Control works, so do we. Let's find out who's much better at capturing the new B zone after the patch. Joe Deceives versus New York yesterday. I mean, they're commendable, but they still got really hurt. Ultra, you can put yesterday behind you. Start thinking about tomorrow. Here we go.
Ooh, trades, yeah, double square up on sort of the grass side of the map to take Slash out of the power positions, and that would mean Carolina has to worry about the flanks, but instead they win every gunfight, so they can just stroll straight through the A zone. It's gonna be a solo capture. You can see number 8, number 5, incredibly worried about the flanks. Meanwhile, TJ doing a little dance. Kleenex somehow finds the route to get through. I think Carolina maybe caught slightly off guard, but they do solidify a tick of progress, and they're staying on top of the kills column.
Yep. Oh, wow, okay. Blind Beans nearly. Gwyn finally finding that kill there, a 3 life separation, and a decent amount of work done there by the A zone. Looking towards the 50% mark. Can Ultra get rid of that work on the second segment? The answer is no, not yet, as they've been forced over towards the B side. That is a good bit of work done there by the Carolina boys, and they should get a second tick over by A.
Yeah, they just needed to hunt down Tej. TJ, though, doesn't really make him work too hard from it. Kleenex is there for an instant cleanup, but then the trades maybe a little bit slow, but finally Vivid overwhelmed. Simply was not bought enough time in that moment, but all's well that ends well, and you still have Carolina on top of the kills column in the third tick of progress. It's going to be close to see it's going to fall. Kleenex is going to be jumping over his head here in just a moment, but not before the point gets secured, so Ultra hand that one away. Extra minute to the clock, and Carolina already have a 4-life advantage.
Yeah, the life advantage is one thing. B zone's the other. Kleenex, got him. Couple more here to be had off spawn. Vivid is going to double back just a little here to try to make sure you don't feed Kleenex too many more of these kills. Slasher dealt with there in the Ultra spawn. So now a lot of space to be played with here for the Ultra boys.
This is just going to be a slow-paced gameplay, right? You got insight in the depths of spawn, just about watching a deep left flank side of the map flank, and that's the type of style that Ultra's going to bring. So you got to reorchestrate yourselves and figure something out. Middle of the map being controlled, though, by Carolina. You got Gwyn that's found the route to actually get through, so he's in a spot where he just needs to play for kills, and that's certainly when Gwyn is at his best.
He's a stone cold killer. Shame his teammates have been brought down around him. He's got the opportunity to soften up these defenders. Number 1. And he's going to get the capture going as well. So a 1-life differential as he's doing it all alone. Ultra now on the counter-attack. Joe Seaves trying to sniff him out. No hope there. Slash has got the coverage. It's a slow capture chance, but it's working.
Yeah, you saw the Slasher. Yeah, Slasher had mid covered from sort of lower boat as well. And this is beautiful. Gwyn's the guy. You want to get him in position, let him play for the kills, and then everybody else snaps after that until Kleenex bodies him, gives you 2, and makes this zone a lot more difficult to capture.
How did he get the second? He's looking for a third here. I mean, Tej, it's good centering, it's good coverage to stay alive there, but there we go. You've got space once again, boys. Oh no, it's Kleenex again in the backline. So he's still finding pieces. Trying to clean up this second segment, but it's Kleenex. They finally catch him just in the nick of time, and a 5-life difference right now. Tej gets done.
I'm back there, sorry about that.
Still good. No lives left for Toronto, and 35 to go.
That is going to be an impossible hold. Carolina grew up
Trying to figure out where my breakfast
was, on a flank, though, so if he's quick enough, he can make the impact. Vivid gets caught. Now the lives getting drained on the other time, but every single kill is massive, and no more Kleenex in the picture.
It's past breakfast, but pretty much
a dangerous place to be right now. The Ravens have got free reign to do what they want. Tej wins a massive one to the back line over Beans. He gets a bit of damage. He's got no help, though, and that's it. The round complete. The Ravens succeed.
And there you go. The life advantage they were able to accrue from the start ends up mattering towards the end. Certainly, anytime you end up spawn, you need someone to be able to get out of it. But, I mean, again, quite literally, Gwyn just finding the route through mid, getting behind the grandma's house, or red, whatever you want to call it. Or blue, actually, but we can ignore mid. So many colors. It's green, you know?
Yeah. But it also depends what game settings you play on.
Merry Christmas.
Thanks, man. A happy new round coming up now. That was a long one. And again, shout out the Ravens for playing that one, quite aggressively. They had a decent life advantage. And I believe 2 segments secured at B as well. So sitting at 5 overall. Could be wrong there. Don't look it up. Here we go. Round 2.
And a low hit coming from Ultra, so I don't know if they're going to be trying to work B or A here. Insight's poking his head out. They're just going for like Granny's control, maybe setting up for some spawn kills, and CleanX, well, he's got the top house under wraps. He's got Slasher in his sights, and there's the teamwork and coordination, but all that is just for the opening break. And it is going to be a slow capture over towards A, and Jodeci's and CleanX, they got behind enemy lines, and they got taken care of instantly. So Carolina Ravens, nice little bounce back to try to make things mixy, get out of spawn, and guys like Beans just get overwhelmed. Solid response on the bounce back play there from Carolina.
Yeah, great work. Joe's in your spawn, but the bad news is until any of your teammates get kills, you're not going to send anyone back to you. So Slasher now will be the only man up on spawn. Joe has to deal with that. Beans, good work clearing out the back line. Gwyn is still a threat. Everyone has managed to make their way past Joe on the respawn, so now he's in a position in the middle of the map. Gwyn still at large, and there is an APB out for a man of his approximate description, and he has been picked up by Insight. You'll take it, you'll move on, but Slasher, the peel. The A zone's only 50% complete.
Yeah, but Jodeci is just toying with the B zone as well, so he's just trying to make noise and maybe drag some pressure over. And it is going to be a solo capture on B, but Jodeci is roaming around and looking for kills, and that's unfortunate because every one of his teammates dies at the exact same time. And he doesn't give you that second one. He is on a 4 spree, but he got to get his teammates out of spawn. Toronto Ultra, they are running out of time.
Oh, you heard the click of his jackal there. That rang through me, man. All right, well, 15 seconds to go, and Ultra, not a great attacking round. One segment is all they've got to their name so far. CleanX is in just trouble. It's just trouble. And there we go. Trouble, thy name is TJ. Sends it in for the kill. You're all going to get a contest, lads, but it might not matter too much. Yeah, there we go. Vivid. He and Slasher find their respective kills, and they put the round to bed. No one's getting a B because you've got to climb the ladder. I take it all back. We're still in there.
Yeah, still on B, and the play is very much open. 0.0. And they're on the A zone as well, so a 2-front war. Insight wins the gunfight, so he gets to play active on that side, and Gwyn not in the picture to defend this B zone at all. So Carolina might just be bamboozled. Last-ditch effort on the B zone. Found a few players to jump through. Slasher wins his one. Trades there for Beans, but there for Vivid as well. Oh, and now we're on A.
Back on A. Insight still
oh my god.
Coverage is good. He's still going. Anyone there to keep him alive? No, they couldn't do it. What a round, boys and girls.
That was way too close. Holy shit.
Ravens got by 2.
Yeah, the ultimate bamboozle, because even towards the end of the way the game works, we saw that player slide on the point, but the way the ticks are timed with the sort of game clock, not always in your favor when you need to get on it. But honestly, the mixiness sort of super pays off. At least you get a few extra ticks, because make no mistake, you would still rather be playing defense, but here's QueenX, the fastest ladder climber in the league. We've been saying that for years.
Have we? Yeah, you're right. Nobody ascends like CleanX up a ladder. Not true, but I love it. Well, 2-0 for the Ravens. Ultra, again, despite the magic, and it was magic, unable to get the round win here. Starting proceedings off quite nicely as well here on the attack Ravens. First go around was much more decisive than this, and actually, I take it back. They're back on A, and this is looking good.
Yeah, Slasher maybe just needed to trust himself more. You could see the way he was playing it. They knew that CleanX was behind him, but worried about too many different angles. And now CleanX is sort of leaving his mark. Finally gets traded, but takes 2 before he falls. Vivid, though. Nice response to TJ. Maybe right back towards his home on the B zone.
He's chilling. A single seg done. A is blasting through the 2-man stack. The fadeaway and an unfortunate bit of hip firework there takes care of CleanX as he's dispatched. He's right to top mid. Love that play, but even better shots from Beans. Gets rid of him. So just over a minute to go, and Joe Deceives receives a few players there in spawn, but not able to really keep them at bay. Now the attack from the Ravens continues, but less than a minute to play.
Yeah, this is the spawn trap style. I mean, we've made it to the point. Ultra, the longer you keep this pressure up, the better. Insight there to deliver you just the one. I saw 2 jackals in kill feed, just assumed, but CleanX is there with them. Carolina desperate to try to get out of their base. Insight doing a pretty good job so far, just slowing them down.
Yeah, I mean, by sort of dancing through the doorways and shutting a closed door or 2. That's lovely work, and the good shots there from CleanX as well. So now in the back, less than 30 to go. This is a very good defensive round, Ultra. Exactly what you needed. Unfortunate timing, CleanX. That's going to kick you in the ass, my friend. Unfortunate. Go to Sieves, though, keeping this play alive. Less than 20 to go.
Yeah, it's a great play, and he's in prime position as well. Any player that sets foot on his zone likely to fall. Gwyn might have to do it over towards B and maybe just try to open things up for his teammates. And Carolina needs to figure out what direction they want to go, but you see in the feed, Gwyn is going to fall in the A zone. Well, Beans and Kleenex, they have it under lock and key. Here's the ladder, though, the ladder of hope, as we've always called it. Always. Slasher with the Jackal, he trying to show us off the goods. Play still up, but play is officially down, and there you go. Vivid falls as well. No last-ditch heroics on the offensive end.
Wasn't going to happen.
Whistle Ultra get themselves one. A quick rehydrate, boys. Fun fact, Insight is closer to a camel than a human being in the way he drinks. Drinks once, drinks long, stays hydrated for an incredibly long time. No visible hump, though. Truly a marvel.
On round 4 we go. I got nothing for that. I tried so hard. Absolutely no right. Jokes, no goods from me.
It's fine. I was waiting. It's all good. It's all good. Big round though for Ultra. You defended it, did. Can you now attack?
Well, Miles, unfortunately, Ultra's attacking rounds have been dry as a desert, so this is going to be a problem.
See, you could have it.
Yeah, I mean, 30 seconds later.
It's fine, absolutely fine. Well, 15 seconds later, not a whole lot has happened in this round. Joe Deceives finds his way to Grand Mars, finds his way into Gwyn, takes care of that. Vivid, you think you're tough enough to get involved? He's got Slasher as well. As Joseph Deceives finally taken down, but that is a delightful opener, and space now brought across the map. Both zones getting a little bit of love. Shots at Kleenex.
That's what I say. Speaking of nice shots, that's on point. And he made enough noise at B that Slasher is wrapping all the way around. And this is just a guarantee of the A zone capture. It's a 2-stack on that zone. Kleenex finally gets caught, but Joe Deceives and Beans, they've just been super soaking the control time. And there's the A zone. No desert this time. 5 life lead and plenty of time for Toronto to work with.
Yeah, a lot of good shots as well. Beans instant. TJ's 2 bails you out for a moment, and he's desperately trying to maintain top trips. Unfortunately, there is a stun for your brother, and that is Kleenex back in there. He and Joe now, eyes across the middle of the map. The only thing they've got to worry about is Gwyn, who's now entered the back line. We'll deal with that in a moment. Ultra fighting their way forward, looking towards B still.
And it wasn't just Gwyn, it was Slasher too. Gwyn's taking routes. Tough to lock down, but with the Jackal in hand, surely for the gunner you'll be on point as TJ showing off the 2-piece goods. SMG's reign supreme. He is there ready for the spawn kills as well, or at least ready for number 1. He might get the best play just for the little bit of spawn trap, but you still have a life advantage from Ultra. Only 1 minute and 15 on the clock. Longer you pause it, the better, but that is not a long-lasting life. Slasher, he's been behind enemy lines for a good chunk of time.
Yeah, he's doing what he can. We got pressure on a B. Ultra, 2 big kills in the feed. He's still on the hunt for Slasher. They've got no idea where he is, but he's now put himself out of cover through the middle of the map, and it's worked out. The slow capture. Beans is going to stay safe for as long as he can. Here comes the next one.
Try to reinforce barrel with
reinforce barrel. Nope, down 3.
I tried the reinforced barrel. I think it's so good. I'm trying to use the long barrel now just to have a little bit more damage.
Delicate moment, and every death might very well matter. Great shots from Beans across the map, but a technical response there. By the looks of it, Ultra, I mean, they're working through mid, working through boat as well. Insight's just found the route. Slasher, though, desperate to stay alive. He gets caught, so the coordination is here. Ultra, they've made it to the zone.
Still a 1-man capture, though. Not willing to stack this one up. You expose yourself to too many angles with that many bodies on the point. Vivid playing it slow and steady. Stunned up. Beans, great shots. Nice transition onto the second. Progress now. Second segment done. We're in the final hurdle.
Long barrel more effective for the damage range.
10 to 6.
I mean, it's an AR, so you definitely need damage.
Still alive. Slasher down, traded out immediately. Joe Deceives. Oh my word, he thought he had it. Last lives for the Ravens. 20 seconds. You've got such a journey to make, boys. Do you have the time? Oh, Gwyn pulls one with him. Charles, it's so close. 10 seconds. There's no way they get to the zone. Or is it the ladder? The ladder again. TJ with the kills. 5 seconds. Done. Over the top. No! Joe goes for the dive, and it is not enough. The Carolina Royal Ravens.
A little too late for that.
Decisive
Kleenex.
They buy themselves another hard point in the series.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the zone of when it actually registers you being on it, it's just a split second behind. So the Dolphin dive would have been a great attempt, but just not enough time. A game of margins, though. That was a good one indeed on protocol. The new zone getting switched up, massively beneficial for the map. Makes the attacking rounds easier, but still the advantage on defense towards the end absolutely there. So potential reverse sweep on the cards. Carolina, we know, are a team that displays some grit, and they certainly played well there. TJ and Gwen sharing the love, 27 kills apiece. And I know the SMG players on the first two maps certainly struggling.
So yeah, the long barrel, you have to use the way I see it with ARs. You're dealing with mainly ranged people, so
going to a red
with long range gunfights, so you have to use long barrel in the way I see it. B-Force barrel is good, I just don't see it beneficial because
keep choosing it, so they know something I don't.
Like, I'm not too sure.
Everybody wants them reps, man. You gotta put in the work. Nice shots this map. The gunny was certainly there. Oh, the click from Joe, that one hurt. That could have been a two-piece. The 0.0 stop here from CleanX, unbelievable. The fact that they got to A as well certainly helps. It could have been one of those moments. We saw it once in MW3. Once. It was a high-rise control from 0.0 to a map win. It does happen, folks. It can happen. It's just a little more unlikely here on Protocol.
That was LAG that pulled that up, right?
I do believe so. Moment? Yeah, Estrial Diamond Con was involved in that.
Yeah, it's not the rocker grid. Maybe that's the Estrial magic.
Yeah, I mean, we could... Oh, okay, there's a running theme here. Either way, the highlights from this one, folks, were back and forth in the kills department, but not so much in the rounds. It was all the Ravens. They certainly had the better game here on control. It goes their way, and it gets us to another red card. Red card, hard point, which, again, yesterday was doo-doo for Toronto Ultra. We'll see if they can bounce back today.
Going to be a fun one indeed, but we already saw how the, like S&D goes round 11, absolute battle of the margins, maybe like the clutch difference makers or the 2v2s that you could pull off. It's never the crazy 1v4s. Both teams, the calculated gameplay that they bring to the table, and I think for Carolina, the biggest round they had on attack was when they were getting out of their spawn, getting Gwyn behind enemy lines, open things up towards the zone, and just efficient trades coming after the fact. So we know what kind of battle we expect. We know on red card it might very well be a barn burner, and red card, frankly, a map that does require a good degree of endurance. Just with the spawns being so close, the map might be large, but it can be chaotic. And I know from Ultra, a little bit concerned. They've picked it twice. They're 0-1 on it, but they keep choosing to play it in stage 2. So I don't know if that has been going well in scrims, if it's just counter picks against the opposing team, or if they're just trying to deepen the map pool and they know hardpoint has been a bit of an issue. But whatever the case may be, if they lose it here, go to a game 5 against Carolina. Not a fun thing to have to deal with.
Don't want to deal with that. Protocol S&D for game 5, folks. We just go back and forth. We oscillate between one map to the other. Yeah, this should be interesting. Again, whether it's map pool broadening or whatever, or maybe it's just training other coaches and other teams to think that you always want to play red card. When really it's something else. We'll see, though. We're going to get the reps. We're going to get the time as our boys are loading in now. Ultra Ravens. For the Ultra boys, again, a win here is the series. At game 5, though, it does have the Ravens written all over it. And they're starting to believe. Starting to keep it going. How do we think this one's going to go, Chance? I mean, Ultra's respawn's been solid. Obviously, their Protocol hardpoint was a very, very good one for them. But after the control, do you think they've taken a knock?
I do. I think we're going to be going to a game 5, to be honest. Because even when we showed off Carolina Royal Ravens, like their run they have through this stage, like going into the major, it's just a gauntlet of teams that they're having to deal with along the way.
Yeah.
Like just
Carolina might have a little bit of an edge.
The top teams in the mix in any sort of middle of the pack. It's like your Minnesotas that force you to game 5. It's playing the Toronto Ultras that are going to take you to a game 5. So I think Carolina are going to have an exhaustive split.
See what happens.
And of course, being down in the series, but playing against a team who lost it by 72 points yesterday and not having a great run of it in the breaking category as well. And I think surely TJ and Gwen have been able to warm up just enough that they're going to be ready to shoot their guns here on the red card. So that's my prediction of map 5, but I've been wrong many times before. We get to find out here.
And we'll be wrong many times after today as well. But in a P1 we go, folks. Another red card. Donk opening nades, do what they do. It's off to Joe and the boys who find their kills, but opening time on P1, not a crazy thing. 3 dead there for a moment. You'll take that again if you're the Ultra boys. That's time going their way. Lead change for now.
And funnily enough, Ultra, their opening break against C9 on this map yesterday was also pretty flawless. So the early advantage has been clean. Where Ultra originally messed up was they just sort of botched the first P2 rotation, which already looking on the minimap, a lot of potential for Carolina to try to take the game over. Going to be forcing out these deep spawns. And Ultra now on the wrong side of the map, admittedly, with a 10-second lead, but that is marginal compared to what potentially could come over towards P2. But Vivid, not ready for that spawn. Spawns are a little bit crazy here on P1.
Well, yeah,
My time is different.
A little bit crazy indeed. Well, that's going to be P1 complete, 13-3. As we blow the whistle on the new one, it pops wide open. Joe deceives. Little jump shot. Not a lot of players jump in BO6 because you don't, without dexterity on. I guess a little squirrely the aim, but Joe looking good. Hard point, though, still in the hands of the Ravens. Joe's about to hit the top rope in this one. Checks everything and somehow still gets the kill. Good stuff, Joe. Lead change back in the hands of Ultra. Spawn still in the back, though, the Ravens. They've got the reinforcements here to contest the point.
Yeah, Ultra looking for a set of kills and really trying to set up the spawn trap. There's the first 2 you need to at least get them out at a time, and they just win another one. You see TJ wins his one, and yeah, both of those players fall. Unfortunately, though, they didn't manage the spawn trap, but they should be able to manage the time. That is a good final 25 seconds to collect. And you see Slasher off spawn as well. Doesn't want to play for the scrap time. They want to play for the rotations, but with Gwyn there to join them, maybe they do hit ult, but this is just an opportunity for Ultra to overwhelm the new time. I mean, they got the numbers for this break.
They got the numbers.
He came back.
Now they definitely got the numbers. Can they get the break, though? Oh, no way. Huge damage. Gwyn manages to win that one, and now the overwhelm play has come to a close. TJ, beautiful shots there, either way. A nice gunfight win. And now some space to work with. Ultra, oh no, through the front they go. They might have bullied the rotation, but they're out to get the break. Nice shots in. Spawn still on the back there for the Ravens, but the front
TJ is not doing well at the moment.
Yeah,
Close faster than
the
Vivid.
engagement. It just wants to stay alive so his teammates can get back in. Great damage and
Yeah, Joe is just smoking them hard.
For the kill, but everybody just loses their one.
Ultra's definitely playing way better card. Well, not way better. Well, this is only a first set of rotation, so we'll have to see what happens.
11-3 is incredibly close, and now has a Hellstorm to play with. Final 10 hit on the point, and Joe is panning them stats, son, just getting kills all over the place. Rotation done as well, and Ultra, once again, they are in the right place at the right time here on red card.
Yeah, Joe Deceives has had a streaky moment on every single map played as well. Went on a 5 or 6 in the S&D. Both respawns he's been on point as well, and he is delivering again. And such a nice guy, Joe Deceives, getting the hill time as well. Mr. Do-It-All, but where his teammates fall, good news, they're quick to spawn up as well. A square-up pressure battle over towards stage.
And he wins it down low. An annoying gunfight to take. Very 50-50. Slasher finding a nice 2 there, and the time now for the Ravens as well. Gwyn sit at the 10 and 10. The kills department has been very, very tricky for the Ravens. TJ with a slow one, 4 and 10 as well. Test battle ended on the point there, and it's Ultra coming out on top. Insight now push in the front line forward, trying to be as safe as possible. TJ with a dagger in the back, can't get 2. All he gets is brought down in 15 seconds. The scrap goes to Ultra.
And that's one of those moments, by the way, where if you're watching Insight play, you're thinking he just let all of his teammates die twice, like on the same hill, but his teammates get the hill, so he can play slow, but when he does, he makes it work. And of course, though, now Carolina, they've repositioned, had all 4 of their arrows around this new time, so this would be an Ultra test of their breakability.
Hell, Ultra test of the breakability. Well, why would they break? Let's have a listen in the comms.
Absolutely. Ticket, Jerry, just get off.
Absolute. And one big car. Ticket went outside. He's so weak, by the way. He might come back.
Stand. Both our ticket.
You ticket me. One ticket, Vivid outside.
We might be estimated. I'm in top lights, okay?
One to me out left.
Go, he's our ticket, hit me up. Flasher, ticket. Close steps, close steps. Nice, you have two respawn.
On top lights.
One top BSC still.
One top lights.
Top lights, win one shot.
Yeah, you run away. He went backwards.
You go redhead. Okay, I'm not
Yeah, grab one.
and then 180, bro.
I'm really weak in the right corner. Weak here, Jeremy. In the corner.
Yo, fire door, T, one shot dead. Not. Top lights. Might be hedge. I'll get to one. I'm gonna get left. Yeah, hedge. One more mid door. Nice. Alright, those one BSC. Yo, I'll get left.
Top lights right now. I don't know if this is fucking. Top dead.
I have all the left.
You could go take it on you guys.
How about
take it. One more ticket.
One deep.
Weak, not weak. I killed the other guy. Take it, man.
I'm here. Top not crossing me. I'm playing kills, okay?
I'll help Jimmy.
One's behind. One's deep punches.
Left, yeah? Oh, yeah, shot across.
Really big. Flowers. Archie is dead. I'll get no worries.
I'm taking him left row.
Don't bang. I'm gonna still play our side, okay?
Go deep, Jimmy, okay?
I'm gonna still play our side, boys.
Who's mid?
Gwyn.
I'm seeing phone. I'm seeing fire doors.
He's P1.
They're absolutely nice.
Our steps really weak, bro.
And these boys are difficult to deal with. Despite the efforts their chance to the Ravens is still unable to really pull this one back in the listen in. And this is a good looking break attempt here on P2. Joe Deceives smacks the back open. What a shot onto Tej. That's the break.
Yeah, this is just Joe's playground at this point.
On yesterday, and now this has been multiple hills back to back to back that they've gotten things done. And we always gassed up the comms from to Ultra. I think my favorite moment of that one is CleanX leaving a guy one shot, and instead of saying that, he tells his teammates not weak at all. So he's like the anti one shot liar player. CleanX is great.
There's not many of those, let me tell you. I am one of them. One shot, absolute error. Hardpoint Ravens setting up for this one. Ultra with a long journey across. This is going to be a good 10 seconds before anyone sees any action. This has been a good hardpoint previous set. Will it be the same right now for the Ravens? First hit from CleanX, and that helps indeed. Trades are there. Tej can't get two. Last man at the back.
Oh, this is spawn trap time, though. It's not necessarily aggressive in this moment from Ultra. Maybe letting the pressure come up just the map a little bit. But Joe Deceives back in his home in the stairwell. He's got the roaming support of CleanX. It's 3 in the feed. One of those a team kill, though. So maybe an opportunity for Carolina, but not when Joe Deceives is 30 in 12. Yeah, he wants to call game here.
Yeah, it was a really lovely bait and switch there on the stairwell. Here comes another one. Tej fighting 2, though. Now the front. Nice work out of Beans to, keep an eye on every possible avenue of attack, but now he's been pressed down into the stairwell, dead and done. Over now to a new hard point. What a banger this is so far. And Tej, pressure on these players all across the map getting the cutoffs.
Splash is not having a good time so far.
He's behind 3 different players right now, so the quicker he is, the better. And this is not a slow player, so he delivers, gives you 2 nice comms rolling through from Carolina. And they're down by 60 points, but the man was in prime position, and he makes the play.
Makes it work. Gwyn staying alive with time as well. This is huge. Attempted attack from Beans gets traded out immediately, so the Ravens still hold. Here comes Insight.
Yeah, desperate to stay alive, man. Vivid. He has just done everything himself. The man just needs a little bit of help. Can't quite get it, but does just enough. TJ there to pick up the extra 2. Vivid doing everything he can just to match the pace of Joe Deceives.
It's around a 40-point game now as Carolina Royal Ravens have pulled this one right back. CleanX fighting over the old time. The new hard point is now a 1v1. What a game this is proving to be, folks. Ravens still trying to fight for that game 5. Ultra now trying to get something out of the new point, but no, you're 3 dead. Can Joe Deceives go huge? You find 1. Not enough, though. Oh boy, here we go, Chance.
Ooh,
yeah, they got the DS&D spawns as well, so this is Carolina in prime position. Gwyn gets his 1 before he gets traded out, and now you're taking slower routes. A great stun, though. You think to take the player down, but TJ's got a nice nade. Trade's finally rolling through. Slasher, last man standing, and he falls. Ultra had to take a big route to make it happen, but they got the break exactly when they needed.
Oh, man. They can breathe for a moment longer. 200 points now crossed. Middle of the map. It's all Joe Deceives. Nice connection on the stun as well to help Beans get the kill, and they've still got the point. Look at the P1 as well. The dance around ticket as Gwyn. Oh, spotted but not kill. Pressure on the shoulders of the Ravens. Here we go. Back over to P1, 3rd and final set.
Yeah, I love the call from Jodeci as well. Doesn't chase the kill. Wanted to go out there for the big steps control, because on P1, that's all that matters. Ultra in this moment, it's more important for them to play keep away. You don't have to dive bomb the time. You can absolutely slow down and play for kills. And when you get 2 in the feed, that's the go button for Kleenex, because he knows now his teammates happy in time. You get stage control as well. A gorgeous setup around P1.
Thanks. In the Teej. And Slasher, oh man, that's nice movement coverage there. Though a couple of players allows the Ravens to get in for time, and again 30 seconds. The keep away game you talked about, we're still getting it done. Nice shots from Vivid. Again, just doing their very best to maintain a foothold here on P1. 20 to go.
Now they're finally getting a little bit of this time, but you see the gunfight, you're worried about stage, you're worried about the close steps, and once again, you just get back down off of it. So even when Carolina on this hill were getting some of the kills, not able to effectively collect any time, there's 3 down in the feed for them, and that's only gonna give them the final 7 seconds, and Ultra spawn right on top of New. You might need a beautiful Hellstorm right now from Vivid to try to break this one down.
It's now or never, mate. Absolutely. I'm not sure if it's going to go for it, but we're sending the stuns.
It might not even work. I forgot about that. You might have to just do it with the gunny.
No guarantee. You might have already tried it. Either way, we're into the point. No contest. Coverage from Insight pushes Vivid back. 20 now for the win. Anyone able to get in close? Oh, it's Slasher. An unfortunate team kill. Able to keep Joe in the point for Ultra. Now Slasher of the contest. Finds the kill. And here come the trades. No way. No trades. Insight staying alive. Contest is done. Ultra are back in there. And it's Beans at the helm.
They should be good. They should be good. They're reading the spawns as well. Joe Deceives, congrats on the 40 bomb and MVP of the series for Toronto Ultra. One more second in this series will end at new time. Actually, maybe not. You can hit old here. You could hit old here.
They spawn close enough to it. You're going to go towards the new point as well. And it is the chance for it. Insight trying to get it a single second. And the win for the rotation is done as well. So color me surprised, Chance. Kleenex could do something hilarious right now by just walking in there. But are they going to get the kill? No, wait. Doesn't get it. Here we go. Spawns in the back. One more second, boys. Send it.
And you got a double pinch developing as well. TJ, the first kill in the feed. Joe Deceives. This is his wheelhouse, but maybe he is showing off the goods. Finally, demands out of hill. Beans there for 2. Can't get it. Kleenex finally. The dam breaks. And they get the red card win.
Oh, wow. That's the red card and the series, folks. The woes continue for the Ravens here in the road to Major 2. Ultra finally, though, finding a sense of self and a confident series out of them, aside from the map 2 shenanigans and obviously getting chokeslams on map 3. But apart from that, a stunned Ravens, a disappointed Ravens, and soon to be an angry Ravens. How many more losses can they accrue before they bounce back? We'll find out later on, folks. But until then, Ultra GG's on the 3-1.
Yeah, Ravens, again, as mentioned, staring down the barrel of a very difficult split, but Ultra, where you lose to C9, at least for me, big concerns, especially in like the 3-0 fashion. Things not looking great. You needed a strong response. Needed to get the S&D back in your favor as well. They captivate that, and well, how about that for a strong response? Joe Deceives, 43 and 26, 4,600 damage and the most hill time as well, and the most objective kills. I mean, any statistical category that he could dominate, he absolutely did. That is 99, Joe Deceives.
99 Joe, baby. There we go. A wicked hard point. It's still, though, Ultra maintaining that lead. It was not until the second set started that you really got, well, actually towards the end of the second set, you got that life out of the Ravens. They kept it close, they kept it very competitive, but in the end of the day, 250, 216 on red card. Ultra find themselves at 1-1 on the map and mode. And that is that. Again, apart from this S&D, which I think could have easily gone either way, always a treat watching these two teams playing search against each other. I think the protocol, leaning a little bit more towards the Ravens, but they had to get through that red card. They could have gone through the red card S&D as well. You never know. This could have been a very, very different series if that Search and Destroy round 11.
I'm surprised on how bad
11.5 hadn't gone their way. Either way, though, Chance, that's it for
it
us.
was
For
just
now,
not,
it's back
wasn't
over
even
the bucket
competitive
with the
at all.
Princesses.
Yeah, you just pulled away from Ant. How you feeling?
No, I didn't. I think I might have picked Carolina. I don't remember. I blacked out.
You think you picked Carolina? I clearly chose Toronto Ultra.
I don't think I picked.
I blacked out.
Let's take a look at how Toronto was able to seal the deal after going up 2-0. They kind of slowed down into game 3, but got it together in game 4.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a bounce back story for both teams. I thought they were both in similar positions. Wanted to see who came out a little more grit. I know this map 2 is frustrating, but it's a solid series from Ultra. I worry about Royal Ravens a little bit now. I guess the silver lining is that you've lost it to quote unquote like top teams. Ultra, I know, are question mark a little bit, but a loss to them and a loss to Thieves, not the end of the world, but the way you're losing isn't great.
Ali, is this Joe Deceive's greatest performance we've witnessed in the CDL?
I think it's close. I think it's close. He's dropped some 40 bombs before.
He's had some nutty series these past 2 years, but it's probably close.
Yeah. This one, for me especially, though, like, Joe is the reason, like, they won this series. He forced them through a lot of those rounds in search and destroy to even keep them in the game in the first place. And then you go to this map number 4. I mean, I think the KD speaks it to you. I mean, his teammates are all sitting at 15. He's 31 and 13. He had to be double positive. The first half of the game was just Joe literally single-handedly breaking every single hill because they were not rotating. Toronto Ultra were not rotating during this red card until the second half. And it was simply off the back of Joe with an insane opening 2-piece and felt like almost every other hill to break down the Carolina Royal Ravens.
I like Joe Deceive's success, I do. He seems like a good dude. He's just always happy. He's having a blast out there. He's grinding away. And to see his early struggles when he first came into the league and really needed to kind of simmer down, get a little panicky at times, and now to see his success is great. Does he need to get to a point he can replicate this maybe on land in the biggest stage? Yeah, I mean, he had his moments last year with Thieves, I know, but that was just one of those series he took over. Yeah, I mean, he was solid across all modes. He was an absolute beast. Carolina had no answer for him.
I think the highlight of this series for me was the listening with Toronto Ultra. Go back and watch it. Kleenex is hilarious. He does it in a deadpan tone, and if he streamed, I'd watch him every single day. With that said, we have to visit our scuff play of the game, and this, of course, comes from round 11. Did you see it coming?
Did I see it in the round 11? I wasn't really...
Toronto, round 11, version 2, with no trophies. Teej gets naded out.
Yeah, you know, Chance is kind of speaking this into happening. The foreshadowing was certainly there. Teej, they pick his spot. He gets plucked. He is flustered, and I think Beans gets the next pick with a clean headshot. One by one, they're able to take him, but... Listen, it's a frustrating round.
It's hard because TJ's kind of the spoiler in that situation, right? Like that spot, he's supposed to be kind of your safety when they decide to make this push towards the B site. You just got to tip your hat to Toronto Ultra. They were the best search and destroy team for a reason, and that doesn't just go away overnight. That was an incredible round 11.
They only dropped one body in the final round as Toronto Ultra takes another series. They now finish week 1 at 1-1. Carolina starting an 0-2 hole after starting off 4-0 Major 1.
Yeah, I guess I'm not shocked, just considering the matchups that you've had. And I know, listen, you made a good run to get to top 4, but I think we had question marks all over the place right before the major. Like, it was solid, but they've got a lot of holes in their game. They do. There's a lot of weaknesses when it comes to the respawns. The hard point specifically has obviously been a trouble, and it was here in this particular matchup. They continue to lose 2 hard points. You're not going to win series.
I got a favor to ask from the fans. Go on Twitter. Tell Joe Deceives well done, because we're going to break. When we come back, we're moving the stories along. Surge already took down Atlanta. Next, they've got Cloud9 in their sights.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Well, Toronto versus Carolina. Oh, no, wait. Alright, Vancouver versus New York. This one's gonna be interesting. Like, I still think Seattle can have a chance to be able to take away New York's chance. But it's gonna really come down to the new player. Can they get Neptune to capitalize on against New York? Which that's gonna be interesting. So we'll see what happens.
Everything magnificent. Miami take the lead. They're trying to close it out.
Cell first kill's good though, but Miami battle back. They've got themselves the trade. Oh, it's just down to Cell with the what? Oh, he's gonna get all 4. Atlanta are gonna reinforce the hard point first. Miami, no trophy systems are locked in place by stuns. Oh, it's an absolute breakdown by the end as Cell finishes on 5 to steal away the map.
We've got time. There's 2. Give me this son. Give me this son. Dead.
Nice.
Last one there, son. I'll block. Oh my god.
My barber insisted that I try out the look, and ever since, I've been feeling pretty good. We've been playing pretty good, so I feel like I kind of got to keep it. It might be a full goatee. You never really know.
Keep your barber, my guy. LA looks good on you.
Can't win it on the point. Scrap and the boys get it done.
Back on the f***ing desk, Clay. Back on the f***ing desk. You're f***ing dog kid. How do you...
Piss on him. Wait, try the bomb.
We're playing the bomb.
Oh my god. God, ball, come on, give it to me.
Bomb is armed.
No, I don't know if he gets sound. Behind you.
What the hell?
Miles getting hard carried there by Osborne, but now it's time to jump back into the CDL talk with Beans, who joins us live in the winner's circle. Toronto Ultra coming off a 3-1 victory over Carolina, the team that beat you on LAN. What was that LAN matchup like, and what was different today?
I mean, it's always going to be a tough game. They're obviously a good team. They've had a good stage. And it was just one of them things. I mean, we come out slow map 1, which has been a bit of a thing this season, and they end up just taking both S&Ds off us. So it was one of those. We felt like we probably should have won that, but it is what it is.
Beans, what's up, bud? Maven here. Listen, I'm one of the people that's been questioning kind of you guys. You know, you came out really strong to start the season, a little bit of a slump. It feels like you're just a sliver away from being a contender to like win tournaments. What do you think is the single biggest thing you guys need to improve on? Is it a game mode? Is it some tactic, communication? Like, what do you guys need to improve on?
I'll probably just say like our starts to games sometimes. Sometimes we come out a little bit slow, and I think that just kind of sets the tone sometimes. Where, I mean, today, as you saw, we come out flying in the map 1, and the series felt comfortable. So I think just maybe, you know, sorting out our early game stuff, early match stuff, and we should be good.
So is that like you talking just the map 1, or is that like something you're guilty of any map? Like that could happen in the map 2, happen in the map 3, or you mean just to start the series?
Yeah, I mean, it's normally map 1s. I mean, we have like a running joke that we can't win map 1s, but even just in any hard point, sometimes we just start a little bit slow, and it's not really a thing in scrims, so probably anything.
Good to know.
Cool. Well, then I want to pick your brain a little bit more, just because you went from the best search and destroy team in the world to it's gotten a little bit muddy. What have you pinpointed as kind of the issue with your search? Is other teams catching up? Have you guys just fell into a slump? What's the deal, and what are you going to do to remedy that?
It's probably a combination of a few things. I think obviously we were quite ahead in search early days, and people were probably caught onto our strats a little bit, know what we do, and some of these maps are a little bit basic to the least, so there's not much to it. So searches can go either way sometimes, where there's not much to it. So I think you know, expanded our strat pool, maybe our map pool a little bit as well, playing some new S&Ds, and yeah.
Well, actually, I want to follow up on that, because we've had a couple players say it, like Joe and I have been talking about for a while. Like we just joked last series, the search pool is what it is, right? Like we might get some more maps in, but there's not a lot of room for creativity. What's the skill gap then? Like, what's the skill gap in search? How do you look to get better?
It's probably just mid-round adjustments and situationals is just all you can really do, which is hard to do unless you're playing the game. So it's one of them.
You can't talk about beforehand, right? Like it's just a split-second decisions.
Yeah. It's in the round, making those split-second decisions, and that's what gonna win you the maps.
Okay.
Beans, final question for you: who wins this next matchup, Vancouver Surge or Cloud9 New York?
I'm gonna go the Surge. I think they had a good series against FaZe. They're looking good. Maybe got some mojo back. We'll see. I mean, it could be a close one.
All right, you got my pick. Thank you, Beans.
Have a good one, dude.
Thanks, guys.
That's Beans. That's Toronto Ultra. They're done for the day. In fact, the weekend. But we still have 2 more matches to go, and this next one is Vancouver Surge taking on Cloud9 New York. Let's start with the Canadian squad and what we've seen from them recently, because they took down our #1 team, Atlanta FaZe, and a 12-match win streak came to an end after just 4 games, Allie.
And it was unreal, right? It wasn't like Neptune was dropping 40s. It was just that extra little push that they needed to close out some of these maps and some of these respawns. A team that we thought was going to be insane at Search and Destroy. And don't get me wrong, Search has gotten way better. They've went from 8th, the bottom half of the league, to they're moving their way up to 4th right now. And we saw versus a team like Atlanta FaZe, like, it worked out heavily in their favor. 04 felt much freer on the map. It looked like he was much more comfortable on the map in the series versus Atlanta FaZe, which is insane to say, saying we're coming off of our Major 1 winners.
I got to ask you, Maven, is Neptune able to keep up his performance from the first day? Was it truly a fluke, like people in the chat were saying?
No, I don't think it's a fluke. I think part of it was absolutely FaZe came out a bit flat after a win. Like, I think that's just the fact of it, but I think any COD player, or like Joe, or like Nate would all attest to it. Like, the honeymoon period is real, bro. And like, it's not only like Neptune's coming in. We always knew he could shoot straight. I think it was a question of his like in-game smarts and decision making when he first switched over from Halo to COD. But like, he's had some more years under his belt. I'm sure he's improved in that regard. And we knew the raw slang was there. It's just the other guys, like, bro, sometimes it is like a mental thing. It's a vibe thing. I know that for a fact. That was part of FaZe's problem when they were having something at the beginning of the year. They had to turn the mental around. So sometimes one team change, bro, positivity comes in.
We call it a honeymoon period for a reason, Allie. How long will this one be is the question. Cloud9 trying to play spoiler and rain on their parade. Let's take a look at the New York team and what they've done recently, because if you watched them at Major 1, they showed you a little bit of life, but it was really in their most recent match that you're like, okay, this team has the pieces to compete. Both ARs were playing way more aggressive, and you got the numbers you wanted out of Attach and Sim.
I love this from New York. They just got a big hot win over Toronto Ultra, and again, this is a team where like the slang is not an issue. If anything, there was a lot of question marks because Mac had taken a year off. We were like, we don't know what version of Mac we're gonna get. We're getting the best damn version we've ever seen of him, and the other players, our ARs specifically, are where they have been having a slow start, and that's not what we saw the other day from Attach and Sib. I mean, they were absolutely on a heater versus Toronto Ultra. The question now is, though, is it going to continue?
Yeah, so I think, Chris, if you asked me, like, who do I think was more of a fluke, if it was their win or Vancouver's win, I would say Cloud9's. Personally, like, I think like just because they didn't make a change and Vancouver did, like, I kind of believe in the honeymoon period, like Neptune coming in, and you saw how much Nasty improved, like that I could wrap my head around. Do I suddenly think the Cloud9 are a good team? No.
I feel like you should think that a little bit.
I don't. I never thought this team was going to be very good. It was a good win, don't get me wrong, but like, I don't think they're a good team.
I like that you're keeping it honest.
I just, as soon as I saw the roster, I was like, no.
I needed an honest opinion on these maps and modes, though. Did anyone blow the bands?
Ooh, Hacienda Proto, Hacienda
I have to look at map
Proto.
number 1. I'm looking at Vault HP. I mean, that's just a battle. Both of them are sitting at like 2 and 3, 1 and 2. It's not that big of a deal. Hacienda isn't really strong for either of these teams. Protocol leans a little bit Cloud9 because their control's gotten much better and they're undefeated in that map mode right now. Later half of the series, you're looking at that Hacienda. You want to think Surge, so we might be looking at a Game 4, Game 5 situation.
Throw that stuff out the window kind of a little bit because you just made a team change. Like, you can take Cloud9 stuff, sure, but Surge, like, we just saw Limby's phase. I don't know. Like, they can be better at stuff they were really struggling at. Who the hell knows?
Were they hot for just one day, or is it something that we should expect to continue throughout Major 2? It's time to find out if Vancouver Surge and Cloud9 New York are the real deal. Let's lock in our Scuff Pick'ems and get this party moving. Maven, do you want to weigh in on this one?
Yeah, no,
how many maps? Because I have a feeling I know who you're going to choose.
I'm going Surge. I'm going Surge like 3-0. I might be
3-0?
faded. I don't know why.
Faded. No, you are.
Even though I think FaZe came out flat, I still, for some reason, I'm going Surge. 3-0.
I think you might be a hater.
Rosalie Nameless went with Cloud9.
I'm going, no way he voted Cloud9.
Yeah, that was yesterday. He gave us all of his answers ahead of time.
I'm going Cloud9, so I guess he's not going to catch up to me in this one.
I mean, I'm just a 40-year-old commentator, so I wouldn't trust anything I say.
You've got the experience. I just think you're being too harsh.
Is it weird that the host is going to lead? because I'm picking Vancouver Surge. I'm about to get number 49.
I want that clip.
Beans.
Sometimes COD IQ
I put
means
my faith
nothing.
in you, my guy. It's time to send it over to Shift and Study. Fellas, start this party.
Done. Instant gratification towards that, my friend. No, this should be a banger. I mean, I think the thing is, and I do actually agree with Maven on this, where it's just like neither of these two teams have shown us enough that leads you to say with certainty that the one win that they have so far in Major 2 qualifiers is a total new leaf. I think there is a level of Sib has awoken, but on the other side, Neptune has re-arrived at the CDLJ, and there's life for both these two teams because of those two guys.
Yeah, life for both of these two teams is exactly what I was going to say, because they're both on the upward trajectory. Like Cloud9, we thought before Major 1, like this team was not well put together. The ARs aren't consistent, SMGs are finding success, but not as much as they were probably getting used to. But then at Major 1, they completely turned it around.
8-12, 9-11. Well, with Neptune in the
played a little bit more
both got one win
their last
so far.
matchup versus Toronto. The teamwork was on point for Cloud9, so I'm excited to see what they're able to bring into this major. And then on the opposite side for Surge, man, we've been talking so much about Neptune throughout Challengers because obviously we cast it, and just watching his development as a player over the years, he's gotten a lot more consistent. We always talk about how he needs to be in a comfortable situation, and the fact that Vancouver found the perfect player for their kind of team, and it showed all in their first series versus FaZe, man, he's got to be feeling good.
Yep, Nasty was just able to kind of hang out a little bit. He was a walking double kill, it felt like, on the respawns, but a lot of that was because Travis was able to help open up with first bloods. And how about this? A great start for the Surge. 3 down, just Sib, the only one left remaining, as Vancouver will jump in for the early time, and Neptune already off for the Ego Chows.
Oh, you can tell the teamwork is on point for Vancouver. And keep in mind, they've only been a roster for like a week and a half, maybe 2. So the fact that they're able to read those split spawns, everybody committing on their proper angles, you can tell that these guys have been putting in the work. 0-4 now on the pinch is able to line up a double, a perfect start at sitting at 3-0. But this is where we got to start to stabilize the game a little bit. 15 seconds remaining here at P1. Let's make sure we got P2 in our back pocket.
Absolutely the case. So far, things looking smooth like butter, thick like cream cheese is 0-4. Nearly able to turn and find the snapper. Not quite there. Forced team kill does come through. Neptune follows up, but there will still be a 50-50 foot race over towards P2.
And right through the front door, Crep is at least able to put a little bit of pressure over towards P2. Instantly going to be traded, though. Now Cloud9 forced to try to break their way from that front side, but they are not finding a lot of success in the kills. Thankfully, Sib finds 2. Attach flies on in for the 3rd. The break is here, but for how long?
Yep, and you got a pinch starting to develop as 0-4. Hits this from the front side at Pool, and New York was not at all expecting that. Booza back into the hard point. 0-4 trying to hang out in the position. Top balcony shut down is now Cloud9. Take their approach in from the front. Nasty able to deal with 1, but there's still more on the way until 20 seconds to fight.
Yeah, a lot of players that you have to account for. All applying pressure through that front side. Nades are able to connect for the initial gunfights. But Booza and 0-4 able to combine for 3, stabilize the map again, and walk away with the final 15. Forced to cut your losses now if you are Cloud9. Already have players set up off that rotation, but they need to find some exit kills, not lose this map control.
Yeah, Nasty just working on these long crosses. Good look at Sib initially, but still gets melted. 0-4 into the hard point. Trying to work onto 1, playing inside the hill. Not quite able to do too much with that. So it leaves Neptune now to try to finesse by himself. But again, believe me, you friends, if you've not been watching Challengers, the one thing that Neptune does provide is the ability to individually finesse. He finds 1 and allows 0-4 to take his place in the hill, and Vancouver continues to tally more time.
Yeah, Cloud9 haven't even gotten close to try to contest this or even get any time here off of B3. All the kills keep going in favor of Vancouver. Abuza on 4 in a row, tries to set up a pinch, but does get caught by Sib. So now Neptune's still soaking up that objective hill time. He knows that his teammates are still making plays around the map. 0-4 with the route, secures art spawns for that next hard point. And right now, Vancouver, they just look like a whole different roster. Yeah, that honeymoon stage is hit.
Preach. It's just, there's so much confidence that comes through, even in that little moment around the top of P3. Neptune gets 1 inside the hill, and then just immediately starts looking towards gold. His teammates were still working on rotation to new, but that level of trust and communication seems to still be clicking here in the second debut, so to speak, of this Vancouver roster in the Major 2 qualifiers. Nice moment here, though, for Cloud9 on rotation. They wipe the floor and get some good status control over the top of P4.
Yeah, this is one of the hills that Vancouver tended to struggle with versus Atlanta FaZe in their series. A really tight map, number 1, only lost by a difference of 21 points on the opening vault, but they're trying to make the adjustments here to find a break in towards P4. Staying alive towards the back. Great play there from 04. Now you have players spawning right next to you. Every single player surrounding the hard point. Executes with a clean 4 dead. Final 20 seconds in favor of Vancouver. And they're going to have a 50-point lead as we go to the second half of this game.
Yeah, just a little bit of a late reaction there from Cloud9 on the re-wrap on P4, right? I mean, it looked like they had a really solid setup, but you let one player kind of go amiss. You don't get the full finish off onto 04, and then immediately the break is in. So decent hill, all things told, for Cloud9, but mitigated in the last 20 seconds here for Vancouver, and they will get to the second set of rotations. Up about 45 points, but working on it is Cloud9. Trades over the top, and a good read here from Kremp on where this hit's coming from, but can't quite find the second to double up, leaving Sib to just battle his own final life.
Yeah, and they leave 04 alive. Thankfully, Attach is able to watch that angle on the exit, find that kill, and that leads to 3 dead in the feed. Now you just want to try to flip them on out. Sip knows there's still going to be players on this side of the map for Vancouver. Just wants to hold down his power positions, not able to get anything done, but the information was gained.
4 in a row for Mac. Oh, big chow over to 04 does get dealt with, but Attach follows up, leaves a 1v1 over the last 20 seconds as Abuza will turn that into a double and give Vancouver another solid moment here in the scrap time. Mac, good read over and up as he goes to P2. That will at least gain a little bit of space here for Cloud9 coming off of respawn to get the setup that they want, especially with Mac finding a bit of a bump and a little bit of an exit elimination over towards the time at P1.
Yeah, just being a nuisance, pushing up, creating those layers, finding a couple kills, alleviating some of that pressure over towards the new hard point. But Neptune finding a big one-on-one and also finds the second. Travis trying to line up 3 in the feed, cannot find that kill onto Sib, but gives his team an opportunity to flip the spawns out. They flip it, but Sib finding 3 allows his teammates to get right back into play.
Yeah, could be a quick counter break already back in. Mac able to find the first, doesn't deal with Neptune though. Kremp more worried about the spawners. Kremp back now into the hard point with Attach here to support. Good shots over to 04, should be dealt with by Sib and will be quickly. Great moment here from Cloud9. Heroics from Sib, allowing a chance here for C9 to play for this back 30.
Yeah, this is a lot of time too. You don't want to give this up if you are Vancouver. So you're still going to try to reinforce your way back on in. A double nade kill from Kremp is not good enough to hold on to the hard point. Hoping that Sib can find at least another double to take him off of it, but Vancouver with more bodies on this side of the map should walk away with the final 5. Still going to be up by about 35 seconds. You have 04 thinking about that rotation of Mac. He's been the guy for Cloud9 to make a play every single time, catches them off the roto. Now Cloud9 set up.
Yeah, bold challenge, bold moves, trying to get through by Vancouver, but dealt with nicely by Cloud9. So now we take the battle.
Maybe you're right about the search.
Pushing forward.
I mean, right now they're kind of not winning their gunfight. They're not getting 4-man white, 3-man, 4-man white at the moment for a search. So they're gonna have to do something about that.
Only can get 1, and the eliminations for Cloud9 continue to reign supreme.
Right now, it's just a mess.
And every single player from Vancouver are just turning this into a lot of one-on-one gunfights. Thankfully, Neptune and Abuza are able to win both of their one-on-ones.
Ooh!
Stabilize the map a little bit, and Neptune not slowing down. Finds another kill. 04 flies on in for the double. And just like that, Cloud9 were thinking, okay, we got art. We should be good for P4. The SMGs are just already in your face. They find all the kills. They flip you out. And now they're in control of the game again.
All 4 Surge members trying to
receive
receive
the
this
headshot. Yeah, that was a good shot.
P3 as we jump over to Vancouver Surge. Listen in.
One HP, one bottom up. Yeah, he's in the front corner. Play the back. Twice on time. Yeah, keep it in left on the back, bro. Copy for Max. Nice. One on the back still. And the back dead. Nice. Line. You keep cutting. You can cross. You can right. Yeah, you're alone, bro. You're alone. We can. One shot. That's one on the back preview. Let's get the gun time now. Nice. Line cut. Watch his data. Fond out, keep right, one right. Sip. Nice, go right. Yeah, one play. Yo, one is mid. Have it. Nice, that's 2. 12 seconds. Take your time.
Where's on the books? Yeah, I've up. He's free. He's gonna go. He's pushing up line cut again.
Yeah, they're all doing that.
He's on the line cut stage.
He's open. Nice.
I've cat.
One, Mikey, no, bro. Yeah. He's gonna have speed. He's gonna on me, bro.
Open cat. Open up.
I don't know where he's gonna open, bro.
Why so me?
That's nice. After my time. One more light. He's on time now. Open. Nap.
Open.
Nice.
I'm mid-door.
I'll hold his flank, okay?
Ooh.
Nice, one on time. Okay, mid on, like. He's still like, I got stuck. You're good. Take your lap out. You're on. One shot PT trap. Turning, dead. That's what I'm going line. Okay. Watch for me, man. Yeah. I'm coming up. No, when he's got that. Yeah. On back. Open.
Tempo, movement on the map, looking so good for Vancouver, but Cloud9, even with their backs against the wall in certain these moments, they are coming back and finding the wins that they need, but now we're starting to deal in dire circumstances as Vancouver approach the 200-point mark.
Yeah, this P2 for Cloud9 has not treated them well. They find all the kills today, ending up that P1 with about 15 seconds remaining at that whole time. But then the next wave of kills, Vancouver said, screw challenging through the middle. We're going to push right through pool. And they win all the gunfights to flip them on out. Cannot win it here at P2. You can get pretty damn close. Cloud9 still trying to break their way through the front side. Neptune affected on at least one trade.
Oh, that's a
flies on it. It's a 3-for-1, making
that's
a
4v2 what a slide.
It's just, again, we just did not see this level of team cohesion from the previous Vancouver roster. Now it's really starting to come together as Neptune, again, gets his one, finds damage onto another, which makes life super simple for Nasty. Woo! How about Vancouver? 222 to 151. Rotating over to P3, Abuza finds the opener as Cloud9 have to play for hill time.
Yeah, Cloud9 needs to play for hill time here. You cannot put a lot of your focus off the rotation. You have one player in city sitting nice and comfy over towards the top side of P4. But he's just relying on his teammates finding success over towards B Street. Great initial play, though, to find the initial kills for the first uncontested 15 seconds. But Vancouver know that we have a little bit of a lead. We can start to develop on a route. You have Neptune trying to put himself in a position to block the spawn, but none of his teammates are finding kills.
Yeah, that's the big news right here, but there we go. There's two down. Now Neptune can try to fly, but Sid holds him back for a moment. Last player left as Cloud9 will spawn right on his left hip. You gotta fight for this time, though. You cannot allow Vancouver to find more free time here on one of the more contested hills that we have. Nade will get 0-4 out of the time. Trades will go back and forth as Mac tries to hold on rotation, but how about 0-4? He'll spawn behind in New York. They don't have a read on this yet.
They do not have a read, and 0-4 just going to make the heads-up play again and secure this side of the map for his team. Free B trade onto attach. Spawns in control to close out the game here at P4. Cloud9 need some players to apply pressure through the left side and have someone sneak through the right. That was the last time that they found success.
Oh, and Sim just tries to chow out of Booza. Not going to work. Neptune in the corner. Oh, 31 and 32 for Travis. Last couple of seconds will go the way of Vancouver. Woo, speed, momentum. Looking good for Vancouver as the SMGs really put on a show.
Yeah, and people might say it's the honeymoon stage, but I just love this one-person change right for Vancouver because it allows everyone else to be the players that they used to be. 0-4, when he had Hook back on the lineup last year, he was more of that finessing guy because Hook was the guy that was instantly going to fly on into hard points, most likely find a kill. So the fact that you add a player like Neptune is basically the same exact thing. Flying on in, guaranteeing one, you're allowing 0-4 to finesse around, hit these long routes, set up those pinch plays, and allow his team to eventually work off of that. But then it's not only just at 0-4. Abuza and Nasty are loving the addition of Neptune because they know with their old roster, and it's no shade thrown at Hixie, they just know they have the pressure every single time at all of these hard points where their SMGs are flying in front of them, allowing them to get players weak, and then set up those ARs to find an easy double, an easy trade. And that's what's allowing Nasty and Abuza to stay engaged the way that they are due to the pressure that they're applying on the map, the finessing plays that they're applying. And I feel like every single time you're finding kills on Vancouver, it's like they have 7 players with how fast they are playing. Because they're always in situations to play trades, man. Phenomenal map #1 from the Surge.
Love it. I absolutely love the duality between 0-4 and Neptune. Like you mentioned, kind of highlighted the fact that Neptune's individual finesse on these long routes has made life very easy, mostly because you can just centralize your focus if you're 0-4. You don't have to worry about doing multiple things at the same time. He ends up getting above a minute 30 in the hill because of it. And then when things get comfortable, it's just like the roles are so easy to read where then, okay, our subs are winning gunfights. They can push through the hard point, and Abuza says, all right, go ahead and hit it. I can jump into the hard point. And I think he found like a minute 40 plus a hill time as well. So it's just, again, that frontline, backline duality looking really clean right now for Vancouver. I will say, though, to kind of give a little bit of credit to the other side here, Cloud9 found themselves in some difficult spots a number of times, and at least they were able to battle back. A lot of it due to some individual heroics. Kremp and Civ in particular really stood out in a couple of tough moments, but just not enough. The gap became too large for them to come back on.
Yeah, it was, man. It was due to that P2 and that P4, where it was those two hills that costed Vancouver versus Atlanta FaZe. They make those adjustments. They said, okay, we're going to be the team initially to start off P2s. We'll fight off these wave of gunfights. Even if we're trapped in towards the back, we will work our way with the aggression out of our SMGs to lead to success, and then even just staying ahead of the game. Like 0-4 hitting long routes to pinch over towards the backside of P4, knowing that his teammates aren't finding a lot of kills successfully over towards B Street. Just putting himself in that position allows the spawn to be blocked, allows his teammates, if they win a couple gunfights, to now flip the map on its head. And that's what's just allowing him to be that playmaker that he knows he can be. And I'm happy that he's been able to show it ever since this roster change.
Yep. So it's a really steady line there for Seattle, never giving up the edge that they were able to find. A lot of that coming early. Again, you see that gap between P2 and P4 the first time we were there. It got as large as about 40, 50 points, and that's about how large it stayed throughout the entirety of this game. And then, of course, again, like you mentioned, that second rotation back over to P2 again, much more stable for Seattle. So a huge opening for the Surge. And now the question marks for both these two teams going to start to really show themselves here, because the Search and Destroy has been, well, less than great, I would say, for both these two squads throughout Major 1. That was also included at Madrid. So now, after finding some great success, both of these two teams, when they had played earlier this weekend, what do we get now? And I think for some of this, it does come down to, for Vancouver, you can keep trusting what you get out of Neptune, because in Challengers so far this year, he has been great, and that has only been improved upon when he had a chance to show his debut or re-debut against Atlanta.
And that's crazy, because he did even better than he did in Challenges, where we thought he was without question.
That's some really good stats against Atlanta. Like honestly, Atlanta, they sort of slow, but they just were not expecting the way that Neptune was going to play. So they were like, oh shit, we're just getting shit on.
Brooklyn squad alongside T-Fel, Craze, and Lunars. He was just so comfortable in that team. You could just tell. They were like, Travis, we know the kind of player you are. Finesse the way that you do. Show your prowess with that SMG. Be the aggressor and just play your game. And I feel like he's always been that kind of player, playing his game. But right now, it's just the development of just finessing his life a little bit more, playing his life in certain situations, making more impactful plays. Yeah, Neptune, he's loving it. He's loving being back in the CDL.
It's just one of those things, like, the desk really did touch on this, Maven in particular. It's like, we always knew that Neptune had the individual skill to hang at this level. That was never in question. The question marks came down to, did he have the patience and the mental headspace to play with a consistent tempo that wasn't just him off by his lonesome trying to 1v4 entire teams? And that, I think, really showcased itself early with his kind of transition into Call of Duty the first time around. And we even noticed that a handful of times, even like last year in Challengers, where it's just like, brother, you don't need to go 1v3 the whole squad. Sometimes he would get away with it, but like, you're not going to get away with that at the pro level. He's really learned a lot. I mean, we talked about it a ton in stage 1 of the Challengers Elite, that he was showing a different level of discipline than we've ever seen from him before.
And that level of discipline allowed him an opportunity to work his way back into the CDL on a roster that definitely needed his style of play. So now we go into this map number 2 for the Surge. They haven't really played it in quite some time. They only have 1 rep. They fell short all the way in round 11. And Cloud9 recently, they dominated off of the back of that first blood, and Sid found it here.
Yep, and that is going to lead to an early 3v3. Quickly bounce back as we have an exchange over the top side of Windows. New York coming out the better for it. And the final kill down low in the connector will also be found quickly. So yeah, first blood turns into a quick 4v3. And Cloud9 never look back, take the first.
Yeah, they read the pressure where it was coming in over through Secret Hallway. Kremp with the big one-on-one, put them in a man advantage, but then at the same time, Attach finds one. Makes it a 3v1. And the last player on the side of Sir is forced to try to make a play, but just gets picked. This is where Cloud9 showed their adjustments in Search and Destroy. There was a lot of early rounds just setting the tone with their pressure, finding a lot of success with their first bloods, and they found one there.
Do what Vancouver's going to try to square up with on their first offense. Bomb making its way over towards B. We've seen this a handful of times, but it's Neptune who's actually the one who's going to go for the swimming route. So he's going to get all the way to Boathouse. Does he have an AR? That'll be the question. No, he's got a Jackal. So this will be curious, I think, just to kind of see What does Neptune want to do from this position with a sub in hand?
And if Sib is going to be able to gain that info as well.
Are you kidding?
Sorta has a read and lines it right on up perfectly onto Neptune for the first blood. You set up Mac, and a team nade comes in from Sib for the second. Man advantage Cloud9.
Yeah, lots of damage by Sib, and you know he wants every bit of this. Kremp will be the one to get the benefit of the two, but talk about just the counter read. Sib, hard scope, ironed up, expecting the water route number one, and that will work out for a quick follow-up here for Cloud9.
Yeah, teams are going to have to expand on that kind of play right there. When you're going to send someone swimming through a pool, because we saw Kremp do it yesterday for Cloud9, that's been a really consistent play for all these guys trying to find success early on over towards that B site. But if you're not applying pressure over towards well, no presence through top mid, they're sort of going to get a read on that, and that's exactly what happened there. Sib said it's way too quiet around the mid-map area. Someone's got to be swimming. Lines up that first ball onto Neptune, finds a second with the nade, and then the numbers in favor of Cloud9 allow them to take the round.
Quick hits here from Surge, a little double setup for Abuza and Nasty up top of the windows, while 04 and Neptune get to work playing through open hallway, and they are trying to chase down Kremp, who is weak at the moment. Yeah, that's a good first blood. Is there a follow-up here? There's a lot of players nearby.
Ooh,
next one up,
nice shots
will be
from
good for the second. Now it's just out to finding the defuse.
And Nasty already has a read. Someone at least pushed their way over through 10. 4v2, someone just instantly hopped that bomb. You're able to take care of Mac. 1v4, all left up to attach. No one currently going to be on the bomb, but you have too many players still alive. Vancouver able to secure the defuse, secure the defensive round. And that was due to the aggression right there. You saw how much space that they were able to take away from Cloud9. You got two players getting aggressive over the rock. Okay, no one's B side. No one's top open. The play instantly has to be coming over towards B. So they're able to isolate onto Kremp for the first blood, and then Neptune again. Finding another double, realizing someone has to be watching the pinch. Catches him in the mid-sprint for the second kill. Easy retake right there for Vancouver.
Really good stuff. Then again, just a set play. Get the SMGs aggressive, top halls, take that over. Easy reads from there on out. So a little bit of mind game starting to develop in this very early stage of the Hacienda search. Neptune trying to get finesse down low. Oh, and Nasty. That elimination onto Mac allows Neptune just to fly. He does break through the doors very loudly.
He has bomb too.
Yeah, and this is kind of one of those tricky moments where if you fall here, that could completely ruin this round, and he does.
Yikes.
Oh, that's tough.
Not what you want. Your bomb handle would
do. The bomb carrier, but 04 is stuck between a rock in a hard place. Attach is able to take care of him. Now Nasty left in a 1v3.
Quite not good.
The player who found that initial first blood, so trying to play for the ace, but every single player from Cloud9 are playing for the Chow.
But almost had that lineup.
And that's just one of those rounds there where
there's too many players.
You are Vancouver. You found that early first blood 10 seconds into the round. We just got to slow it down because Cloud9 are forced to now make the play, but you give it to them.
It just feels odd because when Nasty gets the first blood, I don't think Mac gets a read that Neptune is playing through Fountain like that. So you have this like level of concealment where you feel like you're behind enemy lines without anyone having any idea that you're there. But then Neptune decides to go out towards kind of the boathouse field and gets a little bit caught there when you would have thought that maybe he would have waited for 04 and they would have teamworked out office, but not the case. And Cloud9 find themselves now up 3-1. Nades this time going to be exchanged over the top of the A bomb site. A good look at it. Neptune will be stunned. Tosses one of his own, but Cloud9, they get their information. They say, we're not interested. We're going to flip this back to B.
And I love that play right there out of Cloud9. Throwing a couple tacks to force him on the opposite side. Allows Kremp now to develop on this water route. Is not going to get sniffed out. They are keeping them at bay, though, from allowing this bomb to get
number
planted. And it sort of looked
4.
like Neptune was going to have a read that someone was going for this water route, but he turns around and that Kremp, your turn to make a play.
This is one of those moments where the route man very well may just get paid out, but Neptune does kind of keep his spidey senses
kept the time away, but Neptune managed to sniff him out.
Enough that someone could be hitting that long route, and it will work out for first blood. Now it comes down to the retake. 3v4 situation. Cloud9 just going to stick on towards Rock. Sid the first one to get caught on the pinch. And then the follow-up onto Mac is good. RCXD trying to stall things out as Mac tries desperately to hold onto the site, but he's about to get completely overwhelmed. Here comes the full flood. 1v3 moment. Mac finesses nicely for the first. Damage towards the second. Hold on, he's out of there. Not quite able to get around the corner, though, and that'll be enough time for the defuse.
Oh, the fact that Neptune committed so hard and someone playing that water out is about knowing your opponent. You saw Cloud9 play this yesterday in their series versus Toronto, and Kremp did not hit that water out only once. He hit it twice.
Yeah.
So that's one of their go-to game plans there. They realized, okay, they were showing a little bit of presence over towards B. Then realized, okay, once they back down from well, they have to be pushing their way over towards the opposite site. Thankfully, Neptune is able to commit on that gunfight versus Kremp, find that first blood, and then just trade their way on out on the retake. Vancouver secure the round.
What comes next here for the Vancouver offense after being foiled on the long water route and then similarly so trying to play aggressive through mid doesn't work out? They're going to go to the old tried and true. Get into secret, stun it, nade it, try to get fire control. You've got Abuza this time holding onto the bomb, so the SMGs very well may have the freedom to try to get aggressive here.
Yeah, Alpha doesn't want to be too aggressive here though, because there's a player waiting right around the corner, and it's going to be Kremp. Tries to find that kill. But look at Neptune on the pinch.
Neptune is quite interesting. Ooh, could have had the second.
Had two right in front of him on a silver platter.
That
Sid gets
could have
quick
changed the
reaction
game.
to stop the play
That's
before it could
unfortunate.
really punish this Cloud9 defense. Trophy system down though. Kremp getting to work with the little angle underneath this canopy, but not able to fully get the kill. Nade will be denied by Trophy, and we'll get a 3v3 post plant.
Yeah, he commits on the bomb plant too. So now Cloud9 forced to retake in a 3v3. Got a double hop up through top mid. They're trying to retake the way through open, but
That's good pinch.
Finds that kill.
Well, but Kremp, he just runs up. Kremp runs up. He finds two on the bomb. Hold on a second. How has Kremp made that happen? He's going to hop for the defuse. He knows he's got attached trying to help him, or does he? Oh, 04. Had an angle. A couple of the shots got through, but attach comes back into the play, finds the kill. And
that is crazy. I want to see how Kremp managed to kill both. That's insane.
Yeah, it seemed like
he just his teammate gets killed and then he just chows to them about a bomb site. That is crazy.
Most likely walk away with this one.
Oh, one wasn't able to look. Oh, that is so unfortunate.
Nasty. Yeah, that's a nasty gunfight. No wonder we take the headset off with a little bit of frustration, because Kremp just made another big time play for this Cloud9 roster to secure the round.
Wow. And that's all due to the fact that you thought 04 was covering the full pinch from open. Just small COD timings. Leads to a 4-2 advantage now for Cloud9. Oh, good read here. That told though. Kremp's got to actually go big, and he does. Okay, so he's able to finish off both SMGs, but the bomb is down. Nasty's caught in the corner. Kremp working on the ace. He's on 5 in a row. Stun will go through, not connect though.
That is.
And the 1v1 will reset.
I just looked away, and then everyone is just dead.
Who loves to be
only
in these 1v1
1v
scenarios,
and
but
it's just a 1v1
to work with.
That is interesting.
55 seconds. Don't know if Abuza has the info. The bomb is going to be down towards mid open, but we're just both going to have a stalemate.
And Abuza's just going to stay locked and ironed right now. Kremp has the space to collect and get a free plant here if he wants it, and he's going to try to plant this for what looks to be window side. Keep in mind, I believe he only still has an SMG in hand here. And yeah, it's indeed the case. He's going to put himself in a corner, and it's all about the COD timing. Does he get this as Abuza tries to re-wrap around the back?
Oh, and timing, protecting this bomb side might work out, because Kremp makes another play happen. Finds the 2 kills in the previous round to secure it. How about an ace in the next one? Flies on in from mid-open, even with both of his teammates dropping initially. Turns it into a 2v2, stays active through the middle of the map, makes it a 1v1.
Oh.
As we take a look at it again.
Good.
Sets up the first one out of 4, even though he was weak. He knows that Neptune was one shot
actually.
Effective on the trade again. But then in a one-on-one, COD timing goes its way, as he's able to secure the round there for Cloud9, now at game point.
Yeah, huge double in the round prior. The ace to follow up puts him on 6 in a row, 11-2. RC going to be immediately thrown in. He is really close to having the Hellstorm with how these kills have come through as well. RC will be denied pretty quickly through connector, as Vancouver is already threatening the A site.
Did you have that info? I'm pretty sure there was
the
another
timing
RC
wise
card that did get invested.
Ooh.
Keep holding objective, and Kremp again with another first blood. Attach effective on the trade numbers. Cloud9.
Yeah, looking good as Mac is able to tally on the Neptune. Last one up is 04, and he is stuck inside a connector. Cloud9 have him
Not-
surrounded. Come up with your hands up.
Can't really do much about that.
Rowdy, and the player can.
That's unfortunate.
Rightfully so.
I'll be right back, chat.
As he leads Cloud9
Need to grab
to
something
some
real quick.
heroic
I'll be right
round
back.
wins, and it gets us level in this series, tied up at 1 map apiece.
That's why you got that young man on the lineup, because he's always going to bring it in search and destroy. Not afraid to make plays, flies on in for multiple first bloods throughout the map. But then when you need him to clutch up a couple rounds, he's also able to do that. A very dominant search and destroy there from Cloud9. They found success in their previous series. And a 6-1, 6-2 is not as clean as you did it in the previous round, but you got a 12-3 performance out of Kremp, 8 non-traded kills, only 1 first blood to his name. But there's not a column for how many clutches he found himself in. Cloud9 tied the series.
Also important to note, talking about Sib just kind of staying in form. He may have only been 6-5, but 4 assists, and he had the top damage in the lobby, I believe. So, again, he's getting himself involved and getting himself active. We got a protocol control before we go back to Hacienda for the hard point. Should be a thriller based on what these two teams have showed so far on this re-becoming of Major 2 in the qualification process, and I'm sure the desk has plenty of thoughts in terms of how these teams are following up in their second appearance so far.
Thank you, gentlemen. 1-1 at the half. It's been fun to watch so far, but Vancouver dying a little too early for your liking, Maven.
Well, I mean, I like the 3-0 call, even though it was a stupid call by me. I liked it after the map 1. I felt pretty good about it. Right. Even the map 2, like the map 2 should, okay, listen, Kremp had a takeover game. But the number of first bloods you threw away, and then Nasty got absolutely dunked on by Kremp in the one, not the 1v2, it was like a 2v3, whatever it was, but he got absolutely dunked
when he
on with
slid statue.
2 players by Rock. It's crazy to say, like, you could have won this if you were Surge. It was not a 6-2 type game, but that's what the scoreline was.
Yeah, it's hard to watch because you could tell that Surge put the work in and watched the VOD from the side of New York who just played this the other day. You know what Kremp likes to do. You know he likes to go through backwater. I could hear Ant, even though he's not here, saying, he's doing it again! Why is he in the water again? And so Surge, I mean, they read it perfectly, but man, it's hard because they just played way too slow. It felt like they were second-guessing themselves in a couple of moments where it was like, dude, just plant the bomb and play the post plant for the love of God. So Vancouver Surge, a couple of sells, New York, a couple of clutches. Shut up, Kremp. Unreal second half of that game.
Yeah, the man had an ace. He had 2 kills in the round before that. Finishes 12-3 and just embarrasses some.
Stop playing that one.
Yeah, I mean,
we get to a game 5. Is Cloud9 the favorite?
I guess if you say based off their like recent performance, yeah, but I don't know. I guess I still feel okay about my Surge pick just because this, like, if I go back and watch this, if I'm Surge, like, there's a lot of just fixable things, like easily fixable things. Like, it was just like simple mistakes. I wouldn't panic too much over that loss, but Kremp came to play. He was getting hyped up. That was fun to watch. I guess I gave it Nasty a little bit too bad. I mean, no one got shots into him first. He was full health, but like, how does that happen so often where like you've got 2 to 3 players there and the person gets out the door for free and like takes no damage? I know you just slide across and all, but I feel like it happens so often. Like that same type of play, all the time.
One-sided affair on our first set of Hacienda. We'll see it a little bit later for Hardpoint. Allie, first though, let's revisit what happened in the first Hardpoint. How did the Surge lock this one in?
Well, so it was a pretty close game, but this is kind of the biggest game-changing play for me when it came to that first Hardpoint. We'll get right into it. It's just a good route taken by Abuza and good situationals. Right now, Vancouver Surge had not been having a good couple of P2s because they hadn't been sending anybody over there early. Abuza and Neptune go over towards the pool side of things. Abuza, and when we open up the mini map, is going to be number 2. That's going to be Neptune, your number 4. Neptune says, I'm going to go chow this. There's like 13 seconds on it. Those 13 seconds need to be mine. And Abuza's like, you know what? That's fine. I'm going to push up towards the backside of P2 and try to get us spawns for the first time during the entirety of this game. So Abuza's going to hit a route, but it's not just that Abuza hits the route. He's going to land some damage. So on the side of New York, they know he's back here, but unfortunately, it just doesn't matter. He's going to secure them spawns, and not only that, pick up a couple of stragglers on the way. And this is where Surge is going to make the couple of chains and runs to pull away with this first hard point. And just wanted to shout out, Abuza's been having a couple of slow hard points and wanted to give him some of his flowers.
It was pretty tight when you looked at the slaying until the later moments of the game and numbers in favor of Vancouver Surge. Are they the better slayers going into control? Does anyone win an attacking round, Nameless?
Nameless?
You call me Nameless again! I love it. Listen, it's all right. It's all right. And I don't get it. I'm 6'3", he's like 4'9".
It's the beard. You guys are just so handsome. Go ahead.
What was the question? You asked Nameless, so I blacked out.
Not asking.
Oh, did it went off?
That's,
Okay, well,
Orbeez,
it was
so-
Vancouver that when I casted it, it was first phase was the protocol. They looked really, really good there. It's hard to have thoughts on like. Wait, are we going to protocol or Hacienda?
Right.
Protocol.
Protocol. Okay, so yes, they looked incredible there. Getting called Nameless threw me off so much, but we are both very handsome men. But no, they looked incredible against FaZe. They had 2 offensive wins, I believe, in that one, and. It was the pressure constant from Neptune. It really was Nasty that took over. Nasty was incredible. I hope he can bounce back after the search. He looked a little bit flustered, but he had a solid map 1. I'm looking to Nasty to take over again. They looked really good here against FaZe. Somehow you call me Nameless convinced me that map 3 was Hacienda. And I was like, there's nothing we can take from that, but it is
I kind of wish it was Hacienda.
Thank you, Nameless, for the insight.
You're
It's time
welcome.
to send it over to the best
out.
and worst golfers in the CDL.
Oh, hey guys, you look good. Jeremy, you're so handsome.
That's not true, by the way. You give Jay a week on the golf course pucket, and he's got you by.
I love that you assumed that you weren't the worst golfer.
Let him know. I got you, Jay. Don't let these guys clown on my boy. I've seen him in action. You give this guy a week with the sticks. Wow, he's coming hard. All right, let's talk, brother. Give me some love about this vault spree we've got coming through here. What we got with protocol, rather, coming up with the control. It just feels like this is going to be a run and gun style coming up.
Oh, yeah, I love this map, obviously, for both teams. Cloud9, they're currently on a 2-game win streak on Protocol. When they started to add this into their map pool, they just found a lot more consistency out of the ARs on this map. SMGs are still going to be able to finesse and influence spawns a certain way. They're one of the best teams on the defensive side. It's just the only thing about their offense is they don't really get a lot of segments. And then on the opposite side for Surge, we saw them versus Atlanta. Atlanta usually love themselves some protocol control, but they just couldn't really find their footing because you had the ARs dominating top presence through windows. You had the SMGs consistently being nuisances in your base, and you can never stabilize a moment because Surge will always not all dropping at the same time. So that is what you're going to have to deal with here if you are Cloud9, because the way that Neptune and 0-4 played off each other yesterday was good enough work for their ARs to just completely take over. Maven hit her right on the head. Nasty took over in that control. I'm looking for him to have a bounce back here as well.
See what happens. Just one of those maps that hang on for dear life at times. And with how the subs are running right now, I feel like we're going to get one of those mixy maps that is just going to come down to maybe just COD timing overall. As we look at the overall control records, I will say, just kind of reflecting back on Cloud9 and where they did make a little bit of damage occur in their, well, short, kind of abbreviated run, able to take down Boston and lose round 1. Hey, their control looks solid. In particular, it was on this map. They won this both versus Boston as well versus Minnesota. Of course, in their series earlier this weekend versus Toronto, they won a Hacienda control as well. So things are trending in the right direction. But if you're on the other side for Vancouver, you're looking at Abuza. He has been, I would say, a little bit quiet compared to how he finished the year last year, but he is starting to come to life, especially with the re-addition of Neptune to the mix.
Yep.
Oh, what a nade.
This game attached with the absolute Yobi to shut down the playmaker on the other side of Neptune. Gonna alleviate some of that pressure through the middle of the map, but I love how patient Cloud9 were playing on their attacks. They're playing for the kills. You don't want to initially fall, because even with that B point changing from all the way bottom boat to top plat, it's still very difficult to work out of your base.
Indeed the case. Mac already trying to work with a little bit of high ground. Shots from Abuza, keeping him within consideration as there's the play from on top of the ropes. And Vancouver looking pretty comfortable here defensively. Sid just kind of trying to keep 0-4 at bay just a touch. The hunt is on for him. Still can't quite finish off the elimination. 0-4 is just up and down the ropes. Finally dealt with 2 kills for New York as they try to get their way over to one of the 2 zones.
Yeah, stalls out a lot of time, though, for what New York can now get done. Only 35 seconds to go. This time you got to worry about Neptune on your pinch. He's able to line up a freebie onto Kremp. He still knows that the pressure's going to be over towards Heli. Give me number 2. And it's already 3 players accounted for. 3 players coming off the respawn. Neptune said, yeah, I'm going to go get these guys.
Yep. This is where Neptune thrives, where he can just kind of run and do whatever he wants, knowing he's got teammates behind him to allow him to do just this. 5 in a row. Neptune really showing, if you've missed out on what he's done at Challengers, this is exactly the POV we've been treated to. But that told, Cloud9 going to stop the clock at 5.7. Trades will come through, and they can actually stack this A zone for some progress here.
Yeah, but I don't know if they have any trophy systems yet, so hopefully the nade is able to connect for Vancouver. Abuza starts off with the first kill. First segment is going to be locked. Nasty takes care of the player pushed out to his spawn, and now there's only one player left to account for, and that's Attach, and he's lining them up. Double headshots allows that second segment to come on in, and Cloud9, they're reinforcing.
Yeah, they sure are. Neptune and Booza, those do clear out the front side of the zone, leaving Mac. He has to go massive. Hello. Fine too. Does he get a read on 04 on the cross? Yeah, the damage is actually really solid. Pistol out. Damage to 04. Nasty trying to hang on, but the clock will expire on the offensive attempt for Cloud9.
And that's just what Vancouver do. Just stay in your base, be a nuisance. You're thinking, okay, we can take care of 04. We also took care of Nasty and our spawn. But Neptune just found a route to give you issues off the respawn. He's able to go on 5 in a row. Only allows about 15 seconds for Cloud9 to make a play. And Attach almost gets it done. It's just more effective trades at the very end from Vancouver. Only allowing 2 segments to get away from them as they secure the defense.
And now you do really need, I think, if you're looking at this from Vancouver's point of view, you do so well in the defense. You stop Cloud9 from finding much progress whatsoever. Now you kind of ruminate on what exactly do you want to do here from the offensive side. You know, do you just try to play for quick progress, try to put the pressure on where exactly the bar is set? Can you find ways to get clean wins to open up the map? Maybe even get one of these zones done quickly. And how about it? The patience will pay out. First 2 kills are on the way, and now all of a sudden, Vancouver will make their move over towards this newly positioned B zone.
And 04 was able to gain info onto another player. Slides right on into the tower. Give me the pistol. Not good enough for the kill onto Cramp. Elise sets up a Booza there for the trade. First segment still being worked on. Booza knows my teammates got my top mid covered. But Max is going to walk right on in and take care of him. Time still ticking.
Yeah, I think a lot of that was Vancouver was just trying to win back their building, and they end up falling down into Spiral to play through PCs. Now Neptune trying to get aggressive. Catches Attached, repositioning, as he may be able to single-handedly secure this first tick. Also considerate of where exactly these Cloud9 defenders could be respawning from. And he may get timing. The shot's not perfectly clean, and Neptune maybe over-challenges the touch, and now it's just left to Abuz to try to hang on to the zone.
Yeah, a little too aggressive there right there out of Neptune. Obviously, an 11-7 start. You're feeling yourself a little bit. It does lead to now all of Cloud9 retaking the map right back away. Mac on 3 in a row. They're applying pressure over towards the right side. You're trying to force Vancouver to commit all their cookies over towards the same point. But with only 30 seconds, you at least want to make up for one more segment.
Yeah, you would love that. And they may have to default to playing over the top of the B zone. Problem is, Mac is starting to heat up on 4 in a row. Nice shot.
Take 2.
5 in a row now for the Mac attack. And I just don't know if you can get back up top the ladder here to the B zone. Abuz is going to give it a go, but Mac is going to get the read, and the immediate follow-up is solid. Cramp shut down by Neptune, but with only 5 seconds, this is going to have to be a mad dash for the surge over to A to try to get something desperate going.
Yeah, here comes Attach on the pinch. We're not able to keep track of Amir. All he needs is 1 kill to secure the round, and they only allow 1 segment to get away from you. As Cloud9 one-up them on their defense, tie the game up at 1. Still going to be in the lead by 1 segment, but it was Mac this time around, making the plays when he got to their base. Also, a little bit of an overheat there from Neptune, because once he ego-chowed over towards tower, they couldn't work out of their spawn.
Yeah, tough scenes, and it's one of those that you think you've got to beat on someone. Yeah, I think it was Mac who initially crossed. It was probably down to maybe a bullet or 2, and you're thinking, ooh, I got a kill in front of me, but yeah, the rest of Cloud9 were right behind him. So, small moment there. It's, again, kind of one of those things you look at and say, all right, well, lesson learned, but well, you would hope. I mean, again, like you mentioned as well, on top of that, 13 and 10, he is flying and frying right now. Cloud9 back onto the offense. Early eyes over the top mid, trying to maybe position themselves or something over towards A, but 04 is already behind through sidewalk. No one even looked at him, and he's already causing problems for the Cloud9 attack.
Now you're already going to waste a lot of time trying to locate where 04 went. And that's going to allow now his ARs to set up from those top positionings. Find those last couple of kills. 04 again strikes for a second one of the round. But now they have all the maps in control to go their way. A lot of time being wasted from Cloud9 needing to fight out of their spawn.
This is just, again, with the reposition of the B zone, it's just, it takes so long for anything to develop. It really does force the offense to have to play through mid. I think the thing about it is they're trying to, you know, for Cloud9, trying to play from window to window, but you lose track of the SMGs that are running around behind you. Although, Kremp makes a bit of a solo play again. This time he sneaks over to the backside of the Vancouver spawns. He'll force them to spawn towards B, and this is already a first tick with maybe more on the way at A for the Cloud9 offense.
Yeah, but Abuza on the pinch is not going to allow them to walk away with this for free. He is going to get traded. Neptune finds one. Neptune is able to find a double. Now the stack is going to be in towards the point, and Neptune finding 3 allows his team another opportunity.
Yeah, but Mac just pulls out an AR, shuts down Nasty at mid-map. Now gets to work on the 3rd tick of progress. Trophy system keeping him and Krep safe, and Krep turns that into another double kill. Wow, 16 and 13. Now moving his way around the backside at Tower, and he's not done. Finds himself another elimination onto Nasty. Finally, the shutdown comes through for 04, but the life lead now amounts to 4 as Cloud9 try to restructure towards B.
Oh, big double, though, comes in out of 04. Takes care of every single player from New York in his spawn. Now you can start to push your way up through that mid-map. Nasty, unfortunately, does get caught. A 5 and 16 start. You need him to start to turn around. You're currently down by 5 lives, and Cloud9 are already on the point.
Yeah, just hold an angle at this point. Get ironed up. Problem is, you're going to have to start making some moves here. Neptune finds one. He might have to do it all by himself, though, and he may be good for it. He gets a second, but there's just no help around the back. So now Cloud9 from this front side stairs with Attach leading the way. Almost able to get the better of Nasty, but that elimination puts a pause. The Cloud9 attack. 60 seconds to play. Vancouver down to 6 lives.
Okay, and this is where you have time to develop on a long pinch if you are Cloud9. Let's just make these kills go our way or trade out. Everybody played the buddy system, but they're all getting picked apart one by one. Cramp last player alive. Is able to find 04 before getting pushed in towards 10. With only 45 seconds to go, though, we need to find an opening.
There it is. So able to blast away Abuza. Cramp following up on 04. Leaves Neptune again in a position to where he's just going to have to showcase why he gets picked up. First kills are good. Cloud9 threatening her on the backside at B. Leaves Abuza to try to deal with it in a 2v6. 32 seconds on the clock. Dealt with is Abuza. Now it's just down to Neptune. From behind the play. Deals with the first. 2nd tick of progress is done. It's a double stack on the zone.
Yeah,
trying to fly forward, but not going to work out. Cloud9 take the offensive win.
And they played that beautifully on that attacking round. Every single time one of the players from Cloud9 got themselves in an opportunistic situation where they're getting pushed up into their base, they were making it count. And every single time it was basically Krent. He just walks right through the middle of the map, is able to find a double after a double, keeps them at bay, influences the spawns for them to consistently try to break over through that 8 point from tower. Nades don't connect, flanks not working. Allows his teammates to extend the game clock, keep the sling in their side, and take advantage in the map. Pretty sure they're up by 6 segments now?
Yeah.
So that should guarantee them defense if they get to round 5.
Yeah, I think you're right. So, a tall ladder to climb here if you're Vancouver. Nade over the top, look the outside. Look, it actually hit a couple of Cloud9 members, and it very well may have. Sib, last one left alive, just playing at the backside of this top middle ledge. Stunned off, has to go play through field. He may get an opportunity actually to get up top here. There's no one contesting this building. Did he get an angle at this? Timing not great. 04 comes up as soon as Sib tries to take his focus back over to the A zone, but from the front, Cramp just runs in and gets another double. How many times have we said that phrase?
And it's over through sidewalk as well. Like, he doesn't have the gun for the choice, like to knock them off the head glitches. He's still running at Jackal, but even after the update, attachments, you don't know what you're running nowadays. It's still one of the takeover weapons that we have in the game. And he's able to shut down that initial play coming in. But now Vancouver, a lot of map control to go their way, right back onto the 8 point with the double stack.
And you've also got Abuza on a route through B. He's touched the zone, but Attach finds that kill. It allows Mac to now make a route happen over towards the offensive building. Neptune. A double over on the A zone, trying to get the early extra 60 seconds in, will not be challenged. So the minute will come through. His route does get shut down, though, and things will stabilize 18v18.
Oh, and a big kill from Nasty onto Kremp. Still know that there's one player you have to look for in your base, and it's going to be Mac. He's able to find a kill onto Neptune. You have 04 applying pressure over towards the outskirts of steps, and he finds that kill onto Mac. So everyone accounted for in your base is clear. Let's hop on the point.
Yep, that works for 04. Trying to control backside tower. Nasty, good through the middle of the map. And now it's just down to can we find Sib and 04.
Big win.
Absolutely critical. Allows now a chance for Vancouver to climb the ladder, stack this thing up. No trophy system down though. You can see the nades over the top. They're landing on the zone. Not quite finding enough damage to security kills, and 04 off the regen. Now hits a bit of a pinch up the tower ladder. Second tick is looking decent. Neptune with another double. 04 coming back to the zone, looks good, and now the stack will allow a chance at a 5th round to come through. Whoa, what an explosive play for Vancouver and 04 in particular.
Yeah, and I don't know now if Cloud9 have that defense guaranteed, because that was a heavy outslaying round there for Surge. They end the round 14-6 in lives remaining. But it's just, again, just realizing who we are looking for. With that B point being changed, you can no longer camp towards the bottom side of the bunker to try to contest that. So, and we have top mid. We're pushed out towards backside tower where he has to be trying to set up a pinch. And just finding that one kill onto Sib basically guarantees the round there for Surge, as they are now able to force a round number 5, and they are going to be the team on defense. Cloud9, you
this might be hard.
This squad on this side.
Just that last moment where you've got players carrying 3+ kill sprees into this round. Like you said, the life disparity, the tiebreaker after the ticks were put together evenly. And now tough moments as New York have to try to battle out of their spawn. 04 getting the work done on one side. Neptune trying to hold off on the other, and the Patch is just trying to hunt down this 1v1 with Nasty.
And 04 is on 7 in a row. Catches the timing, knowing that the
timing doesn't work for 04.
Prematurely shoots at Sib, and now he might be trapped.
He still gets a kill.
Miraculously is able to still walk away with the kill, Allen. That is jaw-dropping, but still Cloud9 are going to be able to walk away with at least one segment here today.
First segment will be secured. Neptune, big win, as he's having himself a Goliath map, 32-27, doing a lot of it in and around the objective on top of it. But still, that told, Cloud9 will stay strong on the A zone. Abuza up from behind, catches off one player off guard. Second tick locked, third being worked on, but Cramp trying to play his life, has to bounce out of the zone, and as he does, now the clock continues to tick.
And this gotta be so annoying because, all right, we already have to deal with
that's unfortunate for
in our
Abuza.
grill with the Jackal. But then you have players like Abuza and Nasty who are going to do the same exact thing when they pick up that SMG off the ground.
That's not good. That's no good
with
for
only 35
Surge.
seconds left, Cloud9, they get 3. So they have a double stack on that B point. They have a solo capture over towards A. Can Kremp get anything done? No, he's going to fall. And Vancouver give themselves another opportunity.
But at the same rate, clock will stay paused for a moment until 04 pops up from behind the tower, clears the zone. Nasty able to make sure 04 stays alive. Cramp working on the extra minute. Doesn't fully get it to contest this. Oh my God.
Oh!
What are we talking about? Neptune!
What a clutch from Neptune.
15 seconds on the clock. Cloud9 are stuck back in spawn, and that third tick of progress has been fully depleted.
You gotta get through Neptune. Thankfully, Mac finds that kill. Cramp finds a second through top mid. So they're able to put the game clock at a pause again, but can 04 do anything on this pinch? He also has 30 to his name, but instead of playing for that retake, you know you're gonna give it up. Let's play for the spawners, keep the lives in our favor.
Playing for the map control, big 1v1 here.
Ooh, what a nice kill.
Out. Cramp trying to keep some presence for Cloud9 through the middle of the map as 04 gets shut down off the spawn trap. 9 plays 7. The clock becoming a factor, second by second, down to 45.
And Cramp has a lot of map control in his way. Potentially catch the timing on this pinch, but Sib is able to take care of Abuza. Now what can Cramp do? Gets info on at least one player. Mac finds a second kill. That's 3 dead. Nasty, last player alive.
Absolutely the case. Cramp trying to finesse. Nades over the top are starting to land. Nasty playing over towards the Cloud9 building. Cramp just dancing with the devil right now. And it takes 2 to tango, but he is overwhelmed by way more than that as Vancouver will reclaim the zone. 2 more lives remaining for Cloud9. The heroics over the A zone, stopped by Neptune as Attach, the last one left to battle, finds Nasty. Clock is going to become the biggest opponent for him. Has to play on the zone, and as he drops out of the window, Vancouver will find the win.
Ooh, this might, well, this might be game if Vancouver can get this hard point.
That is unbelievable. The fact
this
that
will be very interesting.
making game-changing plays. the utmost confidence on the side of Neptune to work his way through the outskirts, jump his way through the bottom grandma's window, even when there was 3 players pre-aiming him. He finds that first, little shimmy on for the second, but the slide for the 3rd kill allows his teammates to retake the map. 0-4 continuously just getting lost in your base. But then I also think Nasty had quite a turnaround because he was getting dogged. He wasn't finding trades. He found himself in situations where SMGs were consistently sliding into his face, but then he started to slow the game down as the game started to develop. Clutched up in a gunfight here, clutched up in a gunfight there, but no bigger moment than that very ending where his teammates go 3 dead. He instantly finds 1 kill and then just finesses around that spawn. Doesn't allow the stack to go down. And eventually for his teammates to work their way back into the play. Vancouver and Cloud9 give us an absolute show there on the protocol. But it's Vancouver able to ice up at the end.
And how about Travis Neptune McCloud? Wow, it is one of those things, man, and just to kind of share the story that we told through Elite 1, you know, I think you and I both were like, you can see it. Neptune's still very talented. He's got the individual gun skill to hang with the best of them, but what was the trust level going to look like? What was the discipline going to look like? And we've seen, I think, not just in the last couple of days of the Challengers Elite playoffs, but in his re-debut, there's moments where you say, all right, he brings something to the table that Hixie just couldn't. But when you put that in the combination of his ability to single-handedly win back that A zone, I mean, what do you even say about that? That is
this
something
one's
that we
sick.
don't get treated to
Holy
often.
shit.
And there it is, like you
the
said.
pump, and then you
pump,
get a 3rd kill. That is
Thank you for
insane.
the zone back.
That's like
the game winner right there.
That's like some that's some pro shit there. Like that's some COD pro shit there. Like obviously this is COD Call of Duty professional, but like come on, you don't see a lot of those. And when it comes to ranked play,
you step away from Call of Duty in general, go through Halo to come back and just mold yourself into a completely different player in the aspects that you needed to change. The fact that he's able to finesse the way that he is, to keep that confidence that in a 1v3 I'm still gonna fly in and get something done. This is why Vancouver picked you up to the lineup, to make game-changing plays like that. Now you just need one more map to complete the honeymoon stage in week 1, to beat Atlanta FaZe, to beat C9. This would be fantastic for his confidence.
It was one of those things, man. I mean, we're feasting right now with these 2 squads and this kind of re-identification. I mean, we talked about it a lot at the major. Sib had a spark without question with Cloud9. He's carried that so far. So it does feel like a little bit of a new life has been granted to the lungs of Cloud9 New York. The search and destroy in particular has been unbelievable. But now you got to consider the fact that we're going to a Hacienda hardpoint. And I will say, I think that puts a lot of existential pressure onto players like Sib and Attach to make sure that as Kremp and Mac are finding success around the map, which they often have at least throughout this season, can they find the right routes? Can they lock down the right angles to make sure they're controlling the map well? Because that's one thing that really hasn't changed for Cloud9 is what are they going to look like on rotation and in holds particularly?
Yeah, I feel like when you talk about Cloud9, their rotations are usually, at least on certain maps, pretty up to par. Like we saw it versus Toronto in their series. They were able to dominate in basically every single rotation on that opening hard point, but they only have 1 rep on a map like Hacienda. Both teams only got 1 rep. Even though they're both sitting at 1-0, it was a tighter game on the side of Cloud9. They only won by the difference of 11. They're 4th in rotation, number 1 in holds. On the opposite side for Surge, 1st in rotation, 7th in holds. Their stats are going to be a little bit, you know, lackluster because we only have 1 rep on each
one side can get a lot more points than the other.
Vancouver were the team that dominated the majority of those rotations. If you're Cloud9, especially on a map like Hasi, you need to be the team there early.
It's really
I feel like
look at the full
Surge might be able to do this, but
for each of these 2 teams
we'll
on hardpoint, it's like 8th, 9th, 10th across the board on every single map, and then you get to Hacienda, it's like 1st, 3rd, 4th. It's like again only 1 rep. So take it with a grain of salt, and I think in particular look at the wider picture. Both these 2 teams have been looking for identity in the hard point. Vancouver finding an edge in map number 1, but Cloud9 already off to a good start here in Hacienda.
Yeah, soaking a lot of this P1 time. They win the gunfight over towards Rockside to control top open. They're keeping up at the slaying. Now with only 30 seconds left, you want to be able to flip the map. See how safe Nasty's playing. He's waiting for his teammates to spawn before he applies the pressure. But even after he applies the pressure, still not able to find a kill.
Yeah. A couple of frustrating opening lives here for Vancouver, you'd imagine. And yeah, here we go. I mean, you've got 3 total kills for essentially 3 waves of gunfights. And the spawns have already started to move just a touch. Attach, that's a big 1v1 that Neptune does win. And that'll allow the spawns to likely stay pretty secure here for Vancouver as Cloud9 make their way through Wellside.
Yeah, it's tough to give up 30 seconds at P1, but when you bank on your setup there at P2, you're able to execute it at the final moments to secure the spawns down. Neptune hands full on the backside.
Yeah.
Not able to lead to a kill. So already the spawns are flipping for Cloud9. They have the numbers, just got to trade on out.
Yeah, Nasty was looking for a chance to pinch, and he found one, but immediately shut down. Good response from New York. And now, huge, through Trophy, that little zig hallway on the side. Attach is able to find a couple eliminations, and still, the kill tallies here for Vancouver have not been the same that we saw in map number 1. Cloud9 looking comfy so far.
Yeah, they're getting ran right now. Guns need to start getting a little bit more hot. Putting yourself in better positions. They're still going to try to attempt this break for the final 20 seconds. Nasty through the front door. He's able to find the double, but both his teammates at Zig do fall. So Tash is going to turn his focus towards the front side, find that kill, and Cloud9 all of a sudden are up by 40 points. Rotation over towards new at P3. Vancouver fully set up, but Cloud9 already in a position to break.
Yeah, the only bit of grace that you gain off of that kind of final moment for Vancouver is that Nasty put some pressure on this Cloud9 rotation, but you can already see what's happening. Spawns have already moved with this hit going up through top offense.
That's a good kill from Neptune.
Still kicking it alive up top on the
one.
He'll find more than that. Sip
Ooh.
trying to chase down the trail. Man, can't find Neptune. Now he's off the regen. The hit from the front was also successful simultaneously, and Vancouver are already around fences trying to hold from the interior.
Yeah, that's a route right there, though. And Neptune's going to want on back because you give them the free bleed. I know you're working his way through connector, but Abusa is able to find 3 to say, okay, don't worry, I got you, buddy. I'll make up for that play. Final 20 seconds potentially in the hands of Vancouver. Still going to try to contest this, though. If you are Cloud9 effective on the trade.
Ooh, that's unfortunate.
He's able to find
that's unfortunate. No.
And it's looking like Cloud9 are going to walk away with this one.
Yeah, Abusa knows he's under threat from multiple angles, trying to hope he can kill enough time for his teammates to get here, but it's not going to work out. The cut is also covered. Cloud9, good on the scrap at old, better on the rotation to do. Growing their lead back up to 30+ points. Here comes the hit for Vancouver. A lot of it coming from the front. Abusa. Yeah, unfortunate team kill comes through. Leaves 04 by himself, and Kremp wins the final 1v1 to keep Cloud9 in.
Yeah, I was wondering why Cloud9 didn't know that they were spawning over towards Boat. You got 2 players that spawn over towards Lambo, but nobody was watching that right side. So you almost gave Vancouver an opportunity to break their way on in, but now they're going for their second attempt, and Neptune 04 Nasty combined for 3 kills. Last player here to contest it is going to be Mac. He gets taken care of. This is a very scrappy P4. Yep. Vancouver currently still in control.
I mean, consider that Cloud9 got the full 60 on P2, essentially. This is not bad news here for Vancouver, especially with the clean exit. It allows a route to start to develop, trying to cut off Cloud9 from finding any sort of a flip early, and that's a staggered kill on the Mac. That's going to allow not just Vancouver to control the map, but they can also get in for some early time here.
Only down by 10 points. Still got players roaming through top close. Neptune on 5 in a row, 5 HP in the Dreams. Just going to finesse with his life. Continue to be a nuisance, hoping that his teammates can find some success through the front end, but here comes the pinch. Good enough for 1, good enough for 2. Amigo challenge. Give me number 3. And that's all 4 dead. Vancouver. Potential lead change on the card. And Neptune continues to make play after play.
That's
look at him. He's on 8 in a row. He is so. He is a goddamn. Like I've seen Neptune play before, so I know how good he is. But like, just coming back after like being on challenge in the Challenger / Halo side, it's been so crazy for him to be able to come back and show his potential. This is vicious. That's why I like the kid. He's really good.
Oh, now you're forced to be in a tight setup, but they come out on top. 3 for 1, make it all 4 have fallen on the side of Cloud9. Another lead change here for Surge. And now their opportunity to run the score up. You have every player accounted for. Neptune at least starts off the trade fights through top mid. They're trying to take away the back, but Vancouver aren't giving it up for free.
Nope, not at all. Here comes pressure, though. Cloud9 trying to work on a bit of a pinch on the interior. Cramp, the water route's going to work out. Nice angle at it as he and Mac combine for 2. 0-4. Setting up a bit of a repitch here. He's got space for Neptune to come up through Spiral.
Ooh.
And that's going to be...
Oh.
I mean, Neptune is with whatever he freaking wants. 0-4 on the follow-up is good. And Vancouver from the front will re-break with 10 seconds of scrap.
The guy's just like, don't worry, guys. Let me cook real quick. I'm going to walk him out with the and find a double, and he continues to find multi-kill after multi-kill. Vancouver now up by 30. Win the rotation over towards New, and you can already look at your mini-map. Cloud9 is so damn far away.
Look at 22 and 12 from Neptune. Like, he's a goddamn beast in this game.
Away with this game now.
And now the threat already aware is 0-4 trying to hold on to Patio. Good elimination stretch here though for Cloud9. Nasty a little late to the party. Just trying to do what he can on this final elimination versus Sib. That's going to lead to a very one-dimensional approach here for Vancouver, having to play their way through 10. Neptune down to 50 HP. Sib quick to follow up on the trade, and a nice moment here for Cloud9 with 25 seconds to scrap.
And this is where you fight this. You do not give up all this time. You want to try to contest this all the way to the very end. Make sure someone is thinking about that rotation over towards New, because players on pinches are getting caught and cut down. That's already 4 dead. Vancouver now forced to think about that rotation over towards New, but Cloud9, they're going to be the team early.
Yeah, Mac just trying to get forward. No one's watching hallway at the moment, though. Wait a second, Vancouver, they may actually just be able to bully their way into the hard point. So was the case for a moment, but Kremp gets 2 before dropping, leaving just a 1v1 for Sib, who's now on 6 in a row. Cloud9 back in the lead, reinforcing as we jump to a C9 listening.
Gun's open. I'm looking at my gun. I'm front still. I have the front side. I have the front side. Yep. He's front. Contesting. Could be middle. Nothing on the flank. Nothing on the flank. One shot. A boot. Middle. I'm here. I've up. Close. I've up. They flip. Nice. One more shooting. Get off his. Here. Help me. Double. I'm about to fire. They're gonna run flat.
Surge, you gotta play together.
I'll get initial. I'll get a flat pinch. I will get a flat pinch. Nothing comes from. I will get a flat pinch. Alright, I have initial. I'm saying that. 2 Lambo. One's absolute spiral. Heard you. 2 Lambo, 1 spiral, missing one. Lambo. No one Lambo. Have it closed. Okay, I'm not open. Nothing closed. I'm already closed. I'm with that one. We're trying to open it. Oh, wait, got me already open. Open. 2 more. Open, 1 spiral. Open absolute. Yeah, 2 of them. I got stay up. Just stay up. I have it. I have my own secret. I have their time well. One well on you. Top closed, 1 shot. Nothing left. I didn't have
How about the quarterbacking from attached? The quick call on they flipped, and then immediately you get the 4 dead. You say slow it down, iron it up, and Cloud9 had themselves 26 points away from sending us to a 5th map.
Man, they have blown this game wide open. Before we get to that, listen, it was Vancouver up by 10 to 15 points, but they couldn't find a break there at the Money Hill at P4. I love how Cloud9, though, initially when they found that first wave of kills, they still stayed tight in their setup. No one turned it into a one-on-one gunfight, getting aggressive over towards top spiral. They had everything covered for. And now only need 20 seconds to force this map number 5. They win the rotation over towards New. Last hurrah here for Surge.
Big wins, though, for Vancouver. They've got the pinch already developing. Nice win from Kremper on the backside of the door. Buza diving on in. Mac trying to follow up, but not going to be able to win it. And the follow-up! Neptune just takes an ego chill versus attach and blows him up. Back to respawn he goes. Vancouver will stabilize with 35 seconds on the hill.
And if you're Cloud9, this is what someone, you're gonna try to break this one more time, but someone developed.
Yeah, that was some good trades by Vancouver.
Working his way all the way through. Well, already takes the back away from Vancouver. They are forced to be in a tight setup, and so far they have been able to come out on top. That's already 3 dead. You're still able to stabilize the map. As you know, Cloud9 are all spawning all the way across from it. But with only 10 seconds left, we can no longer lose here. We gotta go.
Yeah, Sib, he gets a nice double, but Again, with the time that was still remaining, he gets isolated, and now Vancouver quickly on the rotation over. Hard point opens. Cloud9 in for the initial. Here comes Vancouver's setup. Shots from Neptune over the top. Not quite able to land for the full elimination. 0-4 and Nasty. Last two working together. What is essentially a 2v3. Mac able to find both though in the corner. Off the quick spawn. Vancouver
They move and get a break. Yeah, that wasn't gonna happen.
They don't get in there for the contest.
They broke, but they just didn't rotate. That was just a major problem. They broke through, but what does that do? It just gives them the flip, and they just take it.
It was a clean 3 over Cloud9 in the minor. But that map number 4 was blow for blow. Cloud9 just turned it around on its head when they were able to chain that P3, the ending of that P3 to the beginning of that P4 for a full 60, and then get 20 to 30 seconds uncontested over towards P1. Just a back and forth hardpoint, man. Teams were going blow for blow. Vancouver were responding, at least off their rotations on the second half of the game. Neptune gave them so many opportunities, but eventually the other players had to start to pick it on up. 26 non-traded, not good enough for the W. And now Cloud9 get through that Hossie. Now puts them 2-0 on the season. I'm telling you, it was back and forth, back and forth. But when we got to that P4, P1, that's when they started to pull away. And now they force the game 5.
Yeah, the near full 60 comes into play. The strong rotation from 2 to 3, 3 to 4. And a lot of it we heard in the listen-in. Just good awareness from Cloud9 has us eagerly awaiting a protocol search and destroy. And whoa, the storylines are juicy because, let's just say it the way it is, the reps here are very minimal for both these two teams, plus the fact that it just feels like all of the stats prior to these little roster changes and this little spark from Sid may not matter at all. We're step away, quick break, don't go anywhere. I dare you not to. Come back, we got map 5 right after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. Now, as hot as the game may seem, I know one thing.
Again, the GeForce experience. Like, come on.
Toronto Ultra.
Like, come on. Production, what are we doing?
Calm as ever, Toronto Ultra. Now to the other side of the stage.
I don't see anything, bro. I literally top up.
Put your head down and secure the target. Planting the bomb.
I need him top up.
He's in the little thing.
Come back in. Come back in.
I've already bombed that.
Yeah, bombs on.
That way.
I can kill that guy.
Nice. Above you, above you on the gear.
No man.
No man's right now.
Hit them again before they
baby.
Hey, bro, I'm on Mars, right?
I'm on Mars.
Here come the thieves. They cannot allow this to slip now. And there is snaking going on. Octane and Envoy have broken through. Ken finds the second 1v1. And it's Clayster looking for the last. And they put it out. 10 seconds, 10 points. The comeback of the CDL year. Can they do it? The thieves are moving, but they are moving into the kill feed. And Legion has just made.
Oh, comes in map 5, yeah. Yep. They all come down to map 5.
No way.
Protest first need to see that thing. Yeah, I know that, Jago. I watched. I obviously watched the.
For Dallas, Texas.
I obviously watched the grand finals.
After what was an all-time world championship last year, but.
Like if you've seen my VOD replay last year, then you would known I watched it and my reaction to
it.
it.
More electric series of the weekend, which is surprising to say, Jay, because let's be candid, we have had some bangers this weekend.
F532.
Yes, we have, man. We have
Vancouver is doing
bangers,
better.
But to take a look at the map 5
So there's a little bit of a better
for both of these two teams.
So,
Cloud9 only have one victory. They're ranked 10th overall, currently on a 1-win streak, so their most recent series that they went all the way to the distance, they found success. It's just on the opposite side for Vancouver, 3-2. You're obviously feeling a little bit more icy in these moments, and you got to be feeling even better that you have a player like Neptune on your squad, because to think about a map like Protocol with a brand new roster, you probably don't really have a lot of strategies that you're going to be able to throw out in this map. So it probably might just be an all-out head bash in towards that A site. And if
New York only won this map
tend
once.
to struggle on is that attacking round, especially in
See
that first blood. Send a Neptune, he might be able to change that for you.
That's what you're hoping for. He's been able to showcase his ability to win out his opening ones. We saw it versus the series in Atlanta. Maybe not so much in the opening here versus Cloud9 on what was a Hacienda search and destroy, a couple of missed moments as Neptune was trying to kind of force the issue early. So what's going to be the calls? What's going to be the plays here as Neptune will see the doors break on open. Is prepared for the gunfight versus Kremp, but still not able to win it. Kremp has stayed nicely covered as well. He'll keep his life here after that first.
There's a lot better through top mid. The fact that Kremp is almost able to get out with his life would have been such a great play to be made. But 0-4 finds his second on the round. Is able to find number 3 onto attach. Effective on the trade. Now it's all up to Sib, 1v2.
And Sib's gotten a read on 1. Oh, and his timing on this rewrap could be absolutely ideal. No,
Whoa!
He doesn't expect 0-4, but just snaps and rips his head off. And that's going to be enough for Nasty to jump off from the plant.
Yeah, Sib's not supposed to win that gunfight. But this is why he is that caliber of AR player and might be able to clutch up on the round for his team. It's the beamer onto 0-4. The rebound
that is
onto
crazy.
Nancy. Dante, yeah, he's got that thing on.
That is crazy. He should have not lost that, but somehow he gets the goddamn kill.
Do we have a replay of that?
Let me see that.
We do. This is from
0-4's perspective. Wow.
Oh my God.
Look at this
What?
snap. Just, yo, not today.
This game's dog shit.
Resets everything. Sib, knowing the bomb was not planted, just makes the right read on the full return.
Where was the hit marker? That should have been a kill, and somehow the server doesn't register that. Holy shit. This game. Oh my God. 0-4 must have been pissed off because he knew he should have gotten the kill. Somehow he doesn't. That is, this game is so embarrassing. At least Booza got the kill.
He's able to find the first blood.
The trade would be
I was just, you better hope that they don't push you.
On the hunt for it. Attach is actually stuck. He may have gotten shot from the window side. So Booza will
yeah, no, he's in trouble. Yeah,
also reloading through, but Attach beats him to the punch. Also gets to read that Nasty's playing up close towards these arches, and it looks like Attach will have to play bomb collector as this is just scattered 1v1s all over the place.
Yeah, they had info on both of the players, but no one wanted to give up their position. That leads to Nasty finding one. Nasty finding a second on the round. Now it's Attach's turn at a 1v2. Don't put it past him. He's been one of the best search and destroy players to ever exist in Call of Duty. So he is going to have that bomb in hand.
Plant the bomb.
30
yeah,
seconds
he has
to go.
to plant the bomb.
Might have played this to perfection because he catches them out the rotation. Bomb going to be planted at A.
How do you reapproach this if you're Vancouver? Looks like they want to both drop down in towards elevator. Attach has both weapons to work with. Does he catch this timing though? No, not at all. Neptune just cleanly catches Attach from behind. No worries there. It took heroics in round number 1 from Cloud9. They don't have it 2 rounds in a row though as we tie things up early.
Right there, if you're Cloud9 though, like you had the initial gunfight to go your way.
That's where we searched. Yeah, good. Yeah, that was a good. That's some good kills. That's some good kills from Surge.
It's just once they found that kill, It's like everyone was nervous on moving or giving up their positioning at that time. For anyone to think about that objective, that allows Nasty to finesse around 10 for the first kill and the second. And then in the 2v1, even though the bomb does get planted, Attach just doesn't choose the right side to look at. Vancouver able to tie the game up. Back to the offense they go. And they probably want to go to this A strat.
Yeah, I mean, this is the exact same setup that they had from the first round, where they try to get Neptune forward. This time there is no defense in the middle of the map, respecting the trophy systems. Do they get a read though, Cloud9, on this wrap from Neptune, who again you got to keep in mind is the bomb carrier here. We saw something like this at the Hacienda where he gets caught. This time a little bit more restriction as he will back away.
Vancouver trying to play the mind games, force them to think about that rotation over towards B. You at least get the positioning for Mac to take over towards Heli, and that opens up this A site. Abuza finds the first blood onto Kremp. Now you have the man advantage in towards one of the more difficult sites to retake.
Yeah, Kremp getting shut down on that long pinch may be the round determination here. Any heroics here from Mac and Attach?
I think
2v3 situation. 30 seconds on the clock for this retake to come through. Neptune just throwing shoulders. Little wiggle, little wag. Back and forth he goes. Abuza on the crossfire setup. That will work easily for the first, and then Attach caught out. No worries there. Clean post plant for Vancouver.
And it all starts with that initial play call to, okay, it didn't work the first go around, but if we throw it again, that same exact play, this time we will make sure we play our live.
Ooh, that's a good
back over to the opposite
turn.
side. They're able to force the Cloud9 setup to be broken down in towards A. Find the player in Kremp working on the deep pinch for that first blood, and then once you get that bomb down in the man advantage, just crossfires galore. Set up mid towards the bottom side of bunker as Vancouver able to rally 2 rounds in a row.
I think
Before knew that was coming. I don't think he knew. I think with that call out on, oh hey, 2 of them are in mid. I think that was just a good call from. That was just a good play. Ooh, that's not what you want.
Also looking good for Surge. Kremp, the last one standing topside staircase, could do nothing, and that's a quick tally for Vancouver. Now up 3-1.
Quick round right there for Vancouver. They said, okay, we're probably not going to go back to that top mid play, so we'll stack over towards both sides.
That team kill was not ideal for sure.
SMG duo are able to start off the trends. You find the first blood through top mid, and then
Question is, can C9 adapt?
And find that kill with an unfortunate team kill on his side. But just a very
Can
clean
C9
round,
adapt?
very effective round right there to Search. Just play their numbers, match their aggression, and trade it out effectively.
Yep. Pressure on to Cloud9 here. Need to put together some sort of a response. Defensively, they have not had many answers. This time, it'll be a little bit of a play through field side. Nades coming through. Neptune not affected by any of that, though.
Yeah, Kremp got caught off guard.
Getting caught by surprise aggressively over towards tower side. Mac will also be stunned here. Bottom side elevator, and honestly, for Cloud9, they're kind of stuck having to play where they currently reside.
Yeah, because there's a lot of attacks that are still getting invested over towards this A site, but Vancouver, no, we have the man advantage. They're probably stacking in towards A, so let's just rotate our way on out and plant this bomb at B for free. Now in the 4v3. Nasty, your job is just not allow anyone to work this deep pinch, and he might have put himself in a perfect position to at least find a freebie.
Yep, that's exactly the case. Mac will drop immediately. Sib able to find one. Shots to Nasty, keep him at bay, but the problem is 0-4 is behind the play, leaving Attached by himself, and they will just allow him to stay a bit more isolated. Pistol out, a decent effort.
You're when you get caught off guard in that situation.
Well, Jay,
I mean, again, it's like playing chess pieces. You expect someone to be over there. Oh wait, oh wait, they're right behind us. Oh wait, someone's still in the spawn, or something like that. Like,
yeah, they're making adjustments, man, and this is what you expect out of this Vancouver roster, because you got to keep in mind,
like what Shift said.
Roster, they were
it's just the adapting and adjustments, mid-round adjustments. Like you're gonna expect you're probably gonna expect someone. Oh, hey, someone's gonna come here. Let me just just play solo for a little bit, and then go at this moment, and then you be like, oh hey, oh what's here, and like that. 0-4 is dead. 0-4, no, not dead, but 0-4. Both of them knew they were gonna come up there.
Sib stuck. Heads up the rope. Neptune thinking about the pursuit. Trying to time it with the nade. Actually doesn't even really get affected by it. A couple of shots will land. And, well, more antics with the rope starting to come through for both players.
Neptune just want to keep the information gained on where Sib is. They have no info gain on where attaches as he's working his way on the pinch. Nasty with the effective shoulder. 57 HP. Yeah, let's go for the double chow. 04 is going to be able to clean it on up. Now Sib left in a 1v4, makes it a 1v3.
Does at least see Nasty up top, but does not expect Neptune waiting for him. Oh my goodness. Vancouver.
This is a blowout.
Upset surprise versus Atlanta. A hot start in this series. Cloud9 gave him something to real think about over map 2. A convincing Hacienda search, but here it's been nothing but Vancouver. I mean, flat out, every round has been Vancouver at the advantage early.
Every single time, man. On their defenses, that's now 2 rounds in a row where they've been able to shut down that early A pressure. On their offenses, they're playing the mind games where they're finding success early on with that first blood, forcing the rotation to come on in, thinking that they're going to that site, but then they're rotating back and playing their numbers to their advantage. 5 rounds in a row now puts them at game point. Neptune bomb carrier in hand. Yep, shoulder, shoulder. How much info can I gain? Only 1 player here, so just going to slow this round down.
Yeah, not interested. Let me get out of there. Nades tossed as well, kind of in the same direction, but here comes the flip. Looks like Cloud9 are trying to wrap and set themselves up to deal with this, but in the process, they lose attach up top of the windows. That is a lot of scouting opportunity essentially denied now, as all of a sudden you have to have a rewrap back up top. Krep trying to work this position, but 04 is going to get deep beyond the B site here.
That's all he has to do. Put himself in a position to stay alive on that side of the map. He said, okay, team, I have cleared out this bomb. We can rotate it here. We just got to trade it out. We have the numbers. Here comes the bloodbath.
Yeah, indeed it does. 04 around the back, finds Sib for free. And Cloud9 just cannot keep track of this Vancouver motion on the map. Max shut down by 04. Last one left. Krep would have to go huge. Not going to happen.
Well,
Vancouver going to start off stage 2 with the quote-unquote honeymoon phase with the addition of Neptune 2-0.
Yeah, I don't even think it's honeymoon, Alan. I just love the way that these guys are playing Call of Duty.
Yeah,
it's as simple as that. You have an effective player, and Neptune is not afraid to make a play. You got the same thing alongside with 04. But with how aggressive those two play and how fast they have been able to work in sync, they're allowing these ARs to set up properly for these early first bloods. Look at that first blood tally right there, Alan. You are not going to be able to win a search and destroy in a majority of the round. Basically, every single one of your rounds is at a man disadvantage. Nasty was impactful with the AR through top mid. Same thing could be said for a Boozer.
04, 11-3. This was just playground right here.
Combining with that aggression on the bottom side of that A point allows them to completely dominate in this map number 5. That was 6 rounds in a row out of a new roster that's only basically been together for about 2 weeks. Chef's kiss in that game number 5 for Vancouver as they move on to be 2-0 so far throughout Major 2 qualifiers.
Jay, that should have been a 6-0.
Yep.
They've had a 1v2 in round number 1, and it was in a moment where 04 may find himself on the wrong side of Reddit in a little bit. But doesn't make a difference. Vancouver still finish off their first weekend with this roster, 2-0, looking clean with it. So we head back to the desk.
Great cast, fellas, and a great match that went the distance as predicted by Maven. No, you said this was going to be at 3-0, but Vancouver had to go to 5.
Yes, I mean 3-0 was a little ambitious for me. I felt good about Vancouver, but it could have been, probably should have been. I mean, the difference between the map 2 and the map 5, you still dominated the first bloods, even the map 2. You won that 5-3 and still lost the map. Here, you had every first blood. You literally had all 7 of them, which you dominated. This time, they did a much better job of turning those first bloods into round wins. After the first round, though, I panicked. I looked at Ali. I'm like, here we go again. Like, you had a first blood. You ended up losing a 1v2. Sib snap onto the player in Heli was disgusting. I think it was 04. I put your controller down at that point. Like, he didn't even do anything wrong. He just got absolutely fried. Straight snap and headies out of Sib. But yeah, this final map was not real close at all, was it, Ali?
No, not at all. It's what we needed to see from the map, too, like you said. I mean, the fact you get 7 first bloods overall, it was just more decisive decision-making from the side of Surge. The second 04 got a blood, he was sprinting at New York to try and catch them off guard, and it ended up working, especially on a map like Protocol, where if 04 can just get bought up computers for free, like, if we're not even playing for this guy, this is what the result's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, if you told me that there were going to be 2 searches played and they won the first blood battle 12-3, I'd be like, okay, they dominated. but they just threw away some rounds in that first one.
A rare show of emotion from Mac at the end. He goes 0-6 in the final search and destroy. A lot of frustration from Cloud9. Ali, where did they go wrong? Because Kremp looked amazing. Hacienda, he goes 12-3. Then the whole team gets blown out with Kremp and Mac getting picked 5 times.
It did not feel like they knew how to play the map. I'm just going to be honest with you. They are 1-0 on Protocol S&D right now, but the way that they played computers, like I felt like there was very little investment in the attacks. And once there was, still nobody played for 0-4. You knew he's going to be there every time, and they still didn't send anybody to maybe try and go out or lower through tower. And they also just didn't even try when it came to the middle of the map. So for Cloud9, back to the lab.
Time for your Scuff play of the game. This is the end of Control, I believe, or maybe just a little Neptune montage. Let's take a look at the new addition to the Surge.
Well, probably the best play of everything was his triple he had on A. That was absurd. Yeah. That's what ended up sealing this. It was an unbelievable play, and you know, I haven't seen enough yet that I'm convinced he's like this transformative player compared to what he was the first time we kind of saw him in the CDL, but I'm leaning that way. I am. I mean, it's 2 series in a row. 1 over Atlanta FaZe, which is obviously more significant than you have here. But like, the talent is there, and it seems like it's like the talent plus some of the decision-making improving. Which
you go to Halo, you get smarter. I'm just saying it's happened with a few pros up to this point.
Yeah.
Right now, though, we're joined by a guy who's grown up on Call of Duty since day 1. We got Mr. 04, who just dropped a big bomb in Game 5. 04, you guys got smoked on Hacienda. What was the difference of protocol?
Honestly, just me taking over.
Okay.
No, it was definitely just a way to, like, just different type of map for us.
No, it really is. I remember talking about that. I think with like Rocker and Ultra playing each other. Like one team looked godlike on Protocol, one looked different, godlike on Hacienda. They can play so different. But for me, it was you guys converting your first bloods. Like you had 5 out of 8 first bloods, even on the map too. You just didn't convert on them. And to me, that's not always a map thing. What goes wrong sometimes when you have numbers early? Is this someone get a little too aggressive? Comms are off? Just those rounds where you have like a 4v3 and they fall apart.
Yeah, it definitely is comms, and everybody's is match there. Everybody got jitters, so probably some people just ego challenge people.
Well, tell me real quick, one more question for you about okay, so Neptune coming back. You know, I got to cast him a little bit when he was first in the league. You saw the talent was there. He was unbelievable, but maybe the decision-making wasn't there. Maybe it wasn't the comms. Like, he didn't have the success that he's having so far early. What's it been like kind of integrating him into the team? What are your thoughts playing with him early?
Yo, Trav is a dog, bro. I love playing with that guy. It's just, me and him are like 1 and 2, so it's like, we can take off. If one have a bad map, another one can take off.
I love that. I love that. Well, it's only 2 series, but you guys are looking awesome.
Yeah, hot 2-0.
Yeah, you guys are looking crazy. I want to ask you, Vancouver Surge, it kind of feels like a big focus now. I feel like for this split is going to be expanding your map pool. And so I wanted to ask you what your favorite map to spawn in on, because that protocol wasn't real.
Probably Vault right now.
Vault's his favorite map? Got it.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
That was a happy Rainbow Ray.
I was going to say, shout out to the coach, the GM, everyone involved up there in Vancouver. You guys looks like you fixed your issues. Congrats so far. Cheers. All right, we've got one more match to go, Maven. It has been a fantastically long day. Very close games, and we expect another Game 5 when we return. Who plays next?
Optic are getting back to it. Let's see if the boys can get it locked in. Listen, the first series wasn't great. I think I heard something like Dashy's not feeling well, maybe playing from home. I don't know what exactly to expect, but they're going up against Rocker, a team that's always going to push you the distance, Chris. I'm excited.
Pressure is on. Kid Rocker, Rock Optics World. Stay tuned to find out.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Well, Texas versus Minnesota, that's what happens.
can you act out the coolest kill you've had so far in Black Ops 6?
Act out?
Yeah, show me with your hands. What did you do?
I can't show you the hands, but I can show you the Omni movement.
There we go, there we go. All right, let's check it out, let's check it out.
The chair's gonna...
Yep.
Okay.
Oh! Hit him with the side stream!
Is he gonna come back? I've got to go with the New York subliners in this one.
FaZe warmed up the subliners.
A vibe check, bro. Dang, man. Paco has carried me in a rank. I'm going to go with the New York subliners.
That's crazy.
4-3 in game 5. Oh, no. 4v2. They sound with a very quick listen in.
Last one. Missing Zach. P3. Missing Zach. Two boxes. Got you. You told me. Is it? He take it. Last guy. P2. My bad. You're good. Yo, can't wait. There's 3 on 3. The short steps.
That's usually always funny. Well, I'm just really hoping that they could get this shit. I'm just hoping that Sachi or whatever going on, I hope they get this shit together, because right now they are not in trouble, but they are just, there's something like they clearly need to work on something. Either they just need to get the virus back together. Something, I have no idea, but there's something going on.
Fucking go, come on.
Grandma's in tower rally. Grandma's dead. Let's get mid. It's so it's so dumb. Oh my god. Jeez. Hey, welcome back, man. Welcome back. It's hard, huh?
Not that easy in the big leagues, Pred. Welcome back by Draza and Atlanta FaZe with a hot 3-0. Optic looking to stop the flop. Can they do it against Minnesota? That plays everyone super tough.
Can they? Yes. Will they? I don't know. I mean, I went on my rant earlier. I think they have a lot of improvement needs to happen on the Optic side. I don't know if this is when it's going to absolutely click, but it's a winnable series. It's just a tough series against Rocker. But that one against FaZe, dude, even hearing those comms just now, like, you kind of heard the FaZe guys say, like, they're dumb. They don't respect the way that, like, Optic are playing the game. They are not playing very well fundamentally. And that's why, like, all the grief on Kenny, like, he is, like, a fundamental player. When the right decisions aren't being made in front of him, he's going to be the one that gets punished. They need to play the game better. It's you don't. I'm so sick of hearing.
Can we show their faces?
Hook's KD and Pred's KD. I don't give a shit what their KDs are. If they're not playing the game correctly, you're not going to win maps.
No, I completely agree with you. They haven't figured out how they want to play the game and approach the game, and I feel like that's kind of been their biggest issue, because there's some teams who lean back on the fundamentals, right? Like Surge was a team that was built on the fact that everybody's going to try and make the right play. They're not really going to work on just trying to break kills and hard point. They're not going to just sprint at you when it comes to search and destroy. For Optic Texas, they don't really have that. And I think you made a really good point about Kenny, because oftentimes when you're watching the minimap, Kenny's the one trying to go in the early rotation by himself. And what does he do? He goes and he dies on an island because he has nobody working with him, while 3 of his teammates are hitting 15 seconds at ult. So it's kind of like you need to make a decision of what kind of team you want to be.
And there was a clip recently of Kenny like going through and watching some of the VOD from the major, and he'd be like, I called a guy out here, and my teammate in front of me doesn't make the correct decision, or they just ignore it. Like, there were a bunch of examples where it's just like people aren't doing the right thing, and it makes it hard on everybody. And like, do I think this is a team that has enough skill and enough KD out of their players to beat some teams just with raw talent? Yes, but like, if you want to win tournaments, man, like, it's got to be both. It's got to be both.
Tonight, they have a tough challenge in Minnesota Rocker, who is looking very clean as of late. Geo has put up some monstrous numbers, but it was Nero who took over the previous matchup. Let's take a look look at this Rocker squad that just finished top 6 in Madrid.
For me right now, actually, you say Nero. Nero's been incredibly consistent. He has been I want to say, the front line for this team, but I want to give some flowers to Paul X because when you talk about like players that might be struggling on this squad, Paul X is probably the biggest one that stands out for me specifically in Search and Destroy. He had a really good series versus Miami, and so that's going to be my player to watch in this Optic Texas match is like, can you consistently show up for your team online? Because that's where Minnesota Rockers needs to find a little bit more success because they are 0-3 in Game 5s right now. They cannot keep going to the lengthy end of these series.
I think we kind of know who Minnesota Rocker are at this point. I don't think there's like a ton of room for them to improve. I think they are going to be a team that's still going to be pushing people deep. They're going to be a threat. They're going to be gritty, as we like to say a lot. They're capable of maybe pulling off a top 4. I just think we've kind of like seen their ceiling in a way. They're just going to be a very fun, entertaining team. They're going to be streaky at times. And I'm not like hating on them. I just think that's with this group of players, that's what you got. But they lead to a lot of entertaining series. So as a commentator, I love them. Honestly.
Waiting for Gio to get back to his seat, and then this match will kick off. We should remind everyone, though, that there's a little advantage for Minnesota. They're all playing in the same room. These guys all live together. On the other side, Optic's missing Dashy. He's sick. He's playing from home, maybe.
Yeah, and it's another thing that, like, who knows how he was feeling, yesterday at the match, or was that 2 days ago or yesterday?
It was yesterday.
It was yesterday, dude.
Yeah.
Days. Hey, listen, it's my birthday. I've been partying. I haven't done anything. I went to bed at 10 o'clock. But who knows how he was feeling? That little thing when you bring in Pred 2 is probably going to hurt you. You only had like 4 days of scrims. Hopefully it's nothing serious and there's nothing like going down with like team chemistry and he's actually just not feeling well. I imagine that's
I think it's just February and people cough a lot, Ali. Let's take a look at our maps and modes here as we have 5 more games to close out the
Skyline
night.
Vault.
Triple dose of
Triple Vault and red.
I
Oh
see this
boy.
Skyline hardpoint, and I've been talking about this for the past 2 days. It was one of the best maps from Optic Texas. They lost 2 of them in the last 5. They've won 1 hardpoint in the last 5. So for them, they're trying to stay comfortable. They're trying to stay consistent right now. And for the side of Minnesota Rocker, they're 1-5. So this is a good layout for the side of Optic Texas in the green wall. The triple vault in the middle, though, causes a little bit for concern because we know Minnesota Rocker love it.
Maven, you get to go first. Who wins this match and how many games? Are you 3 for 3 on the day? No,
Sure.
Yeah.
I have no idea, honestly. I couldn't tell you what I picked today. I just sort of say stuff. I'm going to go up to Texas. I think this is going to be a really good series. I think this is going to go 4 or 5. I'm not even really sure why. Like, my gut wants to say Rocker, but
have 2 bad matches
my heart's saying Optic Tech. No, they definitely can't. I don't think Optic's very good right now. I don't at all.
No, they
but, like,
definitely can't.
my heart's saying Optic Texas. It is, dude.
Ali, I got to speed this up here.
I got to agree with him. I'm going to go with Optic Texas in this one. They need it.
I'm going with my man, Ake Slayer. Welcome back to the flank. I'm going Minnesota Rocker. They get it done in 4 today. Am I right, Miles? Am I?
Yeah, absolutely. You're only as good as your last series. So, yeah, that's the way it goes. Right, Chance?
That's exactly how it works. Just a few days ago, Atlanta faced tumbled and one of the worst teams in the league, and then they bounced back, and now they're the best again. Toronto, I thought they were going to have to make a roster change. Joe Deceive looked terrible. All of a sudden, he dropped 42. He's back, baby. So that's how we judge things in Atlanta Call of Duty. Extreme recency bias, and it's always a fun time. I love the drama, and boy, has there ever been. But a Skylight Hardpoint, where we're going to be starting off, and I know Pred, sort of the old and new man on the roster. I feel like Skylight is a map that might be like built for him. Like, I don't have high expectations because he's only been scrimming with the Sky for like a week, so I'm not putting the pressure on him now. But long term, I feel like this map is built for him.
Well, it's disgusting, creddy central, that's why no one does it like LG. Well, let's find out how it goes, folks. Not a great showing from Optic this weekend, but they got the chance to turn it all around. Rocker, on the other hand, they've just started to get going. Their pace has already been found. Is this going to be an absolute grueling Game 5 series? Possibly. Strap in, boys and girls. It's time to go to Skyline.
And keep in mind, for the side of Rocker, Miles, we touched on this our last cast over them. We wanted to see Paul X step it up a little bit in stage 2 in his first series. Paul X did look fantastic, but also map ones. Minnesota Rocker continually have slow starts. Even on Skyline, where they got the drop on their last series, they lost a 2-point game. So for whatever reason, Rocker always starts slow. Keep that in the back of your mind as this map goes on, as right now, Paul X giving Kenny the hands.
More like tall, dark, and handsome X. Great stuff to start this one off, Paul. 7-7, even Stevens shots. He's playing for spawns for new. That's what you would expect. And now a little bit of a contest, a little bit of a dance around, and he's already on the run. But Estriel reads him. Oh, 4 down.
Easy reads on that one as well. Basically came around that corner pre-firing. That is on point. And Rocker, no slow start here. I mean, they are wheeling and dealing. They are funneling Optic into a kill box over by P3. What a life out of Estriel. Be number 5 if and when he gets it in another 4-man drop. Optic, welcome back to your spawn again, Pred. Ooh. The only man up on the map, but Estriel right now, he's just cutting off the entire cross and saying, hey, it's hallway and it's down low. I got everything else.
Yeah, it's 3 dead once again. Shotzi's managed to make his way through. A single kill to his name, but he's alone now. Oh, and Estriel 7 now in a row. Kenny gets a couple of attacks in, but 5 HP. So close to it. Back over to Paul X. Finds himself at least 1. As this P2 has been succulent for Minnesota Rockers so far.
And Kenny haters are going to be out in full force. An 0-6 start. The man that's got a target on his back, because there are bloodthirsty fans out and about. And this has been magical. By the way, Estriel's spree never stopped. Didn't even realize he went on a 9 before he falls. And keep in mind, we're throwing out numbers that high. Kenny now 0-8.
Okay, well, for all the highs, we got a low. And now we go to a P3 into the kitchen. Previously known as the Optic kill box, now it's Optic's hard point. They're going to find a little bit of time here as, oh, Paul goes small X now through the vent, and a sneaky Paul might be able to make something happen here. Spots out Pred, doesn't let him get into the P1 power position, but not enough for his boys to get in there. Optic still holding to this.
Hey, this is a short-term, long-term situation, Rocker. Well, in the short term, they didn't have the hill. Long-term, they're going to have the spawns, but they might be able to get the hill as well. Pred going to have to give you a little extra, and he can't quite get it done. He does pick up 2, but overwhelming force there coming in from Minnesota Rocker, and I mean, understandable for the moment. They are playing a 4 versus 3, so a 50-point lead, going to feel very comfortable around the time.
Yeah, 2-piece out. Paul keeps the hard point a little open. No one's really able to get too much out of this. A nice late contest here from the Optic boys flying on in. Can he get some damage in there? And unfortunately, he does get a couple out of it, but still, that's a big bit of work from Rocker, keeping the lead up. Rotation's on now. Pred was the only man over there, but 2 boys in the back there for Rocker. Seal it and lock it down.
And Shotzi can make an impact. Oh, he's up top. I thought he was down low. I was going to say maybe to take down Paul X and get him out of time, but for the moment, Rocker comfortable inside of P4. Optic are setting up all 4 players grouped up for the push.
On Crawlex, who now dives up, gets a bit of time. Kenny with the immediate trade. Lovely work. Kenny 2-pieced. Can he find 3? Can indeed. 3 in the feed for Kenneth Williams, and that is going to be the hard point now.
We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere.
As clean as you like. Optic, good break.
I've got nothing to say at all because like, this is just
embarrassing. That's a massive moment. That's a P4 that could have been locked down by Minnesota, but instead, Kenny's the guy, the hero.
Why would you?
Through to picks up 3,
what?
And then he's the guy that gets shredded off the head.
Whoa.
Because Estriel, my God,
why would you chow that?
All's well that ends well. Optic at the back spawns. In spite of Estriel stripping away a little bit at a time, you're there. You're good for the scrap. Of course, though, it is Skyline, so no scrap is safe. The bottleneck's going to be around, and Shotzi might have got bamboozled, but the reaction time on point, and long-term Pred trying to make a high-impact play, trying to be the guy that strikes as soon as the hill pops.
Yeah, he's waiting for it. Good timing. He's going to get 1 out of this. And with that, still a battle for the new. Okay.
He's good. Get spawns.
He's got spawns. That's good enough for now, Kenny. Locking down upstairs, trying to keep that hard point safe in the hands of the Optic Texas boys. And right now, it's looking good. Over to Pred, dives into Geo, gives him 2. That's 3 down in the feed. Pressure now onto the spawns for P2. That should be the break and the flip. That is it. That's a big dagger once again from Rocker.
Yeah, now you're just vying for actual contest time on the hill. Shotzi gonna take it away with the smooth movement that we have come to expect. And I mean, any P1 time's good time for now. Shotzi doing everything he can, has a little bit of from coverage. Pred actually pulling out an aims off spawn to look down the long lines of sight. And this is, all things considered, been a good chunk of time here from Optic. Shotzi doing some majestic work inside of the hill. And again, if you don't have the spawns, you want the time. Optic have closed the gap. And credit to Kenny as well. Had a very slow start. He's been going, keeping pace. A 1 KD since then.
So far, a magnificent life out of Shotzi. That's a 4 spree and huge time grabbed as well. P2 though, we now line up the Rocker wall of defense. Shotzi's found a way through an angle there. Sniffed out. 3 down. 4 make it. as Optic back on a spawn. And look at this push forward. Nero finds himself another corner of P1. 1, 2, 3. Crossed up, spots him on the push. You're going to get traded out as Dashy's there for it, but you've held the line, and Rocker still in commanding position. 30 to go.
And I mean, Nero, by the way, in that spot, you called out the information he just got. That is as good as it could possibly get. Jotzi might open things up just a little bit for 2, but on P2, it has been Nero and Estriel taking turns. And they have just been utterly dominant on this hill. When we take a look at the line graph at the end of the series, make no mistake, P2,
oh man,
biggest,
this is real.
sort of best case right now for Rocker to have such a
at
big
all.
lead.
They're losing gunfights like that. They shouldn't be losing. And they are losing gunfights.
In danger. Nero there to back him up as well. Rocker suffocating Optics so far here on Skyline. We are loaded up in the hard point.
What are we doing?
But can Nero find the third as well? He does.
Who's allowing Nero to fucking go there and kill everyone? Holy shit! Shut him down! Something! You're letting him free roam!
On P2, Nero has lit up the kill feed in such a way that he is looking dominant.
Oh my god,
shut him
dude.
down, but this has been a wonderful run.
We're letting the Slayers just free roam like it's nothing.
But clearly, it is not.
Holy shit! Thank you,
Boys
Jesus
are bringing
Christ,
the heat, but
dude.
Optic a nice response. And if you don't have the rotation, you got to make sure you get the scrap time. And Dashy with that 4 spree is going to deliver it. Now his teammates have plenty of time to try to break towards new.
Will be Pred. Pred wins it. Nice fight at the back line there for the Optic boys. A sign of life now, as they sorely need it going to this P4. They had a great break in the first go around. Now they've got the hold, but for how long? Trophies in the
Please look at behind you. Look at your back. Please look at your back.
Beautiful shots. Dashy gets 2. But 1 makes it through the back. That's going to be Nero. We'll see how this one plays out. Pred, find a corner. Stay alive. Paul gets in. The break is there.
That's an interesting
How do you
moment.
lose? How to
comms from Optic because
do
they
this
just
game?
let grass completely wide open for Nero to go on that pinch. And I don't know who was supposed to pick it up, but Kenny's the one that tries to like fix that mistake. And when he loses the gunfight, all hell breaks loose. Still Mixie here on the P4 time, but certainly not a good setup and a mistake that Optic right now is just getting punished for. But Pred maybe bails him out long term. A fight for scrap is always a good one. And
why are we
15
challenged?
seconds is worth going for. Kenny might be happy for 12.
Here comes Paul. Is he going to find this? There's the trades. Nice work again. 15 seconds. You're not wrong, man. To get in there. The shots out of Pred, not enough to get the second. Estriel's going to find those final few moments. Over to P1, third set. Absolute banger so far here on Skyline. And Kenny fighting hard from the hard point. Nero's going to get picked up here by Dashy, and that is a clean side of the map right now for Optic Texas. Time going their way.
All 4 down, and now you got eyes on 2 players up top. Pred on the prowl, Leiji, but that's an AR, and that is 3 players on his screen, but still super soaking on the P2, or P1, excuse me, right now, and another 4 down in the feed. Optic have their flow state. Let's go to a listen in.
Back right, absolute. There's 2 back right. I think there. One shot, AJ. He's bound to right square.
One shot, Paul. One shot, Paul.
They're both there.
White plat.
Alright, push. Look me at the top. Out of one shot.
Take the hill, boys.
I'm pushing on the stairs. He's not.
Out the time,
Get the right. Top T. Top T, Geo.
Back left,
Alright, top T and
Top T, Geo.
Oh yeah. I'm going. Right. Be left. Alright, missing one on new ant. He's back right, I think. White, maybe.
I'm about to get the top below.
He's low. Touch his shit on. Back right helipad.
Back right helipad dead.
Nice. We're trying to chat together.
Hit the back door on me.
You're back pot on you. Back pot on you.
Look at.
Super weak.
Catch one shot. Catch Kraus. Nero. There's 2 right. Nice. Another guy right. Top T. Alright, last guy. Low Jim and his right. Low Jim. Low left. Nice, Geo. Alright, Paul's right. I hear you then. Yeah, is it crossing now?
What if you fall?
Nice, I'm
one more Ken. He's low.
Left, not weak. He's out of back left. Nice, good shot. Nice job, bro.
Front door. Nothing front door, boys.
Low right. 100% zip. 100%.
White plat. White plat.
Optic holding the P2 line. Late breaks here from Rocker. And it might not even be the break. It's just go towards new.
I mean, look, just making amends for the P2 at all, I think, is why Optic might very well win this map. But Minnesota Rocker, we already know, is a team that never dies. 4-man wipe in the feed. They got the setup around P3 that they want.
Perfect awareness of spawns as well. Are they able to actually capitalize on the kills? Yeah, 2 good so far. Shotzi and Kenny still at large. Esriel takes care of 1. That's a big one from Shotzi just to keep this hard point at least in contest. Nero on the pickup from behind. That is sensational lead change here in the dire moments of the game 1.
Oh, and Geo.
How'd you let him?
A little bit extra. They've taken the lead. They got the right side spawn. Minnesota Rocker, this is your game to lose.
One more wave, Rocker. Hold on. And you take map number 1. Here comes Dashi and Shotzi. The lineup's there. The damage is in. And Nero once again, the dagger in the back. 10 seconds for the win.
What are we doing?
Still fighting in kitchen. Nero and Esriel finding the kills. Esriel's in. And that could be the hold. The last man drops. Optic Texas. Anyone able to get there as Rocker roar through Skyline?
And I'm waiting for the player to hit a punch on that one. I thought
We're allowing him.
but no.
We're allowing them
Cool
to
as ice.
fucking
They've
get
been prepared for a long series, but
the
that's one of the
kill.
best plays Skylines Minnesota have had all year.
Oh.
I don't know if you saw the record for it, but Minnesota.
We're playing
has
so
not had a lot of
dumb,
success on
and we
this
can't
map,
even
nor
get a
have they
fucking
had a lot of
kill.
success in map 1s. I think
Last
they literally
move.
outside of the Falcons have the worst map
Dude.
1 record in the league. And
The
here they
same
are
shit,
sitting
the
on
same
top with
shit
an
that
electric
fucking happened
Skyline
yesterday
hardpoint victory.
when they got
I mean, Nero
3-0
and Esriel
Atlanta face.
virtually just
We can't even
taking
shut down
turns, picking
fuckers.
up pieces left and right. And that is destructive stuff, excuse me.
Oh, wow.
And how about that for the assist? Yeah, Minnesota Rocker, every single player
Oh
in
my
double digits
God.
getting serious production, and another 40 bomb for Nero. The man has been collecting those this year.
41 and 32. Everyone north of 4K damage there. Unbelievable map 1 out of Minnesota Rocker. They should be very happy with that one indeed. Esriel started the game off, what, a 9 spree? That was another sensational turn. And All X as well. Ever since Major 1, he's been a brand new player, man. Superb performances at him. Looking like a good teammate. The gunny is there. Decision making all round. Just a well-rounded effort there from the Rocker boys. What a team.
Yeah, you see that little moment from Kenny, right? Had a very slow start, you know, opted go down 70 points basically off the bridge, but nice little 3-piece to sort of get the ball rolling. But another stat that stood out, I think almost every
It's like
player in the lobby
every
has
fucking
3,600
time they
plus,
even that one kill, that not the double kill, which is whatever. But like that moment where I think it was either one of the ARs was looking at this corner right here, and then somehow read the top, somehow.
It's going to be a very, very interesting tale.
Going, I just don't.
After losing the first.
Like I don't know how he read that. Did you just read? You hear that? Because I can't even hear the fucking hit.
We're giving them a lot
What's
of,
that?
a lot of leeway when it comes to getting the back end of form. Of course, Pred rejoining the squad. You heard the comms, man. I thought they were good. I thought everyone was, absolutely bringing their part. I felt like I was aware of what was going on the map. I could have been in there finding kills as well. And Pred, he was doing just that. Fits right back in there. The comms looking good. The gameplay not too far behind it. We'll see if they can get a good one in search.
Yeah, of course, and don't get me wrong, this is nitpicky when it comes to Skyline because things are happening at just light speed. Like, both teams probably made a dozen different mistakes that they're going to want to sort of get back. It's just the way the map plays. But on the final P4, where Optic only got 20 points and Rocker was able to get about 25 on board, they had a full setup and they just let someone through grass side, immediately to flip them and make it mixy. It's really difficult to get control on the map. You don't get a lot of good opportunities to do it, and you have to capitalize when it happens. And I think the only real capitalization
Like
on this
if they
map was the
didn't get
P2.
absolutely
Both
fucking
teams able to
smoked
find
on this
success when you
first
got control of that.
P2,
Yeah,
they
great
could have
stuff.
had
You can really see
something.
the leaps there in the scoreline.
Bro,
So,
like,
good stuff,
fuck,
mate.
man.
250 to 226.
So
Optic
annoying.
outslayed by 26 as well, keeping it together there. So again, a very well-rounded game. We now go to a very well-rounded series of nothing but Vault. I'm not sure what Vitamin V is going to do to us here in the CDL, but we've got an S&D and of course a control and a hard point to close that one out. What do you think, mate? A lot of Vault.
Vault is like the most basic map we have in terms of search and destroy. So if you want to get creative and work the B site, there are opportunities to do so. But I think what we've seen more often than not is just when the plays develop like bottom vault and you just have to get out when you lose the poolside control. So teams are going to be making adjustment, but what we've seen recently in S&D is Minnesota Rocker just been a little bit better, get the bomb down more, better on the retakes, and of course the record, the most impressive thing, especially so that one map loss that Minnesota Rock are having Search and Destroy was against Miami Heretics when they went down 5 rounds to none and nearly completed the full sale. So even when they're down and losing, this team again, I'm tired of saying the word, I shouldn't say it anymore, but grit. Super gritty. It's just perfect for them. It matches their aura. They're there.
Yeah, it's a lot of grit. It's a gritty winter still. And Shawlex is dressed for it. He's well ready for a cold spell. And hopefully they can bring the ice against Optic. Because again, I think pressure is certainly on them. And pressure on both teams at all times here in the league. But I think Rock is another one of those teams that's been on the sort of edge of the bubble. And a lot of folks wondering where they're going to wind up, mid-season after Major 2. What are the points going to start to look like? And I just think they've been fantastic, man. I mean, ever since Major 1, it's been a nice couple of series out of them. They had a really great turnaround at Major 1 and some nail-biting series. Just wonder how far this team can go. What sort of ceiling do we have on those 4 players on the bottom?
Well, they have been answering questions consistently throughout the year, right? Like, okay, Geo looks good online. How about LAN? Got even better. Okay, Paul X not having a great stage 1. Can he step things up so far in stage 2? Yes, absolutely he can. These guys are horrific in map 1s for whatever reason. When they're map 4, so like their hardpoint as a whole is decent, but map 1's no success, well, here we go. Come out with an electric start. Nero's popping pieces. Astral doing crazy things, locking down the P2 hill. So every single question Rocker have had to answer, they have been successful at that. So yeah, very fun team to watch. Been a big fan of these guys this year. So of course, overall for the comparison, I mean, neck and neck between these two teams when it comes to Search and Destroy. And on a map like Vault, that is also going to be the expectation that it is neck and neck.
Yeah, absolutely. A-bomb site, we're about to get very well acquainted. Chelsea and S&D so far in the season, 3 1v2s. Opening doors over half, which is absolutely ideal on a 1.18. You're happy to see those numbers if you're an Optic fan, but you're going to see how that goes now. He didn't have a fantastic hard point. Prez going to be grabbing the bomb just like the old days, and now we go to A. And if we don't, we'll be very surprised.
Yep, Dashy's job watching B Street. Geo actually tried to square up with him off the rip, but out to quick hit over towards Pool, and that is instantaneous. Dashy started over towards Ammo and somehow makes it back towards Pool before Kenny does. And they let him through Pool. So I don't know what happened on the mini-map, but Optic dropped the ball in round 1, and they get slammed for it.
Oh, yeah. Nero just dives into the bomb site, rips 2 players. And a nice little dance there with Dashy towards the end. But Nero, this is the final kill. That's the way it goes on the good old A-bomb site bang out. This is what it looked like from his POV.
As soon as they were hit by the bomb, I knew they were just dead.
Hey, that answers the question. Optic just left it completely open. They were just hoping the SMG down low would win the gunfight, and that's a 50-50 call. You give it a shot, but you lose that one. It is a guarantee you lose the round. So not the most ideal strat off the rip.
Yeah, no one was even watching that. Like, where are the fundamentals right there?
I think it was Boston that used this one first, and every team has stolen it.
Yeah, pretty shots here. Possibly going to smash this corner. There's a big wrap taking place from Kenny and Dashy on the bottom side of the map. A-bomb site plant. Standard stuff, folks. Once we run out of stuns and nades, we're going to have to show face. First contact goes to Estriel as he takes care of Shotzi.
And Nero just gets out and makes things mixy. Does get caught, but in the meantime, on the mini-map, Estriel's been able to fly around and fry. Pred there for the trade, and now 1v2 for Geo, and he gets dropped. Down low, Dashy, reaction time on point. And we might get a second look at that one, because Dashy got a pistol kill just before it. Instantaneous retake and a bounce back round from Optic Texas. That is clean work out of the green wall.
Yeah, ideal. Absolutely ideal. And Dashy's Strider. His pistol's one thing, but what a win there against Geo. Nice bounce back. Exactly what we want to see straight after, a tough opening round. Small mistakes like that at this level, though, folks, they certainly cost.
And a nice collection of the chaos as well. As soon as that first blood rolls through, it's a 3v4 really for Optic to clutch, and you got to hunt down the players mid-map, find that other guy carpet. Like, it is just a very fast-paced game of hide and seek. And this bomb's going. This is a B hit, right? If you're going through the middle of the map, they're not dropping down low. They're squaring over towards line, so they find the first and second blood shots. He gives you 2. Question is, now can he get out?
Yeah, you've made it to the bomb site. You're in a position to get this one down. And Pred is going to do it. He's going to go for the plant. Is Paul checking the bomb site rapidly? He is. That's a big win. A 2v2 now. The guessing game is on. Shotzi and Dashi now on defense.
No, man.
Red, wow. Shotzi, this is for the ace and a 1v2 clutch. He has 3 1v2s on the year.
Thanks. Oh, I love the idea. But the pinch was there. E-bomb, not an easy thing to get. I love the look out of Optic. They try something different. Minnesota Rocker, a lovely spread to finish off that one. Paul gets the defuse.
Yeah, and I think that round might be on Dashi, right? I think it was Paul X up top, or maybe Gio.
What?
It was that gets the read. He's on point.
So how they read that?
Successful at that, but in the 2v2 again, we saw on the mini map Dashi
Okay, they don't
roaming
show,
over from
but-
Pool, tries to flank, and I mean, if he gets through, you win the round. But Rocker,
I mean, I guess it makes sense to watch the other side because that's where most likely most people are going to be flanking, trying to flank at. So it's like, I guess good on them.
Well, up to the A-bomb site this time around. Defensively,
This is not gonna
we're
go.
committed
Okay.
to this one. Kenny takes a whole heap of shots. And Gio sent him for the kill. Immediate trades are for shots. He keeps the fight alive as Dashi catches Paul out of nowhere. And now we rethink the A-bomb plant. Spotted out going towards B. If they get this down fast enough, it's on. But Estriel trying to send it forward with a good offense is a good offense, apparently.
What?
Go on, son.
What the fuck are we doing?
This might be the bailout, and you got plenty of time to work with. You can make decisions. We're squaring up down low, and Shotzi just
Good
a little
play.
bit quicker with the movement.
Good play,
The
good
long
play.
slide will in fact get you in what could have been for a 2v3, but Shotzi's there to close that door, and I think the speed of Shotzi really showing off the goods as well, because you saw Estriel. Dashi catches Paul like dropping down through Valdernero, to go for like the B hit, and that's why Estriel decides of like, okay, they're gonna know we're here for the plant. Try to go through the spawn and see if you can catch someone, but Shotzi was doing the exact same thing on the other side, and make sure you're staying on top of the intel game. So speedy gameplay from Optic Texas, tied up 2-2.
Good old Vol. Not what we usually see. Bomb site checks. This time round, we are safe. The bomb will be planted, and it'll be a good old-fashioned retake. No one's getting through this time. Here we go. Nero starts off proceeding. He's against Kenny. He somehow finds it. And now Dashi. Oh, good shots to bring down Nero.
Yeah, he traded, but Dashi can feel the pressure on the flank. Shotzi is going to alleviate a portion of that. Now you have the man advantage and bomb down. As good as it gets right now, and time's ticking. Paul X and Gio, they got to go, but AR players on this site is a nightmare.
20 seconds. Oh. Nearly. I'm not sure what happened there. You might have stopped shooting, but Pred picks up 2, and that's enough for the round.
Yeah, either ran out of ammo or stopped shooting because he thought he had to kill, but Pred in the corner, dishing you out 2. Big round as well. Good trades coming in from Dashi and Shotzi again on the map. Schmoving, making sure you're quick to reposition. Dashi felt the pressure on the flank. Shotzi's going to be there, and Pred, meanwhile, just hanging out by the bomb, waiting for the gunfights to come to him.
Again, that was a round that Minnesota Rocker managed to get the first blood. Not so easy when you're having to play the retake. An advantage now for the Rocker boy, for the Optic boys. Rocker, they'll be on attack.
Ooh, they didn't see. He didn't check the corner. Oh no.
Maybe not.
Oh no.
Slides into death.
They didn't check the
And just
fucking corner.
overwhelming
Like,
force there for the
oh
first
my
blood.
god.
Kenny got his head ripped off 3 seconds into the round, and Dashi, he's got the ice. A 1v3. If anybody can do it, Bruce is at the top of the list.
Nate does not connect. Has to get closer. 30 seconds. Checking every possible corner, but Rocker playing it deep. Wall X staying alive. Getting a little closer, trying to bait him out into the fight, and they're in the open, but Rocker strike together. They do not let the clutch come through. There we go.
That's a
back
gun.
to back.
That's
just
a
equalizers after each other.
A lot. That's one of the rounds you should have lost.
As well. I mean, just a highlight example of how you want to do it. Endless shoulders. You don't jump on the guy until either you get him one shot, you know it's free, or you got your teammate there for the trades. Paul X not giving him anything to work with. And again, a lovely strat. Kenny's been very consistently going out to that Jeep or the car towards the back, and I mean, they just fly at him to go and get that first blood. So great coordination, and Kenny, Public enemy number 1 currently sitting on a donut.
Gio this time wins the opening duel against Dashi. They've been having a couple of fun ones against each other. Pred is not going to check the back door. And what do you know? It's Nero again. The dagger in the dark as the Emperor finds another.
They gotta shut. They gotta shut down. They gotta shut down Nero.
That's
the second time. That's the second time he's done that.
Whether it's the nades now or whether he can get closer.
Stupid things.
Frustration is certainly sinking in.
Yeah.
Whoa! I like the attempt. He's out. Trying to catch him. Just trying to catch him. He's so slippery. He's so slippery. So dangerous.
I think that's why they're smiling. If he did, I mean, there's nothing he could do. But if he just like slides in the secret, he actually.
There's the way they would just win. The way that Nero just went in. He did that twice. He did that twice now. And bro, look at that! No one's even watching.
Absolute free. At Pred trusting Kenny.
Where's the cover?
It is interesting, by the way.
Where's the cover right there, bro? Where is it? I don't know.
She's the one playing top ammo, playing
This
it
is
safe,
just
and
real
Gio's
bad.
been trying to take the gunfight, and for good reason. He finally got it and the first blood.
Okay. Oh.
You love to see confidence plays coming out of young players like Gio.
Oh,
like
no.
the stat coming out of Minnesota Rocker as well. A blender. Optic wanted to be there, and Optic got picked apart.
All my friends dead. And now Dashi, this time he does it with the frag. 3 members of Rocker on the inside of the bomb site. Tags, and he gets stuck. It is all smiles for Minnesota Rocker. Everything is working out for them. It's working out for them.
Dude, and there is like no sort of like aura presence coming in from Optic, like Minnesota Rocker.
There's just no teamwork at all. Like, there's no teamwork. That's the third time they've done.
In my mind, it's a short list of players that are willing to do that.
That's like
putting his name.
That's another time.
That's playing with all the confidence.
This is the second time they've done.
Whenever he wants to.
Like they didn't even. They went in one by one. Just.
I don't say what I used to say much. Cannonball. He goes cannonball. There you go.
Cannonball. Shut up here, Pan. I think if anything, you're getting one call there. It's like, yeah, open, go. All right, got shots in, go. And he just dives right through.
Yeah.
And now we send the RC car forward. Rocker with a really, really deep setup here. They're not going to be pushing forward for this one, but I worry. Are they going to follow the RC car in? Yeah, they are. They're following it in. Under the cover of the car, they've taken as much of the map as they possibly can. Now you send it. Dashi set up in the perfect position to get some kills and the damage. Can he find another? Tags are plenty. Paul manages to make it to mid. Here comes the drop. Pred watching one. Estriel picks up the flank. Trades are there. All down to Gio. And they're going to push this aggression now from Optic. Not going to let him get any breath. The perfect 2v1 scenario. Optic stay alive.
Yeah, and I mean, look, on the retakes over towards the site, you throw out a couple ideas, but the RC car, very rare that you'll have that degree of success. I think I like what the observers showed us at the start of the round, though. You saw the nades coming through from Rocker. A lot of the players, when they're jumping out over towards bomb instantly, they're running through the hallway or catwalk, whatever you call it, and they actually had the pre-nades potentially to stop it. So that was just not the route that the Optic boys chose, so they guessed wrong, but an idea at least was there on the defensive end. But Optic certainly happy for the A plant on Vault. Get the offensive win. Problem now, though, is they got to find a way to stop it. Standard nades coming through. No connection there. They got the trophies and everybody's on site. A 4-man bomb stack.
Here we go. They're all ready to dive. Bomb planted. Just make sure to retake as much of the backside of the map as possible. But that is not where Rocker are defending this one from. I think that was the RC car just got toasted. Optic are in the pool. Nero will be the front man. 30 seconds. And here we go. Into the site, and Estriel finds the first one. In and Nero finding another, and the aggression now. The dagger, the last man in. Rocker decimate Optic in the search and destroy.
Yeah, and that's a slammage as well in some of those final offensive rounds. Playing with confidence. Boys are challenging, making calls, adjusting off the rip, and we'll just keep saying it. I feel like Looney has to be a happy man with the roster that has been built for Minnesota Rocker. Series isn't finished, but that is 2 incredibly well-played maps of Call of Duty by Minnesota, and they are just taking Optic to task.
Well, we said it. I said it. Their form recently has been so strong, and you've caught Optic at a very, very bad time. It's a perfect scenario to find yourself in there. So kudos again to Minnesota Rocker. That final round was a true dominance as they stamped their way through the A-bomb site, and the retake attempt was ineffective at best. Huge work from Minnesota. Well-deserved victory there, and they go up 2-0 in the series so far. We stay on Vault for control, and if we can get the comeback, it's over to Hardpoint as well. A red card will be our showdown for a game 5 if we have to get that far. But right now, 226-6-4, anything's possible. The reverse comeback, chance, or the reverse sweep, the comeback could happen now, chance. It has to happen, doesn't it?
God.
Very possibly. Also, 8-2 in the First Bloods, Desk. You got to talk about the First Bloods. That was crazy. Good luck. Have fun. Love
Thank you. Yeah, so I want to start there. 3 first deaths for Kenny, 3 first deaths for Shotzi. 2 of your stars are getting picked apart.
Kenny's doing me no favors. He's
Kenny,
like
2 and 10.
He's literally holding forward. He had 37 deaths in the map 1. He had 10 deaths in that. No, Kenny is, this team is frustrated. Like, I think Kenny's literally holding forward. Like, from his position, he is a more aggressive flex than some. Like, he always has been. He wants to be aggro and get a lot of gunfights, but he's just, dude, he's holding forward. Dude.
I just feel like Optic Texas isn't really in a position to fight. Excuse me.
Are you okay?
I'm really sick. I have had the flu for the past week, and I've been going through it. Thank you for asking.
I hope you feel better, Allie.
Thank you so much. But for the side of Optic Texas, I don't love that they played Vault Search and Destroy in this series. Not only because Minnesota Rocker prefers to play on this map. Obviously, there's 3 of them in the middle. It's one of their best maps. But mainly because since Optic Texas doesn't really have an identity right now, this map is just way too one-dimensional. And unless your subs are on point, it is going to make planting and retaking A virtually impossible. And unfortunately, we really got to see that during this map number 2.
Minnesota struggling in hard points. That was until Major 2. They are now up 2 games against Optic. The search and destroy even cleaner than the hard point.
Yeah.
They just play with insane confidence, as you heard. Gio squaring up with Dashy, not many willing to do that, and Nero is just flying out of windows.
Well, I said my gut was picking Rocker because, yeah, I really thought the Rocker would win. I just, honestly, I pissed off enough Optic fans today with my comments.
Okay, you're trying to ride.
I was like, I'll pick Optic. But no, I did say I don't think Optic are very good right now. I don't. Do I think they could be very good? Yes, but it's a work in progress. It is. I know for some people it seems like it shouldn't be like starting over, but it is. Because I don't even think like when they had Pred first before he sat out, or even when they had Hook, even when they were going in that win streak with their hard ones, I never thought they were that good. They weren't. They were getting by just on talent sometimes and just online stuff. Like Hook and Shotzi were putting up numbers that were unrealistic to do on land. They were never that good.
Time for Hidden Heroes. How well does Maven know Optic?
I might get there, though. Oh, this is
How well
Optic
does
Hidden
he
Heroes?
know Minnesota?
Can I say formal to each one?
These are also stats from before today's matchup.
Those KDs are way too low to be formal, so.
Are they only Optic and Minnesota players?
Optic and Minnesota.
Okay. Oh, this is hard. I feel like you have to go first because you haven't done it yet, Clint.
I haven't done this at all.
6 clutches.
Oh, I mean, that's Dashy.
Thank you.
No, with the damn thing.
Dashy top left.
Yep, that's going to be Dashy.
Okay. Show me Bruce. Crushed it. Dashy is our first one. How about bottom right? Overall of a 1.07 Slayer rating, 87.
I feel like there's something like obviously the way they're playing right now is. The way they're playing, obviously not the great, but they really need to get there.
That is Paul X.
With what's been happening in the matches and such, it's just embarrassing being, Optic like in this situation. Like I understand that they're still in a bit of a crash at the not crash out, but like just in a bit of a slump at the moment. But like, again, we can't be just like, how come we're allowing these? Like, why are we allowing these players to take over like this?
Yeah.
Like, come on, we can't be letting. It's just super dumb the way that Optic is just losing and such. Like, it's so annoying. Seeing Optic the way they are at the moment. And I don't know.
No, Clint, all
Map 3. Yeah, this should be great. On it. What's wrong, Ian? What's wrong? Talk to me.
He looks
40
stressed.
years
old, man.
He looks
great. Maven's great. Dude, for anyone at home, he is the exact same person, like on and off camera. Maven, he's the most unique person I may have ever met. He is a force of nature. And
Every
great
single time.
He did pick Optic to win, though. What's up?
Yeah, that's faded. No, that's faded. Absolutely faded. But every single event we go to, when we finish, a working day, we all come back to the hotel, whatever. Clint comes downstairs with no shoes on, and he's just like, I'm just getting chicken wings. And he's ordered 400, boneless wings, and he's like, I'm watching anime in my bed. And that's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. We're all trying to debrief, and Clint is his own creature, guys. He really is. There's only one of them. We have to protect it at all costs. You know who else needs protecting right now? Optic Texas, because god damn, they are getting handled by Minnesota.
And to keep the conversation on the Minnesota side of things, for their series they have played this year, they have seen 8 Game 5s and 6 Game 4s, 0 3-0s. They've never 3-0'd a team. They've never been 3-0'd. So this is a very unique situation for Minnesota to be in, where they can just close the door and have the shortest series they have played all year. They can do it here against Optic Texas, but obviously for Vault Control, we are expecting a battle where Minnesota Rocker has had 9 round 5s, and Optic somehow have been able to avoid that with very comparable records between these two teams.
Aye, aye, Captain. What a way to do it. Here we go, folks. Map 3, Rocker taking on Optic. We'll see what Optic can do on defense first. It's going to be a spicy opener, and Kenny has 9 hit points, apparently, as Estriel just destroys him instantly. Pred's 2-piece certainly helps, but we're looking to still maintain some form of mid-map presence. It gets real tough.
Wow.
Oh, and you go 3-4 down.
Oh, this is painful. This is the dagger. Shotzi's in position P2. Pred's already bottom ammo, and he might not have been around for a long time, but if it is spawn trapped and spawn kills, Pred knows what to do. Just go stand inside of it. Why not? But hey, technically, Minnesota Rocker break out of that pretty quickly, but half the time has been burned off the game clock so far. And they've just now been able to get towards the A zone. A 1v1, though, for the actual time, and Pred wins it instantly. Rocker, for the moment, are getting stuck.
We are getting beat up real bad. And Pred is still doing it. Dashi, a top lion, roars his way into the kill feed. 25 seconds on the opening round. Optic Texas has been extremely decisive. Nero, the juggernaut from the first few maps, has found his first kill on the round, and that's 3 dead. That's important, and that certainly could be a problem. Dashi lives. Oh, to fight another life. No, there's 18.8 stopped at the clock. Here comes the capture on 8, and it's a big old stack.
Yeah, that's all the effort, though, just to get a 2-man stack for the moment. So it's going to take 22 seconds for this to roll through. But if you get the kills, it'll make it easier. But they don't have a trophy. Nade's going to soften up the blow, and Dashi gives you a little bit extra. Even Kenny deliver you the time. And Optic, almost assuredly should get this round. 6 seconds left. Just kill the men on point. Just flood them. Keep flying in for the trades.
Damn!
Don't let Paul do this to you. He can see through walls. It's Wall X, and it's the A zone continues to go.
It's Wall X, and he has melted. Last ditch attempt. Kenny down. Paul's holding it. They've managed to keep Pred at bay as well. Pred down as well. Paul is something else, ladies and gentlemen. The Red Menace is back. 8-9 over to B, and the capture's already begun. And Paul hasn't stopped moving. Kenny's vacated the top side of Art. He's been brought down. Pred somehow finds 2 to save it for 50 seconds. You've got to hold on.
Oh, yeah, they tweet too. If Estriel doesn't shoot at Paul, I think his flow state would have carried him through to a few more kills, but now he's just running at you. Who made that guy one shot that Paul jumped on? Am I crazy?
I have no idea. But you know, the Menace. You think you have him contained, but it is he that is in your spawn. Finally. What a life. Last 2 lives, though. We got well excited about that. There we go. Good work. Dashi, the guardian of the B zone, picking up those kills. Geo finally brought down. What an effort out of Rocker. They managed to secure the A zone, though. That's good enough for them. Again, the segments, we'll keep a track of those as Optic Texas go up by 1 in the round count.
Yeah, got an extra segment on the B zone as well. So all things considered, that's like a sort of stock and standard round of S&D, or excuse me, Control on Vault. There you go. But for how things started, surprised they were able to pull this off. And I maintain Paul X just needed to hit the gas pedal even further when he gets into Art. Could have been a little bit quicker, maybe to catch Pred up top. But I think he genuinely got spooked by his teammate down low. And The car bomb coming in from Pred also helped. So squared away, all tied up effectively for what we're expecting for an attacking round. But Optic do have an opportunity to set themselves apart. And Kenny, off to a good start.
Straight through the trophies. Uno, dos. No trace of any member of Rocker now left on that side of the map. Just going to push forward with Pred. Hey, baby, that's a nice opener. Keeping the point as safe as you possibly can on the attack, but they've only finally stacked it up. Dashy's got to do the best he can to hold 3 players at bay. Shotzzy fills the gap for a second, but a slight bit of disconnect. Optic could have had a lot more progress there if they pushed forward faster, but hey, man, it's good enough for now. Get that first segment in the bag.
I mean, they're still spawn trapping 3 players. Yeah, Kenny's getting spawn trap an extra one. Dashy's there to collect Geo, the man that got through.
Oh.
And as long as you get these trades, you keep him off spawn. Pollux falls, and there's only 1 player left remaining, but at least Estriel bought his team the space to make it to the time. And you're only down 1 life, so Rocker able to battle out. It was a bit of a blender for the moment, but restabilized. Now we're back to a 50-50 spot, and I mean, they're checking the catwalk for 1. Kenny should be traded out, and Rocker maintaining the pressure. And Dashy's posted top ammo right now, just staring at Estriel from downrange. So not a lot of A pressure for the moment, but he's grouped up, ready for the hit.
All X back at it, 15-9. Oh man, he had something there. Shotzzy doesn't let it happen. 30 seconds to go. Estriel's so annoying, man. So annoying to deal with. Top hallway now. Yeah, perfect up against Kenny, but Kenny brings the PDW to the battle, and that certainly helps out. Nero getting the damage in, but that's 3 dead in the feed. Geo, the last man up here for Minnesota Rocker, trying to keep Optic off the point, and that will not happen. A 4-man stack secures A.
Yeah, it's going to flood through. 4-man stack will go in about 11 seconds, so that thing was flying through in a 4-life lead from Optic. Again, winning an offensive round really sets you apart, and that life lead got even worse. It is 6 lives. Now you're on the B zone, and Nero does get traded. Dashy's here, but you also are going to want a trophy to capture this B1 because that van will explode. Dashy dodges it and keeps the pressure up. 6 life lead right now in a minute is plenty of time for Optic Texas.
Plenty of time. Dashy's picking off these players. Everyone's a little tagged up as well, so as long as he can stay alive, keep this going. By the time Shotzzy to move into position, he executes 1 from behind. Pred attached to the hip now, and there are 4 members of Rocker left. What a round from Optic. It is not over yet, though. Couple of kills going their way. Dashy finding a few more, and Pred jumps into the fray, but unfortunately brought down.
Don't kill the last guy.
Holding it together alone.
No.
There it is. Shotzzy gets the final bullet in, and Optic Texas got up 2-0.
Yeah, at a certain point, Minnesota Rocker are literally just flooding into death, praying that they lose on lives rather than the actual segments, because that round was chalked the second that they get their extra lives and Shotzzy gets inside the heart. Somehow Nero gets the best play, and funnily enough, it was off the opening break, but outside of that, Optic just did an elite job of keeping up the pressure, and they just handled the life advantage. The spawn kills and the spawn traps were flowing. Everything good there in that moment. And Minnesota Rocker, a team that has never been 3-0'd or gotten a 3-0, not shaping up to get one here. Optic, huge advantage right now on this vault control.
Yeah, the momentum is undeniable. Can they close it out, folks? That's the question. Big old headbutt towards A. We're all in. And it's a costly opener now for Optic, who have dropped 3 players now, and it's on to Dashy trying to pick up anything here. He's going to be able to get in towards the backside of what we like to call useless, but he will make it anything but. Estriel, nice read, but not enough on the gunny. There we go. Dashy in position.
His team never gave him an extra kill, though, so Dashy's just going to be battling Estriel and trying to play keep away. And you see Kenny actually wins it in the feed, so him and Dashy there to drop a 2v2 now on the point. Dashy finally falls, and Pred, the cleanup crew, last man standing, but he doesn't chow the guy that was on time, so keeping the floodgates like flowing through, and this A-zone might get captured before you can actually pinch.
You might have pinched a little too fast. Those players have made it through. There's the capture complete. Get a kill or 2 out of this, maybe. Or getting nothing. 2 dead. Uh-oh. A little too hot. As now we make our way towards the B zone. Rocker in position to make something special happen here. Do they have any trophies, though? That's the question, because those vans are definitely still in action.
Geo versus Dashy again. Geo brought reinforcements. Makes it less fair.
Yeah, Nero's like, yo, Nero, go up there and get him. Yes, sir. Sends it, finds the kill, gets another one out of spawn. And Kenny caught in the middle of the street now by Geo. 3 dead. Forward you go, onto the zone.
Yeah, and will it be 2 men on point? Maybe. Well, no trophy, so you're wanting to dodge the nade. So only Paul sticking it to the point, but everybody falls 4 down off the map. Optic, talk about that bounce back. And no trophies really hurts you.
Literally perfect. They stopped the B segment capture as well. Now Preds in your spawn, causing issues, keeping the players at bay. No one's getting to the front line without a word or two from the young Australian man. 1:30 to go, and lots of lives either side. Pred still, lay G, baby.
If you're giving up the A zone captures, you better make sure you get the kills, and he has done exactly that. So 22 leading the lobby. We currently have 2 players massively suffering on Minnesota on the receiving end of it. On the time though, Paul's there for 2. Could be the opener. Pred gets traded. Last man standing is going to be Dashi and Nero. Unfortunate for Dashi, just has his number, is always around. Shotzi with a quick route for a Jackal to go up top though. Takes down Nero. So you've slowed this push down massively. Minnesota Rocker just looking for their moment to strike. They do have players in decent positions. However, Shotzi on the flank continues to make plays. Uh-oh. Such a nuisance.
Uh-oh. What a move from Estriel, somehow nearly killing Pred there. Nero, you've got enough of a window to make your way forward. And now the fight is on. The dance of the doorway, but if 3 down, last man is shot.
This round's gone. Fuck! Dude, they had it.
Left now for Optic Texas. The last stand here in their defensive round. Rocker getting it done. Here comes the capture. The nades are good. They're connecting, but not enough. And Rocker get themselves on the board here in control.
And I'm seeing Paul look around like he's in war, but keep in mind, that was a full segment capture. So where Minnesota Rocker the round before where they lost on defense, those guys literally just started sprinting into death. No fear in their hearts. They knew the way they wanted to lose it. So on the objective front, Minnesota Rocker might be able to pull off a defense for the round 5, but of course that is still only if we get there. But if I'm remembering the segments right, you would be up by 1 for the rounds that are comparable, and then Minnesota Rocker in their first attacking round got 4 segments. So I think from Optic, that'll be the name of the game. Either win it here or get 4 segments, because they have certainly outslayed.
Oh, yeah, they've absolutely outslayed. Estriel 13 and 20. 14 and 20 for Geo as well. Yes, there's no doubt about it. I must have said no doubt about it with absolutely no certainty of doing the maths. Who cares? Let's just get into the round. Rocker holding hands here as they're swarming across towards the B side of the map. And the weird timing has got Optic just not feeling good about this whatsoever. 3 down. Get rid of that trophy, Nero. Destroy it. End it. You spotted out the players there on spawn. Pred's making a run around Hookah, but he's now gone as well. So a free reign across the map right now for Rocker, and Nero catching shots at range.
That's such a strange opening break as well. Minnesota Rocker, they've done it a few times, like a weirdly turtled setup on defense off the break, but it absolutely works for them. Now it's all about the trades. Paul X, by the way, maybe Paul Flex. There you go. Paul Flex with the SMG flying through, and you know, give him a highlight reel play, but nice play either way.
Really nice Paul Flex as well. That's going in the book. Geo finding another in spawn here. 16 and 21. He's fighting forward. Tags in a Dashi. Can he finally get him out of position? So now we make our way forward, but here comes Nero, and he's got the pressure on. Kenny trying to buy the time. He does indeed. Optic's teamwork starting to get going, but 30 seconds on the round. You have to get a zone.
And getting out of spawn is one thing. Getting onto the zone is another. Estriel making sure he keeps B nice and secure. That is the long-term plan. And Estriel also knows, looking for a spawner before he moved to the point. How many battles has he had against Dashi in these exact situation? But right now, Dashi just needs to keep him away because his teammates are winning all the gunfights. So Estriel making some noise. Doesn't make the impact. Dashi handles them and should just deliver you. This is a zone. Nero gets traded out. You're good to go. And now from Optic, you at least want 1 extra segment on B at minimum.
1 to go. Geo out there, gets flattened. Here comes a big bulldoze now from the Optic boys. They're flying forward, rolling Sunder across the map until, wait, it's Paul from behind. Just catches at least 1, and now you're on the zone. A big stack opportunity here. Nero's on a flank as well. Geo takes care of R, and there we go. Nero's in. Only gets 1, and Pred still stays alive with the 5 spree. Good nades. Here comes the pressure. Surely you get him off the zone. No, a segment's in. That's it.
I can't believe they didn't. Oh, yeah, the segment's great. I can't believe they didn't pick up double doors there for the flank, but they're keeping up the pressure. It looks like Minnesota Rocker, yeah, finally able to alleviate it. Interesting moment there coming through, but a nice little wipe off the map there. But again, should be defense secured unless Minnesota Rocker just get every single kill for the rest of the map. But looking at the minimap, Optic right now, 45 seconds to work with. A good chunk of time to work the B zone. With one segment captured, your job's a little bit easier.
Oh, Paul's going to get the timing here. Fred, Kenny, you name it. Take your pick, mate. Teammates are getting dropped all around the place. 6 to 10. Optic last man left alive right now is Dashy over by the B street. Now he's gone back over to spawn. No lives left. What a defensive hold. Chance, you said it. They need every kill. They've conceded 1 so far. And Kenny gets a second. Unbelievable. Unbelievable round. Who gets defense?
I was trying to do the math on the fly. I think it literally came down to like 1 or 2 kills. I was trying to do the math quick enough. I honest to God, I think Minnesota Rocker just got it by like 1 or 2.
They're in trouble.
Wait, confirmation.
They just same scenario from.
I was over here thinking of like Paul X.
Major
I was going
four
to give
last
credit
year
to the discipline of Paul, like in
when
the
they
map and call him
when they went
Stall
against
X, but,
Ultra.
like, honest to God, little plays like that.
They had the momentum and control, and then they just absolutely throw it the fuck away. Like, oh my God.
Boys, first one for Minnesota Rocker all year if they get it.
They've got to get it though. Pred and Dashy find their way through the middle of the map. Pred somehow pulls out 2. And now the reinforcements sharp and Optics save the zone. In we go. A perfect stack near enough. Paul gets in and Paul finds 2 somehow. The segment gone. Shotzi trying to pick up the flankers and Pred there battling away in the A zone still. A slow cap and now on a B as well.
Oh, and he got through. Yeah, the second he gets over towards Art, this is going to be multiple players trying to work him. So the A zone, it's going to fall. Oh, that was Shotzi, not Pred. All right, broken kill feed. Definitely Pred. A zone should get captured. Final tick almost through. They got all the kills. They got all the coverage. You just need to kill Paul X, and Shotzi, the final stamp on it, gets it done. So good opening break. They got the advantage, and you can see these boys are flying. Optic trying to keep the pressure up.
The pressure and the pace is absolutely what they are bringing right now, though. Paul Estriel sends Kenny to another dimension, and now Geo massive tags in, and a big one of Paul once again fighting his way forward. 38 and 27. From the window to the wall, X, he's doing it all.
And I gotta say, right, just one car being off the map that can explode is a beautiful thing. More cars off the map, so this is great news from Optic. Less exploding things near that B zone. And Shotzi, unfortunately, just couldn't get any help or any pressure towards the map, but you're just vying for these moments, trying to string together a couple kills, but right now, defense has been reigning supreme for Minnesota Rocker. Nero active, there's a 5 spree. You think Estriel will be good for the trades? Yeah, finally he gets a gunfight when he gets Dashy. It's been a long time coming.
There we go. Kenny enough pitch points to stay alive there, but a very, very slight lead right now. Very slight lead for the Rocket Boys. Looking at that B zone, Optic are making the run down the B street now. What a win from Nero. Trades are there, and it's good. It's working out. You got to get at least one more. Kenny eviscerated. Oh, and Pred, the last man, down, out. The first wave, ineffective. Optic back to spawn.
Oh, these are big moments. 7v10. Desperation from Optic to avoid another 3-0 on the weekend. I don't know how many times in this org's history they've been back-to-back 3-0, but I know it's certainly a rarity. And that's 2 big kills. This is it, man. No respawns remaining. Every single player falling down. Shotzi, the only man alive on the point. Bungles the movement, but it doesn't make a difference. He just doesn't have the help. Minnesota calling game. A hot 3-0, and they barely care. Another day in the office.
Oh, that's good. Now a vibey team can enjoy the rest of their Sunday. Optic, though, it is right back to work. That is no map wins on the weekend. Not the most welcome return for Pred to the league. And Dashy's camera broke somehow. No, I'm sure that happened. That's crazy. But Rocker, a very happy 3-0 for them. Well fought. The first 2 maps are incredibly decisive. And what do you know? A full reversal. They're in control as well. Just shy of 15 minutes the game was, and damn son, Paul X, Maul X, 40 and 30. 40 and 37 for Nero's.
I mean, I'm just not surprised at this point. They've choked this. They were in the same situation. They choked it again, and you know, it's like, what can you do? What can you say? There's nothing you can say about this. It's just their gunfights didn't go the way they went. It didn't go to them, and it's just like, you know, like I'm not gonna complain about the game a lot, but it's all about the game as well. Where either the servers are just gonna do what I'm not defending Optic at this point. They played bad at the second half of Control. They played bad, but it doesn't excuse the fact that everything has been going to Minnesota's way. And you know what? This game is just so fucking bad, you know? Oh, somehow it just doesn't make sense on how the other side gets the kills and the other side doesn't. Like, this game is so bad. It's so bad.
When he was going on his villain arc and all the stuff he was tweeting, that he was just tweeting advice to his own team. Like, do you think he realized that he was just giving advice to his future self? Like how everyone else needs to want it more, and everyone else needs to scrim more, and everyone needs to put in time. Do you think he knew he was giving advice to his future self?
We have highlights.
And listen, I know we get tweeted Kenny's KD about 100 times, so listen, it's not that. They're just not playing well as a team.
I felt like Minnesota read them like a book. You saw Paul pre-firing through doors, just assuming shots he's going to be challenging him on the other side. I mean, Minnesota met their aggression with aggression of their own.
I mean, Chris, you just tell me if you would want to spawn in on these maps versus Minnesota Rocker. No. Vault Hardpoint 6-0, Vault S&D 4-1, Control Vault 4-2, now 5-2. Would you want to spawn in? I don't think anybody wants to spawn in on the middle of that sandwich.
I don't think anyone really wants to play against this Rocker team. They have to just, I mean, Ant and I talk about it all the time. We all do. Like, they're annoying, man. Like, it's just not a team you want to play against. These guys can be down 200. They still think they're going to win the map. They can be down 2 on Control. They still think they're going to win the map. And now we're going back and forth at DMC. It's like fighting Rocky. Like, these guys, like they just
they power up as the series goes on.
They just don't go away.
They wear you out.
And I think Rocker in pretty good form right now, but I think it's more a testament just like Optic stink right now. They have a lot to work on. I'm not trying to just roast Optic and piss people off. They just aren't good right now. But can they be very good? Yes. We'll see if they get there before the next major.
There's an easy difference from this Rocker to the Rocker we saw struggle, and that man is Paul X. He has leveled up fully here at Major 2. Nero also playing extremely consistent across his first 2 matches.
That's what's so cool about this Minnesota Rocker team is it's almost like all the overlooked players in the past couple of years have been put on this dark horse roster, and they all know how to play the game. They all have a very high ceiling. Nero, his problem was he was very inconsistent when it came to his slaying on that Boston Breach team. Gio was thrown onto a Vegas Legion that couldn't find any success. Paul X has been through the Challengers Gauntlet. Estriel was kind of left at the bottom of the conversation of FAs. So for me, for Minnesota Rocker, like, this is just them having a proving ground and being like, look, y'all left us hung out to dry, and now we're taking down your favorite teams.
Paul X, Stall X.
What is...
I loved all of the puns throughout it. He's going to earn your scuff play of the game next time, but it's Nero. This time
there's like nothing we can do about. There's like nothing. Like, they have no excuse. They absolutely have no excuse. They just gotta go back to the.
He is one of the more
Optic just needs to go back to the drawing board. That's all they. That's all we can do.
A little inconsistent times, but when he is playing well, when his timings are on point,
like,
he is one of the more fun POVs to watch. I mean, I'll just think back. I mean, I know I'm going back to last year, but like there are so many moments I remember, like Invasion Control, like when he really got in that groove, it is so fun to watch. He's so talented, his skill ceiling is so high, and you ran into him in peak form while your team is not playing very well. And when a guy like that is finding the holes in the openings that he wants, finding the timings he wants, it's kind of like a shot seat away. Like, he gets through an opening, he's just gonna start to pick you apart. They're different players, but they can still find the same levels of success.
He made Control watchable last year for me. I appreciate Nero thoroughly.
I know what Nero's just said right there. These guys are fucking awful.
Games, but the man on top
He's not wrong. They're playing like shit at this point.
Circle. Paul X, congratulations on the first 3-0 of your Minnesota season. How did it feel against Optic tonight?
Felt great, man. Yeah, man. I mean, I'm finally shooting back, so we finally get the 3-0. So. I mean, if I'm shooting, every team's fucked. I'll be honest. My teammates are disgusting.
Bro. If Paul's dropping 40, I'm like, they're cooking.
I'll be honest. Like, if I keep playing like this, I mean, I should have been playing this all year. I'm usually ass at the beginning of a game, and then like I get better over time.
Okay.
Once I find my footing and like, I don't know, the timings and everything, and I get it all down. I don't have to think as much as I do right now. and I just have the gun, that's when I like excel.
It's probably on you, but then also it's like your team. Once you start to play better as a unit, you probably get better as the year goes on. But I'm curious. I want to know. Listen, the Daskin, like Ant and I, we'll talk about you guys a lot. We use the word gritty. We use the word annoying. How tough you are to play against. We talk. You guys are Rocky Balboa. Like, do you guys find that stuff annoying? Us saying it, or is it kind of like endearing? Like, do you guys get behind that?
Yeah, we embrace it. That's us. We're just a gritty team. We get down and dirty for the win. We do whatever it takes to win. And yeah, like that's just us. So,
well, I like to know that you view yourself kind of the way that we do.
Yeah, right? The Balboa Brutus.
Yeah. It's fun. It's fun.
Well, you know, Nero said he was like, we are a dark horse team, and I'm like, I love that you guys have just completely accepted that angle. And Paul, I gotta hand it to you. Past 2 series, like you said, you've been absolutely shooting versus Miami and up to Texas. Congratulations on that. I would ask, who do you think is the hardest kill on your team? Because I immediately want to go Nero, but with the way everybody else has been shooting, like, who would you not want to have to go up against?
Listen, I play free for alls every day with these guys. 3v3 hard points with these guys. Man, DK is a legend, boss. But I'll be honest, all my teammates are disgusting, like at any given moment. But I have to give it to DK. I'll be honest, because the way he plays. So.
For real.
Okay.
Paul X, congrats on the win. We got to let you go. An epic finish to a good Sunday.
Appreciate it. Thank
You're
you.
a beast.
Monster.
Thank you, boss.
He's back. Minnesota's going to win the major. I'm calling it now.
No, but I think, okay, kind of like he was talking about, like, listen, okay, you're going to be like, stop bringing stuff back to Kenny, but like, sort of like he's talking about people get better in the course of the year. Like, the game becomes easier, not just because he's playing better, but because his like team is playing better. You get your teammates' timings down, your comms get more point, you play the game better. And for a player like him, the game becomes easier. That's how it is for certain people. That's how I view Kenny, though. When he was saying that, that's what I was thinking about. Like, when the game becomes easier for the team and they're playing together, it becomes easier for that individual. When the game is very hard and you're not playing well together, those players get slammed. That's kind of how Paul X has been. That's the blender that Kenny's in right now. That's honestly how I view it. People can call me an idiot, but that's literally how I view it.
You see a number of players go through that. Ali, it's time to revisit all of our matches, as we rewind the tape to LA Thieves 3-0 over the Vegas Falcons. They didn't hold any punches today.
3-0. 3-0.
Excuse me, the control. I blacked out.
Falcons.
I mean,
they are on the
That was fair, Chris.
board.
That was fair.
But for LA Thieves, I really appreciated kind of our interview with Dan afterwards. I mean, I just want to pretend that Search and Destroy did not happen. They wanted to try some wonky things. It's unfortunate because Search and Destroy is exactly what LA Thieves needs to be putting their head down and grinding right now as we head into the second set of the major. Side of Vegas Falcons, some really good fundamentally sound COD from what I was seeing on the mini-map, especially in that map number 1. It's just unfortunate because, again, they struggle to close out some of these series and they struggle to have the same kind of, I want to say, pace that some of the rest of these teams are. So you can only hope, if we're going to stick with this roster, it's got to keep getting better.
Yes, and please don't read too much into that 6-1 loss. As you said, Dan was just having fun holding forward. Let's take a look at our second match of the day. Actually, we got to take a look at Hydra's numbers. This guy was on fire once again. He bullies people in game, Maven.
Yeah, no, I think he's got some free kills ahead of him in this particular matchup. But no, I'm looking for Hydra to unlock his final form. He can be the best player in the league when he's on point. He is one of the most terrifying forces. He's an absolute animal, and he's a pleasure to watch.
At least if he's even better.
A pleasure to watch. So was Joe.
Yeah, exactly. It's just not. It's just not what I expected for Vegas.
Dominating
both the Search and Destroy. It's not what I'm expecting for Texas, but you know, what can you say? You can't.
That's taken a big dip in the past couple of weekends.
Like,
so for Toronto,
they just gotta get. They just gotta regroup and get it together again. Because like they're just not great. Texas is just not great at the moment. They have a lot of they have a shit ton of work. They have a shit ton to work on like within a few weeks and such.
We just having a moment where Carolina
Like
Ravens, everybody else in the game is kind of caught up. And
opt to go against Vegas, there's no chance that they should be able to lose against Vegas. Unless if they go to a game 5, then they're really fucked. Because it's going to be the same scenario with fucking Boston Breach last year. They go against game 5. They went in game 5. They go all the way up to game. Texas goes up to game 5 against Boston, and they lose they lose it. Like, how do you lose a game like? How do you lose a game like that? Where it's just easy points and you fuck it up real hard. Like, it's easy points and you fuck it up real hard. How does that work? I don't know. But they gotta get it together. Texas needs to get it together, or else they're gonna.
Single kill record, like
Tough.
the whole
Not something needs to happen, but you're just you're letting everyone else down.
You got that one. New York coming into play against Vancouver. This one going the distance. Vancouver Surge looking stronger.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not trying to like nuke Hixie, but what this team needed was not the opposite of Hixie. Honestly, they needed someone that could come in and just get them some raw slag. And I thought even if Neptune came in like we saw like early Neptune, and maybe some of the decision making in COD brain wasn't there, that it still would help this team. But it seems like the COD IQ has grown a lot, and the talent is on full display. I mean, you saw it from them. That's going to elevate this team. I think they could have won this series a bit cleaner. I do, but I think it was what the map 2 frustrated me, and the map 4, like they just did not want to rotate in that 4. Was that the Hacienda? Yeah, they did not want to rotate.
Is Cloud9 legit? Because they did 6-1, 6-2 in that first search, right?
And they did push all the way to a game 5, so I think we're seeing the beginnings of a good New York team. If they keep going in this, path, you can't sit here and tell me Surge go beat Atlanta FaZe. Now they go to a game 5 New York, and you still want to put them in that bottom 2 category or whatever.
They're bottom 4. I don't know.
These two are legit in their small sample size.
Look at
at the
that.
new
That
front
is,
line in Vancouver.
He's a dog.
That is some good damage from Neptune.
Now.
Yeah. I think it's just, you know, him and Hixie obviously were meshing in that certain play style. I think your sub duo is probably the most important part of a team.
It is.
And there is a give and take with AR. So there's a lot to it. It's not as simple as I'm making it, but it's probably the most important part of a team. And finding something that meshes is everything. It is. And if they seem like they have something nice, it's going to be great for this team. I'm excited for it.
Shout out to Rambo Ray and the staffing crew who found Neptune. Vancouver making one of the first roster moves that has a serious impact on a positive way. Let's take a look at our KD leaderboard. Who's on top? It's Young Joe. Joe Deceives with 171 kills in his first 2 matches. Right behind him was Nero, Hydra, and Dan Ghosty also for the Thieves in the top 5. It's good to see the Bulldog put on a 99 performance for the L in that game 5.
That is crazy curveball that you just threw at me, but I'm happy to see Joe here just because, I mean, he put his team on his back in a couple of these moments in the series, so shout out to him for being that leader.
I don't want him to give me a piggyback ride.
What? I would take it. Let's take a look here at our matches. We've got 10 more coming your way next week. Maven, taking a look across the board. What's the best series? Ultra Thieves? They're on Sunday?
Probably Falcons Rocker on Sunday, Chris.
Okay.
No, I am lying, Joe. I called you Joe after you called me nameless.
I think the best match is probably going to be. I know I was an ass.
Probably Ultra Thieves.
I feel like FaZe in Miami might be fun.
Carolina, if you're real, it's time to prove it against Optic Texas. Everyone else is 3-0 and Optic's got their work cut out for them, but they're not the only ones. Tune in to find out who improves their game and who is starting to slide down the leaderboard. We'll catch you next Friday.
Are we done?
2:30.
You did great. Hey, thanks, man. You did great. Good job, guys.
It's Sunday.
Woo! You think you can fit this in your mouth?
Well, that's it for today, everyone. What a day, what a weekend of COD, everyone. Some frustrating ones like the last one, but you know, some really good ones like the LA Thieves ones. The LA Thieves, the Seattle Surge, and I'm not too sure, but I know the Vancouver Surge. There was a Surge, and the Thieves one. The Thieves matches were definitely really good. I'm kind of excited to see Seattle Surge play this. I'm kind of excited to see Seattle Surge take it to the next level. Since you got Neptune playing how he should be playing, and it's gonna be exciting to see how much further how Seattle Surge go against the other teams.
Hard, huh? Like this.
lost my tempo. 36 cookies on the candy paint bento. Jabba jabba on, keep my brass knuckles firm. Put a crash on the one, get the cash from the pawn.
Yeah, this is like this shit right here is just.
Nice. Come on. Bro, where did they go from, bro?
They literally just force stuck it for bomb.
Kill her, kill her. Wait. You should get 2 Go. He was close. And then he was. This guy was on us. Oh, yo, yeah, oh my god. He's back elbow. He's back elbow for 45 seconds. Look at him right here. Oh my god.
Doom is shooting to God.
Beamer. Who's that?
I think that might have been me, Ernst. No,
this is Beamer right here.
I told you, bro. This guy's so many free 2 pieces.
Those first 3 minutes, you're playing
against the Avengers, bro.
All right, what a day, y'all. Alright, so that'll be it for the watch party, everyone. I will be streaming again later tonight. Probably gonna be some COD, or I just don't think COD's gonna treat me well tonight, so I'm probably gonna be playing something else. I'll let y'all know what I'll be playing on Twitter. I'll let y'all know on Twitter what I'll be playing and such. Probably in about a half an hour or so. I'll try to figure that out, or probably later tonight. But yeah, that's gonna be it. But yeah, for now, everyone, that'll be it for now. If you like the stream, make sure you, for those who are new here, if you like the stream, make sure you like and subscribe to my YouTube channel. I will be streaming again. I will be streaming once again on I will be streaming again later tonight. So for those who are on YouTube, do be sure to subscribe to me, and watch out for the next stream, because I will be scheduling that in a little bit. So we'll see. We'll see what I'll be playing, and yeah. And yeah. We will have to figure out what's gonna be figuring out what's gonna be what I'll be playing tonight. But yeah, that's gonna be it for now, everyone. Thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you all later tonight, and watch, if you haven't yet, follow my Twitter as well, because that's where I'll be posting when I'll be what I'll be streaming and when I'll be streaming. All right, y'all. I'll see y'all later tonight. Thank you all so much for watching. Y'all stay frosty. Y'all have a good night, everyone.